Good morning. You have Bob Page with Vertical Bridge on as well.
Who again? Say that again.
Yeah, Bob Page with Vertical Bridge.
Good morning, Bob Page.
Good morning.
Delegate Daniel So is on the call.
Good morning, Shania. This is Vice Chair Smith. We're just waiting for others to.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being on the call this morning. We can go ahead and get started this morning. Again, thank you everybody for logging on, coming on the line this morning. This is a regular Naabik'íyáti committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting. This is via teleconference or telecommunications today. I myself am here in Window Rock, Arizona, and then I do have my colleagues throughout the Navajo Nation at their respected communities. Thank you very much, colleagues, for being on the line this morning. Today's date is Thursday, February 11th, 2021. Time now, we'll go ahead and start, is at 10:05 a.m. We do have a proposed agenda. I'll be presiding. My name is Seth Damon, the Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning again to everyone that's listening in too as well. Good morning, Mr. President, Vice President, Madam Chief Justice, the judicial branch, all the Navajo Nation employees, all our Navajo Nation chapters, all our constituents that are online. Thank you very much for listening in with and tuning into your Navajo Nation government work today. I do have, before we get started, let's go do a roll call, and then we can go on to invocation. Ms. Otsa is here, and she'll be doing a roll call, taking the vote too today. Ms. Otsa?
Good morning, honorable committee members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present from Shiprock, New Mexico.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty.
Yat A, Delegate Amber Canasba-Crotty, calling in from Sheep Springs, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present. Good morning.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable
Carl
Raymond
Slater,
Smith.
present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Good morning, I'm present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So, present.
Honorable Charlene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Present.
Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Rick James. I'm sorry, Honorable Rick Nez.
Good morning. Honorable Rick James is present. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez answered. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 13 members present, including yourself.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Otto So. I'm on the line. Count me in on the roll call. Chat. Thank you. Good morning.
Honorable Otto So answered. Roll call. 14 members present.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. We have 14 members present here.
Good morning, Speaker. This is Delegate Brown. I'm present from Navajo as well.
Morning, Honorable Brown. That makes 15 present. With that, thank you very much, everyone, for being on the line this morning. Is Honorable Vince James, are you there?
Yes, Speaker.
Oh, Honorable James, you mind doing an invocation for us this morning?
Hakwashina, Speaker. Speaker Shinale, Ado, Shashkaha, St. Oshanat, Aquadon, Hiltanaz, 24th now for Nation Council. Ado, staff, no Fliniki, Ado, Shashkaha, St. Lo, Isanos, Agi, Arnold, Kofiat, Ehapen, Hidini, Dodlich. Kodoshi to the Zendinik, Aku and Shane, the she, the Hotis, the Hako. Kodan, the Hoshimus Cardian Lane, Deco. DJ ko o asibi eya iko na we niajen sui anand no ito de zemdaniki bench hananas di ho wenza the ho jishta ko kodo eya the Naabik'íyáti has ando nad ani eya beshma sa anen ni blendo ni hit has ando hot out eya iko hashin so Hine kato asa netle ako kunza te eya ebekena holji selin ako. Dide banda dot iso bana dot isiki eya kunza te sketas to ako. Yat eya konde banda sit ito bayata sil tito benache yat eya isa sit lito lesin son de sne ako. Al konje konde ni heten endleniki ba eya nate nanda nit aho eya hilta hoel jishin le konat an nit leniki abe nit soido benil an nit out eya konzaten hinanishin leni il ko benache kon al konje kon hat ishi ni heten endleniki hitte tandle de nebekeya sa adok afades ko ni heten eya ta kain le ko abe nit soido benil an nit out eya konzat hol just ado la baba net indo baba yelti okunzaten hit holjish ako akot out eya di klato hot abantit in libakat astonle ako yat hot hatatin sad hatatin yat higi be eya be nada hasit ado be nada sit zito ba yanada sil titoles dien bezad bakat asto as adat bakat asto Dishi chokot out eya nasa lago yat banda sit indo lesson son the shne ko al sonje ni he outla salat al sonje ni na at salat ko be sa na sit le yat eya asa ni kliniki to konza te eya hashin sod en hiten leni pa it eniki naha ti yin to le naha eya yin jono eya bakat da hazli to bakat eya di kompan sa has case to be sa sit leki be yat eya nan hiten leni to le chokot out in has an le ko sha ha se to ta din len di ko ado di ko so den leniki be sha ho eben na eya ko be ta na has tra be ma an ni leniki ko yat ni hik en na sin sa to le ni hikat ka ton len hitit aja ko ni hits os ni hit this ni hit ko nas large ko ni hit has lage ko yat ha pa na in kla ko ha onne not ani at lage chokot ado la pe na ni no be nan hit zila ni hina national ido le ko must had in di ko a kuite ko hashit out kon hija hanesh kaho bije hajo bat so the zendani ki be yel ki ni ha outla lani be yel ki ko a o aspi kon yat so the zendani ki a kondiat a shi jat aba honil zenit a hon so the zendani ki be yel ki se ko yos kas bije kon hajo ba di ni ko hot a na ni kase ani hisitse ni hiran sala adon he na has tin he sta na halchene ado unda ni he kot des klet ni he tot ni he ya sala nal kloshi bezen sa bezet ist na hol a khishi kodon hada iznal adon hada iznali bahajo ba adi ni go so dezen leniki be yel tse ko kot ad kon he so dezen leniki yat yan hanat in plado na hanadi yito le chokot kon al sonje kodo beslanas strane besmans ane ni kliniki not an ni kliniki alaj ta stado okelne ta stahigi ado onda ko radit ais ke has anje chokot sto edishne nako al sonje ko not an etlenje don hindak lado ni hinanesh eniki yat benashni to listen son de shne ko ado kunza te hol just to kon hadel nish di de Naabik'íyáti hotso aje haned land shi ni hik leniki na halchene ebedi no yat edan leniki del nish edo na ha ba khaliado les kon de hashin so ayedan so do yedan anit benan shede edo ado la des on kunza te ni hilta hoel jishin le ko kon de ya kon hashin so benan shede on the handa ishin ho kunza den hilta hoel jishin le ko Navajo Nation employees twinge department twinge benan shede enigi benashni to listen so the snake coco yard the yin habis the holland or listen ha the jitly don't listen so the snake coco all tonje ya hashin so nan so stay ka nan so if kate and net day ko hishin del any keep an del any safety in liniki ko baby eden to list adok hodes safety in lini ben ha do list jinky put out a teen lini baka and the cotton lado baka that data let ko hunza the whole just ko up the national to list ni his last so they catch all sonja ko the national to list na has twin hezani put out ko hashin so hajo ba ado la benzo hunza the bida yesh ka na ha chine ado away na do chief hanan hunza den his the whole position le ko but out can't abin so do benish and it so doesn't lenigit sonje the yen has aden or the yen has aj ko enashni to listen so the snit ko adot out con quiche ni hit hard quiche and not the cut nita ado betra ha hi ho yat ha liado ni hiten to listen so the snit ko tonje edition so on the snare coco just not gin so the dog all state the bench just not the job shut the now constantly as me the end has the end the holland put out na wait the agent so anan the state on any blonde con so this in lenigi yard con bench hanana sleep or less hojana sleep yeah speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable James, for that invocation. Thank you very much for the blessing of not only of our day here, but also the discussion that we're having on many of the different topics. And for everyone listening in, thank you, Honorable James, for that wonderful invocation. Colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down. Item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. At this time,
Mr.
I don't
Speaker,
have anybody that's on the list.
This is Daniels.
Good morning, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an announcement, Mr. Chair.
As right now, we're just doing recognizing guests and visiting officials. Is it part of that, Honorable Daniels?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And also, Kodod Shanat Shinigi Kodod Naabik'íyáti committee members, his staff, out of the Kodod Legislative Council, out of the Kodod Office of the President, Vice President, out in the Judicial Branch. Alta Inishigi Kodod Shamabada Inishigi. So, good morning, Gitshnido Les Kodod. Adonan Kodod Nagaita. Tutsiliyaza Kodod Delegate James. Those stego Kodod Iba here needs and Kodod to the behind Ziki. Zuras for Ecuador Sabine, Nate Onana, and Hinseed, Zenin de Kodoe, Nakakodo Edhad, Nakato, the scale sort of the Beha or Ziko Kodo, Nasbe or Dasho, Leskodo, Net Nijbe Best, Net Nijben Sahakis, Ecuador, Juno behind Ziko to the Zunako, AIC by Kent, and by Ketanit, Kodo, Siliazo Kodo, Ado Kodona Great. I just want to say thank you to all the 110 chapters. The leadership, local leadership, added the Inishigi, added the chapter staff, added the Kododam, Oshin Kododam, had over the district Kododam. I just want to say thank you to each and every one of them. Kododam Great 110 chapters, added the 4 chapters that I represent. So Kododam Shihabedi Mido, Letico, added Kododam Great. I just want to say thank you to Nagaidam, Utah Indian Affairs, Kododam Inishigi, so Nagaidam, Mr. Executive Director Dustin Jensen, for doing a wonderful job for the past several months that he's been in the office, working closely with the Navajo Nation. his colleagues and Linigi, Kodo, Nagay, Pade, Michigan, Nagay, Public Safety, Anna Boyton. I just want to say thank you to her, and Melissa Zito, and others, Nagay, in Michigan, and Kodo, Nagay, Mr. Larry Echohawk, Kodo. Yeah, through this pandemic, or given a report to the state task force. I see here, with that, Nagaydan kitchen keep us updated by email. February 24th, 2021, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. American Indian Caucus State, Salt Lake City. So you don't expect husband out of Spencer, Governor Cox is going to give a remarks, speech to Native Americans, the 8 tribes in Utah. So I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you, my colleagues, for doing a wonderful job. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. With that, for recognitions too as well. Well, moving on down on recognizing guests and visiting officials. Good morning, Honorable Elmer Begay. I'll put you in the queue. At this time, let me go over to Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker Damon, Honorable Vince James for the prayer this morning. I think that you hit the all the high points, and especially remembering and thinking about all of our people who are battling COVID and our frontline workers. So for that beautiful prayer this morning. Good morning, colleagues. Speaker, at this time, I would like to recognize Representative Jasmine Blackwater Nygren. She was sworn into office this morning. I wasn't able to watch it online. I did miss that. I had a couple of meetings this morning, but I do want to recognize our new Arizona State Representative, Ms. Blackwater Nygren. She has a impeccable resume that truly supports where she is at. I think she's going to do a lot of great things for Navajo, and I'm really honored to know her and her family, and also her husband Boo Nygren as well. So I just want to recognize her this morning. Again, she was sworn into office this morning. She's hitting the ground running at this point. So I think it's a win for the Navajo people, and then more importantly, it's a win for all of the people who are having issues on the Navajo Nation, because I really think that she is going to do a tremendous job. So with that, Speaker, that is my recognition this morning. Thank you.
Speaker, can you put me in the queue box, Freeland?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Honorable Freeland, I'll put you in the queue box. Now let me go on down to Honorable Elmer B.A.
Speaker, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti, and also the people that are on the line. I'd just like to introduce my new LDA. Her name is Holly Barton. So she'll be getting. Some of you don't have your email address and your phone number, so she'll be contacting you. So I just want to say that this morning, and I believe that members of the Dalcon chapter official will be getting on the line too. They're having their hospital steering committee today. So, Speaker, I just wanted to announce that too. Thank you.
very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. With that, let me move on down. Good morning, Chairman Edmund Yazzie. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Calling from Coolidge, New Mexico. I just don't want to recognize anyone, but I want to ask for your help, Speaker. Yesterday, Pinedale chapter and Mariano Lake had completed their projects, and so they were contacted by New Mexico leaders on their TIF, and the controller's department has not paid out Arvizo's construction for Pinedale and Mariano Lake, and it still shows that they owe money, which means to the New Mexico leaders that there's still funding there, in which the job's been complete. I'm asking, sir, if you can get a hold of the controller. I don't know if they're listening, but if we can get this paid out so that it will show in Santa Fe that the project has been paid out so they can get more the pending TIP projects funded. Sir, that's all I make a request on this morning. Speaker, sir.
That's for both Mariano Lake and Pinedale.
Speaker, yes, sir.
We can reach out to the controller, but it might not be there at the controller yet either. It might still be at DCD.
Yeah.
They're the ones that have to close it out first. And
Okay.
for the controller to actually execute that and get a payment out and close it out. And it's actually DCD's job to update that system and let the New Mexico State IAD office and DFA office know as well. Or emailing them right now.
I appreciate that, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, colleagues, good morning, staff, everyone on this call. I appreciate the opportunity to give recognition. I'm on the Eastern Agency Veterans call right now, Speaker. So I want to give a shout out to all of our veterans across the nation and across the world. They're having some challenges, of course, with the veterans organizations at this time related to formulation of their budget forms. And they're having significant challenges, and that's what we're talking about right now. A lot of the commanders are new, and I think I did refer to the BIM. I did refer to why these requirements are in place. Even as a delegate, we have to have these budget forms in as well. I don't know if your office could assist, Speaker, but maybe start with Eastern, and I don't know if you want to tackle all 5 agencies, but our veterans organizations need some help. And if we can get that help to them, giving them a training on how to conduct or how to fill out these budget forms, they're kind of left out in the dark. And it's really unfortunate to hear this as a delegate. We do have the 31 veterans organizations from Eastern on the line right now, but I don't know if that's possible to put together as a training for them, maybe virtually. But ADI Chairman, I appreciate my brother bringing up the issue with Arvizo as well. I do have a similar situation at White Rock. Arvizo is going to stop. They're doing a construction project at White Rock chapter right now, and the non-payment is an issue as well. So we're going to need help at White Rock for that project, and it is a state-funded capital outlay project too, Speaker. So I'm asking for your assistance on that, but also for the veterans organizations. God.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Thank you to all the veterans listening out there too as well, for everything that you do. We can work together with the Veterans Administration and see if their recommendations are moving in that direction. Honorable Mark Freeland. The other thing is if you could email us on that information about following up with not only DCD and Controller's Office about your about your projects. I appreciate that. If you can email Ms. Yazzie, then we can go from there and do a follow-up. So thank you. Honorable Brown, floor is yours on recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Yate, speaker. Yeah. Let me turn these off. Sorry. Yeah, Shananta, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado to all our staff that we work with every day, that we depend on. Thank you for all your work. Ado shikedo shidneda snalsagi. I want to recognize two individuals, actually a lot more than that. I know a lot of us in leadership position from delegates, we have some of our elected chapter officials who have taken off on the ground running on a lot of these projects and thinking outside the box. I just wanted to recognize Mr. Canton Chapter President Dalton Singer for staying up late the past few days already. And then also my legislative district assistant, Shanala Renee, who actually, I remind her that she is a mini delegate when I'm not around, that she can work with the chapters. And she really, they have, schedule moving meetings around, meeting with universities, meeting with Army Corps, meeting with federal agents, writing grants, tending to people, being out in the field, visiting families, delivering stuff. And the reason why I point this out is I point this out because when I try to work with some of our officials, it's really hard, or chapter managers, it's hard to get them to move on some of these initiatives, and it gets frustrating. So, and I think it's sometimes easier to work with those willing and some that don't say you're just going to fail. You're giving false hope to our Navajo people. I think in leadership, we're all aware that in order to be successful in life in a lot of these initiatives, sometimes it comes with a few failures, it comes with a few stumbling blocks. But it's people like Dalton and Renee and professors from University of Utah who refuse to let defeat or naysayers or people who tell them then you're putting false hope in our people. It's people like them that we work with who move the nation forward. It's because of them that, and our staff that wake up every morning, who stay late, and listening to criticism throughout the day, our nation's going to continue to move forward. I want to give highlight to our Navajo people, especially the youth that I've been working with, our young people who are striving to learn the Nebazad, who are building hogans, who are going to ceremonies and giving offerings, who refuse to complete the assimilation process. They make me really proud. This morning, we got up early. Last night, we stayed up late, and it's for the people. And then some of these people are without getting paid. They are doing this because they love and they want to help our people. So I just want to give a shout out to all our Navajo people and our allies who have faith in us, despite the social media messages out there that sometimes the nation making bad decisions. But I think, and I know this for sure, that we are doing our best. So I just want to say thank you to my colleagues. For kwegi citizen bechain sigi journey she ini hut like echo kodon kid the neban si case do can't nature dollar. And lastly, you know, yesterday then Hoto chapter really stepped up at the 9th hour also, you know, making these funeral arrangements. That's not funny, but it's a very last minute. Sometimes we are telling our staff, our Hoto chapter staff, the young folks that are working there at the last minute, you know, messaging them, calling them, and even something as simple as proof of residency for funeral homes. You know, for families, it's really stressful for them where they have to resort to council delegates to get these simple documents. And thank you, Danahoto chapter staff, for stepping up and making this possible, so that it gives another piece, a little piece of peace of mind to people that are struggling with some of these burial. So I want to keep recognizing them for the hard work and for putting up with us. So I want to recognize them. For all of you, you know who you are, who are giving so much to our people with less pay, with not the right or enough staff, and some of the criticism that goes out there, but that's just that comes with. And I hope that changes. The nenit so the Zimbacho Utzi hut ashi nasa nijiteni kato leshik edoshidene. So yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown, for those recognitions and expression for the people out there. With that, colleagues, is there any other further recognizing guests and visiting officials? If there are none.
Speaker, Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So, good morning.
I just want to announce myself that I'm here. I don't think I was on the roll call. My phone interrupted or coming over the summit. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Eugene So. Have you recognized as you're here? With that, colleagues, if there's nothing else on recognizing guests and visiting officials, we can move on down.
Delegate Rick Nez, Speaker.
On recognizing guests and visiting officials?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Chairman. Floor is yours.
I would just like to make it brief. Good morning, Shananta. Honorable Speaker. You're doing a good job, Sitsila. Ado Beshbahasan. Yet, Ado Amal Swadaisamaltsangi. This month is a Black History Month, and I would like to just recognize our brothers and sisters of African American descent. There's a lot that has happened since the 60s with the civil rights movement. I just finished reading an 800-page book on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Very interesting gentleman. And because of their movement also, Native American indigenous people today, even though we're still fighting for our rights sometimes, they did the same thing for us as well. We're glad that we finally got to vote back in 1945 as Native American people. I understand that the assimilation is still happening today. But you know what? We're a very proud people. And I just want to say that. And I just wanted to recognize our African American brothers and sisters, and I say, be proud of who you are. Thank you very much, Honorable Nate Brown. so this in Kro, Shanala, Jungo by Heinzi, though, and National Hajoya just Kitla, and National Hajon, such a case, Lala. Shanala. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nez, and thank you for recognizing your American brothers and sisters too as well. This is Black History Month. With that, colleagues, any other further recognizing guests or visiting officials?
This is Delegate Yellow Hair, Speaker.
Good morning. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Oh, yeah. Speaker, on Hassan Tati Benidi. On that, oh, yeah. By hitting this, since the never that in the Navajo reservation, I recognize them. But they were doing well, our Navajo Nation government. But the Naabik'íyáti, one of the good government we have in Navajo reservation. Oh, I hit so on behalf of Black Winston, I don't know they can stand in that here. General government will help our William. A are not at all recognized this because it's Miss James to the high in the even nothing. But nothing that out that oh yeah. Once I shadow being on the floor, lay a thought of the net. I came on to my yes, the prayer. Yeah, thank you. Once I shadow, yeah, it's not I call for compliment. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. With that, colleagues, any other recognitions and visiting officials? If not, let's go ahead and continue on. Mr. Rico, we are now at item number 3, review and adopt agenda. You mind reading the agenda into the record?
Mr. Speaker, members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, regular meeting agenda via telecommunication, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Thursday, February 11th, 2021. Proposed agenda, Presiding Chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials, 2-minute limit per delegate. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. 1 journal, January 22nd, 2021. 5, receive reports. Report A, presentation by Navajo Nation General Land Development Department, Navajo Nation Land Department, and Vertical Bridge on the Navajo Nation Telecommunications and Telecommunications Regulations. 6, old business none. 7, new business. 7A, legislation 0292-20. 7B, legislation 0002-21. 7C, legislation 0010-21. 7D, legislation 0014-21. 7E, legislation 0018-21. 8, close the meeting, announcement, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, could I get a motion?
Motion, Daniel So.
Morning, Chair.
Second by Delegate Brown.
Motion by Chairman Daniel So, second by Honorable Brown.
Speaker,
colleagues, any
Delegate
comments?
Daniel So.
Comments, questions, additions, deletions? Chairman Daniel
Delegate
So.
Daniel So. Yes, I'd like to incorporate a deletion to my motion. Basically, the first item on the agenda, legislation 0292-20. That particular item was introduced in the last Congress. And the sponsors were Senator Murkowski of Alaska and Senator Udall of New Mexico. And the new Congress basically would have, this bill would have to be reintroduced. And some of the items in the findings, as well as the intent and purpose of the legislation, will change. So I would like to have this particular item deleted from the agenda, but that would be the other aspect of my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So, Honorable Brown, you good with that?
Is the highway one?
Okay.
Honorable Brown?
Vila,
Brown
yes.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the agenda?
This is Henio. Let's Speaker David.
Good morning, Chairman. Floor is yours.
Good morning to the Chairman of Naabik'íyáti for Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Just as the moving party, if we could add legislation 0016-21, it should be the today's committee meeting for committee action. And
Chairman, I'm just gonna recognize 0016-21 as a amendment 1 to the agenda. Is that okay with you?
that's my motion. That's my motion, though.
Okay. That, colleagues, is there a second? Let me read in. What is 0016-21?
Yellow hair.
Staff,
Okay, yellow hair.
read the legislation.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0016-21, an action relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees and Navajo Nation Council, approving a supplemental appropriation from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance in the total amount of $34,103,514 to the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated, Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority, Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, and Navajo Arts and Crafts Enterprise, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J of the Appropriations Act, sponsored by Honorable Jamie Henio, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, can I get a second to amendment number 1? Honorable Yellowhair?
Yes. Oh.
Okay, with that, colleagues, is there any comments, questions on amendment 1? If there's none, let's go ahead and go to the board. Voting on amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Callan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Freeland votes green. Sorry, I was muted. Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona. Halona votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green via text. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, shit. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 20 yeas and 0 nays, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you. 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. With that, also for the record, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty is excused for the day.
Delegate James green.
That, colleagues, motion carries on Amendment 1. Any other comments, questions on the agenda?
Delegate James here.
Honorable James, go ahead.
Did you guys get my vote?
No. Oh, on the Amendment 1, what is?
I voted green, but it's not.
Hey. That, the vote changes from 20 to 21 with your vote. Honorable James, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Or Chair not voting. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the agenda? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of Naabik'íyáti, you have one amendment. That amendment is to add legislation 0016-21. Mr. Speaker. And there was also a modification to delete legislation 0292-20 from the agenda, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, let's go to the vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kell votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Alona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Go Bears. Oh.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Speaker, with the vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you. With that, 22 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We do have an agenda before us. That, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 4, review and adopt the journals. With that, we do have a journal that has been sent out, and that was dated January 22nd, 2021. What is the will of the committee?
Motion, Halona.
Motion to accept the report by Honorable Halona.
Second by Walker.
Actually, we accept the journal. Second by Honorable Monica.
Said Walker.
Oh, all right. I have Honorable Monica in the chambers who motioned. With that, motion by Honorable Halona and Honorable Monica. Is there any comments, questions on accepting the journal? If they're not, let's go to the board to accept their journals dated January 22nd, 2021.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 22 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, let's continue on our agenda. Item number 5, receiving reports. We do have a presentation by Navajo Nation General Land Department, Development Department, and then also Navajo Nation Land Department and vertical bridge on the Navajo Nation telecommunications and telecommunication regulations. With that, let me go over to first Miss Elrina Yazi at Navajo Nation General Land Development Department. Miss Yazi, the floor is yours. Yeah.
Good morning.
Oh,
Good morning. Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay. Good morning, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council. My name is Elrina Yazi, and I'm the General Land Development Department Manager under the Division of Natural Resources. As you guys know, we were once a section under the Navajo Land Department called Project Review. And Project Review no longer exists, and we're now a separate department from the Land Department. The difference between us and Land Department is basically that we process all rights-of-ways, leases, and permits, service line agreements, and land withdrawals on Navajo fee and trust lands administratively. Mr. Halona's department still takes care of the title section. They still take care of the GIS section. They still have home site, and they also still have the regulatory and enforcement sections. So kaya ani internet torish eat ni bashish chin lok on dine dasha che to higlini dashinale. I started this job back in 2015 at the Division of Natural Resources. I just want to give you a little bit of the history about where we've come from 2015 to the time I started up till today. And one of the things I was tasked with was I was handed the general leasing regulations. And basically, it's taking over our own leasing authority that the BIA, the federal government, had given the nation back in 2014. This includes everything from ag leases to school leases to church to home site, and in this case, telecommunication land leases. And as with right-of-way, our General Land Development Department, one of the biggest priorities is trying to streamline. We've been trying to streamline the telecommunication land lease application process for the past several years since we've taken this authority over from BIA. And there's still a lot of moving parts that still need to be streamlined. Alongside streamlining, we've also inventoried and we've organized the former project reviews records. And this came from bins across HPD all over Window Rock, and just bins and bins and bins. And we kind of just threw them all off at Naabik'íyáti Hall. We went through them with the help of land staff. It took us about 2 or 3 weeks, continuously doing that prior to COVID. Long story short, we ended up with 200 files of telecommunication, and that wasn't including mission site. That's not including right-of-way or anything else, any land withdrawals, but just for the telecommunication files, we ended up with 200 files, and we struggled during this time. We had an inquiry from the tax department from Mr. Martin Ashley's office, and he asked us for an inquiry. He says, how many towers do we have on Navajo fee and trust lands? And I started to realize we didn't have the resources or the expertise to get a full inventory of all the towers on Navajo fee and trust lands. And after he gave us this inquiry, I thought about how we could get this accurate count. And this was nearly impossible with our small staff to collect and stay on top of all the companies that are not in compliance with updated telecommunication, land leases, rental payments, co-locations, equipment, and simultaneously, we didn't have any Navajo Nation telecommunication regulations that were approved by Resources Committee. So during my time, as we've been working, we've had staff inventorying, organizing, scanning all of these past records, and with just the general knowledge that there's revenue that's being lost due to the closure of NGS, I started to think about where can we start, with our limited staff. How can we get a count of all of the towers in Navajo Nation? How can we get them into compliance? How can we set rates? How can we determine what's fair in terms of rental rates? That since 2005, the rental rates have been set at $12,000. Is that too much? Is that too little? What are the proper rental rates? So those are some of the problems that we started experiencing. And we know that through our backhaul tower land rental, this could be a replacement in some of the lost revenue due to the closure of NGS, including taxes. But moving forward, some of the other issues that we needed assistance with was marketing. And when we met this company called the Vertical Bridge, that's going to do a presentation here after me, they introduced us to a lot of other issues that had surrounded a tower in general. They call them traditional towers, the towers that we have on our Navajo Nation. Today, they have those guided wire towers. They have different types of towers. They have towers that look like trees, cell towers. They have different equipment on them. There's a lot of things that we didn't even think about when it came to the whole tower realm of trying to figure out what would be in the best interest in moving forward with the nation in terms of not just rental rates, not just carriers, not just services, not just but what is the integrity of the tower? Those are the kinds of things that we never even thought about. Okay, that tower's been there since 2000, and it's 20 years old, Is it going to last another 5 or 10 years? How much more equipment can we put on there? Is it being regulated? No, it's not being regulated. What if you put too much, equipment on there? What if it falls over? It's going to be, all of those questions had just gotten to my head. And with the assistance of Vertical Bridge, they were able to guide us in a lot of these questions that we had. And we've been working with them for the past 2 years. And we know the needs. We know the needs, all over the Navajo Nation. Some of the areas that were a priority to us in our office was getting the backload revenue, getting the towers into compliance, and also looking out for the Navajo Nation in and of itself. Right now, we have co-locations for the following, but when these are spoken about, they're kind of spoken about in general, but I wanted to name them so you kind of have an idea about, which co-location shouldn't be charged on the Navajo Nation. That would include Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. That would include public safety education, like, NTU, Diné College, the Division of Natural Resources, EMS, fire, facilities, maintenance, fleet, their transit system, forestry, and police departments. Those are some of the just to give you an idea, that what shouldn't be charged, in terms of moving forward and our needs on the nation. And the process to get a land lease tower on the Navajo Nation has been very difficult in the past for carriers. And in the past, we've been working with Teresa Hopkins, the former NNTRC executive director, and now we're working with Chris Vicente. We're also working with Department of Justice. We're trying to get the telecommunication regulations finalized and assistance with Vertical Bridge, trying to get on the agenda for the Telecommunication Commission. And I believe that for Chris Vicente is right now, he's on another call with them today. But we're moving forward. It's been a long 4 years. And, one of the things that I'm advocating for with the telecommunication regulations is putting our process, our streamlined process to get a telecommunication land lease into the regulations as a streamlined process, just like we do for home site. If we read the home site regulations, you'll see that the application process is inside the home site lease regulations. Once we get those finalized, and then we can get it over to NNTRC for approval, and then to RDC for final approval. But I wanted you to know this background, so you have a little bit more of an understanding about where we've come from, how far we came. I hear it. We used to hear it all the time before COVID, before the pandemic. We would do right-of-way presentations. We would do land withdrawal presentations in person at chapter houses. And I myself, as a chapter official, I just got done with my 4-year term this past December. So we hear a lot from the grassroots level. We know that there's a need out there, not only for broadband, but for telecommunication, for 911, public safety. All these issues come up all the time. And we've been doing a lot of homework. We've been doing a lot of work to get to where we're at today. And along the way, we're fortunate to have found Vertical Bridge. And they'll introduce themselves, but basically they're a company that manages towers across the whole nation, and they've been doing it for several years. We were able to get orientated, detailed into their duties and responsibilities of what they're able to provide the nation and what we need for the past 2 years in working with them. I know that prior to when I got on board, that there was plenty of other consultants that were hired and that were brought on by the nation, by former employees, and trying to get to where we're trying to get today with the tower situation. But I wanted to just give you that little bit of introduction in terms of how far we've came from the general leasing regulations to taking over our own leasing authority from the BIA and kind of moving forward, developing our own. We're trying to develop our own internal mechanisms to handle all of the leases out there. I mentioned that there's 200 files that we had inventoried from the old project review office, but in reality, we're estimating there's at least 1,100 towers on Navajo Nation. And so, and only a handful of that, less than, I'd say 5%, are in compliance and they're paying the nation. And they have proper leases in place with the nation. So we still have a long ways to go. Vertical Bridge can talk about some of the things that they can do to help the nation in terms of getting that inventory, getting the audit, being able to streamline, moving forward with the regulations, and then they can talk about, you know, giving recommendations on how the Navajo Nation, once Vertical Bridge lets go of our hand, what we can do in terms of moving forward with enforcement and keeping, you know, what we had worked so hard to get. So, and simultaneously, we've had a lot of help from the land department, their GIS section. We've been hand in hand with the controller's office. I've been pulling in Lorena Eldridge. In the past, it was Lena Arviso, to try to get accounts set up to be ready for a lot of the back owed revenue that are going to be coming to the nation. Right now, the nation isn't ready for that. So those are some of the things that we're working on in the back burner to try to move this project forward. And we're looking at several millions of dollars in back owed revenue coming from leases that were not in non-compliance for the past several years. We did get our first payment that Vertical Bridge could talk about in their presentation. I don't know the exact figure, but we did get our first payment for several towers. I believe it was 7 or 8 towers from ComNet. So I just want to say, you know, that much, and thank you for listening to me. I don't want to take too much time because I want to give this time to Vertical Bridge so they can go through a thorough presentation, introducing themselves. I know that there was a lot of questions about who is Vertical Bridge and why are they on the nation and who contracted them, and you know, and things like that. So, but we've known Vertical Bridge. We've worked with them for over 4 years now, going on 5. They've been contracted with the nation for the past 2 years. So with that, Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and end my presentation, my introduction for Vertical Bridge. I can stand for any questions, or I can, you know, leave the floor open to Vertical Bridge to begin their presentation at your discretion, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. At Vertical Bridge, you have 6 minutes and 15 seconds.
Very good. Good morning, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is Bob Page, and I work with Vertical Bridge. I'm one of the executives at Vertical Bridge. Just a quick overview. Well, first, a question: do all the members of the council have a copy of the materials that we sent out? Were those distributed?
Yes, that was sent out.
Okay, thank you.
Sent out by Chairman Nez this morning. What time? 9:18 this morning. So
perfect.
Everyone should have received that.
Okay, I will use and reference those materials. And how long did you say we had? I just want to make sure I'm cognizant of time. To present. Was there a time? Maybe there wasn't.
Yeah, 5 minutes and 34 seconds left now.
Okay, very good. So then I will be very quick and present the executive summary, which is page 4. All the other materials we can go through to the extent there are any questions. But Vertical Bridge was contracted, as Elarina said, with the Navajo Nation about 1.5 years ago, primarily to get revenue for the Navajo Nation that it should have been collecting from the towers that are on the Navajo Nation. It appears that there's close to $9 million of revenue that's not being collected. The last year that revenue was collected by the Navajo Nation, it was about $700,000. So, you know, there's millions of revenue that's not being collected today. We, in our first year and a half, we've been able to identify 500 sites. As Elarina mentioned, we've engaged with all of the major carriers now who are on the Navajo Nation, are in various levels of discussion. And we're making great progress on that front. Just for a little bit of status on the program, if you go to page 5, historically, the towers that were on the Navajo Nation, it was sort of a self-reporting. In fact, the reason and the way we got to know Mike in 2016 was because in 2015 we acquired several towers up on Gibson Peak, and after a year we weren't able to get leases renewed. So we flew out to see Mike. We drove with him up to Gibson Peak, and while we were up there, it was pretty obvious that it was a free-for-all. There were a number of towers that were visibly out of compliance. There were no records for a lot of the towers. And so, we spent the better part of the next 3 years working on and off with Elarina and with Mike, developing a program that we can both bring towers into compliance, help the Navajo Nation with regulations, and most importantly, collect revenue that is due and owed to the Navajo Nation. As we go to the next page, the tower optimization program, there's really 5 steps, as Elarina mentioned in the tower management program. First is inventory. We've done a really good job over the course of the last year in concert with Chris Vicente and NNTRC and with Elarina and our internal tools and proprietary tools that we have both for crowdsourcing as well as tower data that we get from some of the wireless carriers. There's over 1,200 sites that have been identified. 500 of those have been validated, and there's 700 that, primarily due to COVID, you're going to need to do visual inspections. And for the better part of the last year, it hasn't been prudent to hop in cars and try to do visual inspection on towers, but we expect to be able to do those visual inspections over the course of the next year. Auditing the existing portfolio and the rent rolls. Again, we've engaged with all the carriers on that front, but that is in the early stages. We have success with one carrier and active dialogue with all the major carriers. On the enforcement front, the number one piece on the enforcement front is getting regulations in place, as Elarina mentioned, being able to have a roadmap, being able to have flexibility within NNTRC and land on pricing, and being able to be, have the carriers have a very specified process is going to be very important. And so the regulations provide that framework so that the carriers are much more amenable to growing their broadband footprint, their wireless footprint on Navajo Nation lands. So, expected pricing and timeline process are both part of what the regulations will establish for the Navajo Nation. And then implementing the pricing, again, one size does not fit all. As Elarina mentioned, there will be some accepted classes, primarily, public good elements as it relates to the Navajo Nation. There'll be a lot of, and the majority of the tenants who own towers will be paying, but there'll be different pricing for a small cell, which might be a small little tower in downtown Window Rock versus a tower up on Gibson Peak. So there'll be different pricing, and part of the process and program is implementing that pricing. Again, yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
It was 20 minutes. Colleagues, it seems like the vertical bridge might need an additional 10 minutes. If we can give them that additional 10 minutes, but that would be by full consensus. What's the will of the committee?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel, so I consent.
Delegate Halona, I consent as well.
Okay. That. Go ahead and continue on, but I do have one question for Sir. Mr. Page?
Yeah.
My one question too before I move on is we are live streaming this presentation, and on the bottom of your presentation it says strictly private and confidential.
For this purpose, we will waive the private and confidential, given that it's a public forum. That's our standard document. If you want me to send you one that doesn't have that on there, I can do that.
No, as long as you give consent.
Yeah, I consent to waiving strictly private and confidential.
Okay, go ahead. You have 10 more minutes.
Okay. Thank you. And the last piece in the 5-step process is the ongoing compliance and management. And this is obviously the most important. First, it's a continuous improvement loop. So as we get more information, you get smarter. It's part of the billing, collections, remittance. It's all delved around also making sure that tax it gets paid, making sure that the towers are ongoing in compliance, that new towers that are being built are entering into leases when they're being built. So I will go into a little more detail on each of the considerations. The inventory, as I mentioned before, there are a number of different data points that we were able to pull from, including public data like from the FCC and FAA, but our proprietary database, which we've been building over the last 15 years from a predecessor company and from Vertical Bridge from our inception in 2014. What's really neat, and it's new in the last several years, is we're able to use actual phone data, crowdsourcing data, to get indications of what signal strength is. It's called crowdsourcing data. If you look on the bottom right corner of the presentation, you can see some of the outputs from some of that crowdsourcing data and showing how each of the carriers is performing. And then we use the standard tools of looking on Google Earth and finding assets. But that's been a while that we've been working through the inventory, and it's been the majority of the work that we've done over the first year is validating what towers are existing on the Navajo Nation. If you go to slide 8 on the audit process, again, it's been a tedious process, as Kayla can attest to. It is a little bit of cat and mouse sometimes with the carriers and getting them to engage in the discussion to try to collect and get them to own up to what assets they have on the Navajo Nation. So we've had to be very persistent. El Arena and Chris and everyone involved has also had to jump in at different times because the carriers have thrown up many roadblocks to stall the process. So the good news is we're engaged with all the major carriers now, and the year of 2021. We should see meaningful additional payments over and above what was collected in 2020. If you go to slide 9, enforcement, the real key here is making sure that the carriers have penalties heretofore, on a historical basis on the Navajo Nation. If you have a tower and if you have not necessarily entered into a lease and you've not paid, there's been no penalties. So it's sort of that the process has historically somewhat encouraged, ask forgiveness later mentality. And the having regulations, having an active enforcement policy will ensure that the Navajo Nation receives the compensation that's duly nation compensation for the towers on Navajo land. On slide 10, the active pricing we talked about, it has a lot to do with not only the market forces of competition, how tall of a structure it is, where the location of the structure is, but it may also be driven somewhat by what's good for the Navajo Nation as a whole. So I know there's been a lot of push, particularly in the last year, to enhance broadband in different chapters. And so one of the things that, the new regulations would allow is it would allow land and NNTRC to waive or lower pricing for mission critical towers that are built in areas that are deemed to be, critical to have broadband, for example. On the ongoing program management, and one of the keys here is keeping good books. I'll call it making sure that we bill and collect, and you handle the volume, and it's transparent. And one of the Kayla can talk a little bit to what how we do that and how we are able to communicate with the Navajo Nation on that front, and what our systems and tools are. But also, as Ellerina mentioned, the couple hundred leases, we've looked at all those leases over the course of the last year. Many of them are dated or out of term, and we've also found that we're just missing a lot of paper. So one of the key areas that we've been focusing on and will continue to focus on is getting the information, whether we have to get the leases from the carriers or we have to enter into new leases. This is an area of high focus, certainly over the next couple of years, till we can get all the paperwork in order, and then continually monitoring the economics, and when co-locators come and go off of sites will also be important. So that's the overview of the program. I'm going to give you a 2-minute overview really quick on Vertical Bridge, and then I'm going to actually hand it over. We're going to skip section 3 on the industry overview, unless you want me to go through that and go right to the program, what's been done to date. So,
Mr. Page, you have exactly 3 minutes left.
Okay, so I will hand it over to Kayla in 1 minute. Vertical Bridge, we were formed in 2014, but we were formed as a result of a company called Global Tower Partners, which was our predecessor company, being sold. We are the 4th largest tower owner and the largest manager of vertical real estate for others in the U.S. We manage real estate for wireless siting, for the mini utilities, for the Florida Department of Transportation, for CenturyLink. We manage their 1,200 towers for them. And so we spend a lot of time managing towers for others and working with others as a partner. So I'm going to skip the timeline. I'm going to talk just on slide 15. We have a dedicated Navajo team with Kayla leading the team and legal and accounting, and Brooke is in St. Michael, and she is our on the ground person for Navajo Nation. One note is the structure of our arrangement is one that we make the investment in the people, the resources, and the only way we are compensated as if there is success in collecting money on behalf of the Navajo Nation. One side note, and then I'm going to hand it over, is if you look on slide 16, we believe it's very important to give back to the community and to give back to the community of all of our partners. And so one of the projects that we supported last year, and we were really proud to support it, was the DEEP program, which is the Navajo water project. Going forward, we would like to do more. And so we look for, all the delegates, the members of the council and others in the Navajo family to let us know if there are any charities that make sense on behalf of the Navajo Nation for Vertical Bridge to support. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Kayla. I apologize, Kayla, for only giving you a minute or so. Kayla, are you there? Kayla, you might want to press *6 to unmute. I think.
Hey, Bob, it's Jim McCullough. I think I'll go ahead and do it for Kayla, if that's okay.
All right, thank you, Jim.
Yep. Good morning, honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council. I'll talk as fast as I can. So I'm on slide 23, by the way. So as Bob and Ellerina have mentioned, we've found a number of potential sites. We've verified 500 of them. We've got a bunch more left to verify. And to do that, we really need boots on the ground. Somebody's got to drive around and look at the actual physical site to verify that it is a tower. That's been fairly tough in times of COVID. The regulations are underway. Hopefully we get those approved in the next, say, 45 days. That will be a big thing for us to really go after the people that have the towers on the nation land that are not paying or that are otherwise out of compliance. I'm going to go to the next slide, which is slide 24. We mentioned the first part of the slide. In the second part of the slide, there are a broad range of tower owners, and they pay their time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, we did hear the presentation. Could I get a motion to accept the report?
Delegate James, motion.
Honorable James. Is there a second?
Alana.
A second by Honorable Alana. Colleagues, any comments, questions at this time?
Delegate James.
Honorable Chairman Daniel So. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. To the presenters. Fresh on my mind is, how are you coordinating with the cyber team? Then the other is the cyber team's emphasis is on fiber optics. And then how will you coordinate the uplink, the last mile, to hook up to the cell towers? And would that basically be a fee to connect to those towers? And so that is the question. And again, most specifically, how are you coordinating with the cyber team? Thank you. I may have follow-up questions based on the response, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So with that, colleagues, let me go on to, I'm going to go to Ms. Ellerina Yazi and Mr. Page. I'm going to go to three of my colleagues, and then I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to you. With that, Honorable Keon Begay, Che, good morning. The floor is yours.
Chairman, good morning, Chair.
Oh.
Ado kudo nahaneki do hon heki binacha. Ado Naabik'íyáti committee members need linigi yat ehanas ho shkena linigi shkeni linigi. It's just an overall general comment, not necessary to get a response, Stita. The Navajo Nation, I don't know if Shema is online, Skrati, and then others that were pushing a lot of these telecommunication infrastructure in terms of funding, the infrastructure itself, the system across the Navajo Nation. I don't know if you've seen an article today in the Navajo Time about one of my chapters, Salana Cottonwood. And as you know, that I've been, I guess, screaming and hollering at the Navajo Nation government about lack of cell services. A certain part of the Navajo Nation, one of them for my chapter is Low Mountain. But yet, we're paying so much to other or outside to just do what the Navajo Nation could do. There's certain areas where our Navajo Nation government, I believe that the Navajo Nation has beginning to talk about there should be a program where it oversees the overall Navajo Nation activity, a daily basis operation. We have the regulatory office over here, telecommunication regulatory. We have the staff over there, and then we have 5 regulatory commissioners in place. So there needs to be an office established specifically overseeing the overall Navajo Nation telecommunication infrastructures and development. The coordination, the effort of the cyber team. There's been legislation and there's been requests, especially through me, asking for assessment. And basically what Vertical Bridge is doing gives us a good picture overall of how the Navajo Nation is structured in having cell towers or cell tower infrastructures across the Navajo Nation. But somehow, to really have a good understanding, could there be a report that further start grouping by delegates chapter of how many each of the chapter that we represent does have towers and so on. And this also goes back down to the chapter level. How is the local chapter play a big picture in this particular process as far as infrastructure? We're utilizing local community land where the service is being provided, but yet as far as funding, it goes back to the Navajo Nation. Specifically, that it just goes back into the general fund, then it be utilized for there's several legislation that's on the agenda asking for funding from UUFB, and that's basically where everything is pulled into. Progress upgrading, and so on. What abe on Nishola Yat Etolich Ensign Sto Akoko. You audit and again, I appreciate Vertical Bridge and all others. I mean, I think there's three major contracts, or however you call it, that's been executed by the Navajo Nation with three different entities from the outside, and we're not really sure how much. And it's not my point or have a concern about how much you guys are getting, but why is it that the Navajo Nation ourselves don't really do this on our own? What ego ko e o na hata inistole ani hi ko Navajo Nation dit ego betzilo ko ilia do ego betzilo establish ilia ko nasne ne ko don ne endiniki pa it do lestik at base be hanna niniki Quiji cheap at the Neil Jake or Copeta in niche Katit Abe Yate. I'm sure some of you guys are on what do you call this face-to-face cameras, okay? And then you got our students Katlacha. Next room I have 3 or 2 of my nephews are online with the Chinese Unified School District. They're on attending class session. And so on. Other chapter meetings about that. It's the contact ego chita, either cho on a cadiego bakuni. But yet, in the development part, Hajoka had the don Nisto, Hajoka had the don Ni Koyego between Hunka. Kodikat A ni Jo Ilian, the Anda, the chapter has on the Yego between Nahot it. And the reason why I brought up this, utilizing the Navajo Nation chapter to get the Navajo Nation government funding, the base of it, the chapters share your aid at that stop. You did the initiative to go that's a stop on net. Yegon, Jodat, Ego in Chisik Kesha. Local government need us get certified that be need go. But yet we don't provide them enough sufficient resource or whatnot to the Navajo Nation local government. The slides, there's only a few tweaks every time that we get presentation on. I sure like to hear directly how much that they're being paid for is really making an assessment on the 5 chapters that I represent. Sure. The Low Mountain chapter, the Salana Cottonwood chapter, the Blue Gap Touchy chapter, Nalzini chapter, and Mini Farms chapter. And I brought this up to them, and I've been bringing this up to everyone. And even with CMA 1220, within that legislation that the Navajo Nation Council passed, emergency legislation, we've asked to do an assessment that's related to FirstNet. Let's focus on those areas. I reference an article in the newspaper today. It talks about the CARES funding. The Navajo Nation had allocated almost 60 to 70 million. And out of that, only less than 10 million that was utilized. But yet we say that telecommunication and broadband is very much important need. But to some extent, it was because of technicality that some outside company had determined that a lot of these areas don't qualify because 2 of my chapters were disqualified in asking for telecommunication to utilize these chapter allocation for telecommunication towers. It'll be about what it the on hit the need and here Min Farms chapter losed out almost $500,000, almost 2/3 of the funding that they were allocated. Ako that age the anshi kotin that he needs ado could be has on inanat the hodo need, but we know that there's a lot of areas that we got to be dealing with. You got low mountain just lay what a car they it's not real. They I don't know. They say it's in low mountain area, but it's really further west. It doesn't really cover the full community of Low Mountain. But a tower, asaha nana or generator base away. A quado electricity, but don't. It's going to take them 6 months to even connect electricity and hit it. No, but yet just imagine generator. Every single day, but on this, when it goes down, and there goes the service, and so on. The right-of-way issue, the grazing permit issue, land withdrawal process, and so on. Oh, huge! Atin din hit nan liniki, alle bibati hit atin the baby chain na hot. Kodot kodot satot companies like a deal was thought that deal was the need to go. But said it did on a year later did on and not 9 plot in the quag did none should be used what all this now but did same way with the convenience stores, same way with the grocery stores and gas stations and so on. How much do they pay in order to provide service to our Navajo people? So did that age yegon sisi kesession and anosiniki ko ben nachiko hit all has jodik a kwaje yegu yitaho iniki company now office hatali go ajin hachneton hit and diniki yita dish should that first don ni. But I appreciate the land department taking the initiative to work on this particular project as well. But they have a broader, more areas to be dealing with in regarding land issues. That's the other area. So what specific is it that the purpose of today's report Ocean Hill at other Ocean Hill Ishan Elia Halit ala nati quite at the end the house did out at the in the hot the baby nachi couldn't fish on it. There's a bahazin go get quite Hazashin had and that should really tell us that the Navajo Nation is established in overseeing a lot of our activity on the Navajo Nation. Just tells us right here, this is a prime example. Reason why that it seems, I don't know if that's the case, that a lot of these companies that took advantage of Navajo not to pay their fees and just doing service on Navajo. What's that? What's the recommendation from Vertical Bridge or any other area, and how they can effectively, unless if there are the control infrastructures or cell tower across the United States, are they here to say that we will be taking control of these towers on the Navajo Nation? So when is it that we truly are going to be the owners to some point, that these is truly a Navajo Nation infrastructure, that we could take control of it? So what age could opa hanana sito listo but AEC Ecuador dik apa haitsi iki hait ala like for me, for me, I continue to say and will continue to say that each of the 5 chapters that I represent needs at least 2 more towers just to reach out to the outer skirt of each of the communities. In Enle crossroad, a certain area, a quite good chapter house on quite area, the radius about 5 miles. That's it in Dazishla. You know, a lot of our community lives in the some terrain areas that though they live almost 10 to 15 miles outer area of the chapter house or where the tower is. A year change lin harchin out of the after. Ko elahit dodley. Ko abet say they did on the ye did a la a short dodless like it the inla did on inla in abeti nigo. I believe that there will be hesitation for companies to come onto the Navajo Nation is that we're not really here to address the need of the services, but rather the Navajo Nation just asking money from these companies. But at the same time, I'm not saying that they should be just doing whatever they need to do on the Navajo Nation. Yes, there should be a good regulatory. I mean, maybe it's time that the Navajo Nation can start having its regulatory commissioners that is elected by the people, not by the Navajo Nation Council. So those are some areas that we're dealing with, and how many companies are out there that are willing to do cell service on the Navajo Nation. Cellular one is the major area. Then on the New Mexico side, and then on the Arizona side, there's other companies that are doing cell service on the Navajo Nation. So what that age at Oshi huge Ecuadorian Arni Dlinigi, Halet Ala Ecuador Dik at Andiki, what specific is it that is being asked? What specific is that the Navajo Nation continues to do to improve in operating and providing quality, effective cell service and broadband service, internet service to each home on the Navajo Nation. It's a 27,000 square mile of land that we have. Ecuador Ecuador and it's a report on top of that, I'd like to see specific of what Vertical Bridge is requesting of the Navajo Nation, other than just an update report, and specifically what is it the council, if not the oversight committee, needs to do to improve and help getting service, cell service to the Navajo people. And we sincerely need to include our local chapters. Each chapter has 3 chapter officials, they have grazing officials, and so on. And then maybe give me a date, several dates of when I can schedule an update report, a Vertical Bridge to the 5 chapters that I represent. Community, local elected officials also needs to have an understanding of all these reports that the Navajo Nation Council receives. I request Vertical Bridge if they could also give me a date when they can maybe give me about a 2 weeks time frame to give sufficient time for the chapters to schedule this report to the local chapter. So, Chairman,
Thank you, Chairman. With that, let me go to Honorable Elmer Begay, and then I'll come back to you, Ms. Yazzie and Mr. Page. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Can you hear me now? Can you
Yep.
hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Oh. Good morning again. Good afternoon.
Honorable Yellow Hair, can you please mute your phone?
Other members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, though, other the presenter, though, the one that from Ms. Yasi for doing your report, and then now we're with Vertical Bridge, a representative from there. I'm not sure how to really ask this question, but it ties with what you're all speaking about. You know, we always had questions once my chapter started going into submitting their own grants. We wanted to know that who oversees that, or who maintains, or who monitors, evaluates, and regulates these towers that we have in Dalcon. So we know that we got some people that we got a grant from the BIA grant, and which was last year. So back in summer now, we got the fundings, and then we had to give it to towards the BIA grant, and they hired some firms under the name of Aquila. They're the one that came out and did the assessment for the 5 chapters that I represent. The reason why is that we know that these 5 chapters that I'm responsible or being a representative for them is Tisto, Dalcon, White Cone, Indian Wells, and Greasewood. We know that we have a lot of buttes and all these fiber optic that we have. The 5 chapters, they all have it, but it's not even hook up or connected to the chapters. So it's been like that since 2010. Was an NTA, or once we got that era fundings. Once it was built it with that. So right now there's nobody that's where we wanted to know that. I know that it's that part of it belongs to NTAA. So I know that NTA came around about a year ago, wanted to hook up to or connect it to chapters for almost $2.3 million for 7 months, but it didn't happen. So right now, once we got that grant, we started working on it. We wanted to connect to that, but that's when NTA told us that they were not interested in ours, what we're doing. So the assessment that the people the one that's helping us assessing and doing that, they had to connect the one from the border town Winslow and Holbrook. They have their fiber optic from there. They made an assessment and inventory to how it can connect to come in from that side of it, and then go back into to these proposed towers that we can even set it up. So that's one thing that we wanted to know, that how these can be coordinated. So I know that you touched bases on. You mentioned that the 5 steps that the nation that you went into agreement or entered into the management agreement with the Navajo Nation. By looking at that, I know that you guys probably did the inventory, and I don't know how long it's going to take the audit for existing portfolio. The enforcement part of it is where we're interested in it right now. My chapters in this area is looking into a new funding that is becoming available. We wanted to know that if we could be part of that $1 billion grant. But that's where the question comes up: is who regulates the tower, the infrastructures here? So that's a question that we always have, that we can't answer that. We don't know how to go about that. So I think that will be something that I think right now they're becoming available, just like how my brother and the other delegates mentioned. This is how long are we going to be waiting? These grants are becoming available right now since we're in pandemic. So I know that I don't know how long this opportunity is going to be open for us to start applying, and we don't have these answers. So that's one thing that I was really interested in it. I thought it was today. It's going to be more like, they'd be definite that these things are in places. So that's one thing that I wanted to mention that. And another thing too is that we know that we're I don't know who to work with. Maybe I know the cyber team. I listened to their report. They're not even the 5 steps that you guys mentioned. They're not even there yet. So we wanted to know that if you could, how my brother mentioned it, Kiel Begay. If we have we continue working with this Aquila team. So we wanted to know that is it possible to start sharing some information with you, or maybe guide us how it would be possible to apply for these grants, or to move on with our own work that we're doing, because there's these buttes that are around here. Once you go over another butte, there's no signal, but the one that they did the assessment that can cover those, and they did a test run too already. So we wanted to know that how we could work together. Maybe you could give us some dates, or how maybe share some contact numbers, and we can go from there. So that will be my comment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Begay. With that, let me go back to Ms. Naabik'íyáti or Mr. Page for a response.
Sure, I can. Go ahead, Ellerina.
Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, so I can respond to a couple of the comments that I think would be, and I think this would be helpful. So as it relates to the cybersecurity team, we have met them. We've shared some information with them. And obviously, we're happy to share everything with them, as they would request it. But we have, actually, we made a joint presentation to the RDC over a year ago now, before COVID. And the Magellan folks who are part of that, we've remained in contact with, and we do think it's important for the two to work together. And this ties a little bit back to one of the slides that we skipped over, which was the industry slides, because when you think about that team, they're really focused on fiber, and we're really focused on the towers, and you need both of them in order to start to have a network. So we do think it's important that we're coordinated, and that we both know collectively where digital infrastructure assets are on the Navajo Nation. As it relates to the inventory, what I will say is there are 500 sites that we absolutely know where they are, and they're good towers. The 700 that you still need visual inspection that we're going to need to drive to in order to confirm. We have a pretty good idea on what bucket those will fall into, but we don't want to make a final determination and count them as a tower or count them as a wooden pole until we actually physically inspect. So if that information, even in a not final form, is useful as it relates to grants, we're happy to provide that data without the visual inspection. And so we would want to put a caveat on the fact that those sites that we think are really towers or those sites that we think are not really towers had a caveat put to them so that it wasn't taken as sacrosanct. So I think those are the two things I wanted to address: cybersecurity and the inventory. I don't know if there, Ellerina or Kayla, if there were other items that were discussed that we should tackle as well.
Speaker, this is Ellerina, if I could talk.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Delegates, remember that one of the things that I had talked about, the thing we're focusing on is back owed revenue. What we're doing with Vertical Bridge is we're trying to get a hold of how many towers we have on Navajo fee and trust lands, get them into compliance, and date back to when they first started operating so that they can catch up with payment, land rental payment that they owe to the nation. Okay? The cyber team is a separate entity. They are focused on broadband, internet, fiber optic. They're focused on that. That's another step that once we get all this stuff done and we get everything cleaned up, that the former project review office and land office, that they had been struggling with for years because of lack of expertise and lack of resources. So once we get caught up, we know how many towers we have. They're all in compliance. They're all paying on time. And like I said, I touched a little bit on integrity of the towers. We need that specific inventory to move forward with whatever it is that we want to move forward with. Right now, we're focused on trying to catch up. That's what we're doing with Vertical Bridge. We really need to catch up. And as Bob mentioned, we have 1,200 towers out there. And as I said, we only have a handful of them. Less than 5% of that are actually paying, and they're actually in compliance with their leases. So anything beyond that, putting broadband, putting fiber, doing that planning for that, getting grants, that's in the future for the project that we're working on. So we're trying to clean up and we're trying to, catch up to what would be today, where we should have been at today in this new millennium in 2021. And so that's what we're doing. And I wish that we had a lot more time with you. I wish that we could be in person and we could show you some of the things that we've worked on. And I mentioned that very, very, tiny, that we spent 4 years on this before we got Vertical Bridge on board, and just cleaning up from basically getting the files and records, organizing them. They were just thrown into bins across HPD. We put a lot of work into it, and so now we're at that we're ready to move to the next step, which is Vertical Bridge's help in terms of, getting us ready to collect back owed rental. Everything else, moving forward. I know with this pandemic, it kind of shed a lot of light on broadband, and we need internet, at schools, we need them on the buses, we need them at homes, we need them for online schooling, but that is really a step ahead of us. So right now, what we're focusing on is back owed rental, getting carriers to come into compliance, pay fair rental fee, getting a regulations passed so that they are all be treated the same, so we're on the same playground, if for lack of better words, So that's, I don't know if that clears up a lot of things, but we're, as I said earlier, we're really, really aware of all of the issues that have been brought up in the past by delegates, by chapters, by different entities, and lack of services here, lack of services there. And I named a few, in the past that are our priorities, and then the next step would be marketing, be trying to get T-Mobile, be trying to get Cell One, be trying to get Verizon, on Navajo. But right now, our biggest focus is trying to catch up in terms of all of the, the years and years. I had a date I thrown in there, 2005. That's probably the last time that a lot of these issues were really brought up in terms of regulatory, getting a council resolution, getting an RDC resolution. That was the last time it was kind of really brought to the table, until the pandemic, kind of really threw a monkey wrench in there and, kind of woke the nation up like, okay, we need internet. But this project with Vertical Bridge was started 5 years ago, way before the pandemic. It just so happened that we hit the pandemic and all of these needs and all this money, these CARES funding, all of this stuff. It just so happened that all of that, kind of came into play when we were working on this project with Vertical Bridge. So I hope that kind of clears up a little bit. We did provide in-person presentations the past several years with RDC. And that's what I mean by, I wish that, if COVID would go away, that we would all, come in person and spend a lot more time with the whole council as a whole. But this presentation's primary purpose was to give you, kind of a snapshot or an overview and an update of what we're doing in terms of the company Vertical Bridge and the Navajo Nation. So I hope that clears up a little bit more. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back to the board and lineup here. I have Chairman Nez and then Chairman Yazzie. So Chairman Nez, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and Mr. Page and Ms. Yazzie. Thank you for your presentation. Just for the record, I was the one that requested Vertical Bridge provide a report on the work they do for the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation, prior to Vertical Bridge, the inventory was a mess, as we've heard. So the Navajo Nation had a contract with Vertical Bridge, and now their job is to pretty much provide an inventory and audit recommendations to the Navajo Nation. The pandemic, if we were to have a SWOT analysis, really showed us where our strengths were, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. As far as telecommunications, cell towers, our children still today do not have access to internet. We have, as it's been reported to us here, pretty much approximately 1,400 towers. These sites are on Navajo. How many of them need to be in compliance? Well, they're not in compliance. Some need to back pay, some need to pay taxes, and based on their inventory and all that they do, so far over $1 million has been paid back to the nation. They have the experience to do so. With their recommendations, the Navajo Nation could have additional revenue coming in from telecommunications, broadband. We have had so many, probably about 10 or more presentations from Vertical Bridge since I took office with RDC and also other, I believe a few times with Naabik'íyáti as well. So I'm really proud to say that Vertical Bridge has done a good job providing these inventory and really having some of these telecommunications companies that never paid their bills. But then now they're going to be forced to pay them, and I'm glad they have a contract with them. I just believe that we're on track. The reason why I requested them to provide a presentation is for all of us to have a good understanding of where the Navajo Nation is at with telecommunications, and the telecommunications regulations will be coming before the full council. So this is a perfect time for us to really absorb the information that we need on these. Not only did RDC receive the presentations, we had the telecommunications commissioners, Chris Vicente's shop, as well as, the cyber team was welcome to all this. So I will be the person sponsoring this legislation to have the telecommunications regulations in place so other cell companies can comply and they can start paying back the Navajo Nation. For me, I truly believe that we need to have companies start paying, and those that haven't registered with the business regulatory, they need to register. They need to register and let them know that they're doing business on the Navajo Nation. But a lot of these co-locations they're just locating on some of these towers. Even we saw here some of these water towers. They haven't paid anything to the Navajo Nation, but now they're going to be. So I really just want to see some of these companies start paying back the Navajo Nation. And laws need to be put in place. The regulations need to be in place so everybody can comply and follow the law. Thank you very much for listening. Did anybody hear me?
We can hear you.
No, still.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nez. Let me go on down to Chairman Yazzie.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the council, and to the presenters on this item. I just have one, question, and then just a few statements I want to share. Within the presentation and from the studies that's been done with this broadband issues within the nation, has there been any attempt to work with NTUA? And being that NTUA, does provide water, power, and then also towers that are up, for the people. I only wish that the nation would select one company, whether it's this company, whether it's NTUA or Sacred Winds. Right now, we just have too many entities out there that are trying to gain rights and gain ownership of the broadband situation with the nation. And so, which is basically the lack of services is quite obvious within the nation. There's NTUA towers, there's Sacred Wind out in this area, and one tower is up in Theru and ready to go, and that's Sacred Wind. I mean, I just wish that the companies that are bringing on to the nation would just work together and get this broadband situation, taken care of, and to have all the whole Navajo Nation benefit from services that is much needed. Borrego Pass is one of the dead spots and between Crown Point and Farmington is another one as well, and there's probably more. And so, and I hear this money is still being, owed to the nation. I do, understand that, but how much more money the nation itself, to provide service for the people is not in to gain for, benefits from money. The main purpose is to provide services out there. And so that's just my simple question is, has NTUA been contacted? Could there be a possibility of working together with Sacred Winds, NTUA, and this report company from that presented this report? That's my comments, and I'll leave it at that. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, any other comments, questions? If there's none, let me go back to you, Ms. Yazzie. Mr. Page. Response.
Sure. That specific question on NTUA, I wanted to make a couple of comments on that front. First and foremost is, as it relates to Vertical Bridge and what we are tasked to do, I want to make it clear, we work for the Navajo Nation. We are your vendors. We do what you tell us to do. Obviously we provide recommendations, but it is solely in the purview of the Navajo Nation of what Vertical Bridge does or does not do. We are not in the business of providing the service, providing wireless service. We're solely in the business of towers, in managing towers for others and managing towers for ourselves. So I want to make it clear that, we're in a different segment. When you talk about Wind River or NTUA Wireless, they're in the business of providing service and really, looking to provide it with some of the grants, presumably service throughout the whole Navajo Nation. We have been in touch with the NTUA and NTUA Wireless over the course of the last 6 months. I will tell you the discussions have been uneven, where we make some progress and then they stall. We make progress and we stall. But we're going to continue engaging in discussions because they are a prominent tower owner and carrier on the Navajo Nation. So we're going to persevere and make sure we get an agreement that's acceptable to the Navajo Nation with NTUA Wireless.
Thank you. Any other response? Further response?
Mr. Speaker, Mike Halona.
Yes, Mr. Halona.
Mr. Speaker, Yate.
Oh.
Yate Sina Ado Kodona Ani, honorable delegates, the 24th Council, Ms. Yazzie, the Vertical Bridge, and all of you that are on the line listening today and on the report. The report is as because of time. Also, not that kiddie. So you saw not the kiddie, yeah, as you is di kodoya yatas kiki to adole towers or yagi to te khela at is hatan la is history khela you caught in the house cell phone that's been yet on ero that broadband that's it ero that broadcast that's it I hate agi ha even yet on so that does I could know things. High la does hela yits hatala yits the not so that's it how long they love that in easily Ado that's in the legi that's a hot on the let I thought that's in the later. In all thought that's a story any let dot that's it. So I not the Z they could do a young you can feel and the no sent no it could do a yeah because yeah a today. Ako a test ako a shana or niche hard la. So show that yeah. Khayla ich in da ilela saho ado endita ako edigi pahozno sa ye hatsi cross che delegate bige toni peso yahandino tagi bcha o seta hota e kotope na nishigi hota e yendo nishi pa to sis yat hota revenue that's generated can be then used for the office that Delegate Piquet mentioned. What actually into since to ba hot ako lay the shahat niniki kadikon atas ahaki khashi that iniki jo ya khalet an leda atot la khalet an leda ya na hot leda ga attenla jo hat nini hotlo all of the carriers that we have left built out to have only built in areas that will generate a revenue. In later, they don't have connectivity. Our cell phone don't die. How am I going to recoup my investment? Whether it's Verizon, AT&T, Choice Wireless, all of these. Washington peso those chitayos. Grant your yegi but you it
Yeah.
Ako kan ta peso but yati kodo edne because that's what Navajo Nation your leader khoti hon so dine lad nekeda hat opata hajo pa ako 80 peso this grant be la so sino kwa be bandesh no I hota grant hat the la peso beche ba hat ta ako hota chuto in clan di kon kwa wonder aku does la ya in the question chapter the low mountain ako hota hota he car door jo what ban sa ke so she ya khela pesto chen hod ya go la khan do ne sto ad ba do what la di pesto net be in the street do yan sigi jo kwagi ta akoti ko a vertical bridge the nishigi pa hazin dos ko ya go khage la da ala quite a lot. You couldn't think that the change Bahazania. Hey, the Jay to hello. Quite has seen such a no service. I don't know that the I quite did that zone zogi. Hate that doors need. Yeah. She stop at those in just Yago, the inventory, Yago, those Kate Nilo. I don't Bahazan don't you know. Khela to khayo do hatta la to haila pen ya la khala pe chin ho ya peso be na so si ban do ni sao sin do ikenda I later do low mountain gi they are the creed next to in do le ako hota ata di ne ako sin hota ya go sto ya ako di ko de na ho ge hit an khas jo se jo ni gi na de kidiki evni na in khashne di kodo khate kan khan del nishigi to hot in dal nishta kun carriers dan linigi de bista hosna da do nit do vi got sin peso hele ken do lesin de do nit ako di Washington dokti kodo de nit nishisha ako ta beti no sha le sa da do se don le sa da do se kwa na hot grant money you should any other should those inch no hot Asiat dot the Codon Kindani, Nishido, and TRC, the Nishigi, Adago, a hot abeti, no Shiat, Eston laden, a hot eggy, a atad, and a hot no. Ako Asian Ecuador hot agent that Nishita, that Ash Nesho hot agent that dot Neshoshi, a hot ako di peso yahnahan teheki aje bechata yago sa ado chute staje shake a hun chapter biche hota to ni to arigen dat ne so le general fund pigeto ako hota je hote shahan so yeah has trito cash house. Thank you, speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Alona, for that response. Colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. I do have Chairman Hino.
Can you hear me, so to speak, Chairman?
Chairman.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It says, last to the Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Alushnant 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Listening to the presentation, I was just wondering if we could get Mr. Martin Ashley, if he's on the line, listening in already, if he could provide his perspective as far as, well, if we could benefit the nation. We would be able to benefit from the tax collection from this topic that we're talking about. At the same time, every year, our Navajo Nation Tax Office, they are always running short on their budget, and try to work with them to get them up to 100% so they could work on collecting taxes for the nation, because the way I look at it, the Navajo Nation Tax Office and the Commission, they are the money makers. They are the ones that are out there in the field collecting the taxes that are due to the Navajo Nation through either retail businesses, even through leases, and what we're talking about today. So if we could get Mr. Ashley on the line, I'd like to hear from him as far as what his perspective is from the Navajo Nation Tax Commission Office. Thank you, Cecilia, Speaker.
That Mr. Ashley, I do believe he's on the line, so I can come back to him, Chairman Hino. And then, but let me go to Honorable Keon Begay, and then I can come back. We'll go back to Mr. Ashley, and then if there's any other further response from any of the other presenters today. Honorable Keon Begay.
Chairman, other Nabi committee members, the other area, Kodo, Bahaotzi bin Nacha. Joe, the system, Kodoni Deshiche, Yanahasnet, Mr. Lona, Land Department, Dan, Joe, the effective way to for this to happen again, what is recommended? I don't know if this is including Kodoni Dash brother Yahatsigi, Mr. Chairman Nez, indicating that he'll be sponsoring legislation in the regulatory commission, regulatory regulations. How to do is that? I don't know if that's include establishing an office. Because there's no office that is really focused on monitoring and establishing these particular infrastructure on the Navajo Nation. I guess the question for me is Halit Abe had that test and a Hila a executed the Yila. So Diga 164 process the no that the contract to sign the document that the no. So currently the president of the Navajo Nation signs these contracts. A kokon watan Halit Allah had that test and a I mean I think that would be a good justification in asking these carriers to cough up the back pay. I mean, then the other area is that we have a legal system in place. I mean, I think it's more effective for me, the way I would see it, is that rather than a company outside in telling a carrier to pay this particular person or to this nation, ننحل كواكيد أو هذا شيء تناقض هاي دي أدان شهيل أيداش أنا اللي دا كلن أدان أنا يلا أو نو أدان سيزن هذين تيكت vertical bridge أكوجين كي واش كي أنهيت أحس أنج هويل تحس أنج إلا خيت أو إدو أنج شو إهدا. I believe that see this is another reason why it will be another prime example that there should be a business court in this, a specialized court that deals with contracts, that deals with a lot of these issues, where our own Navajo Nation judicial justice system that we will resort to in clarifying what the policy says and what the contract is saying. Maybe they don't really have a full understanding of our Navajo Nation code, but yet could they did and that age a sincere sit down go banyana sit so a baby go kodo office had the maybe give us a good general idea of how we could establish a telecommunication regulatory a telecommunication office aside from the regulatory office. A baby kodo did a go kodo and see case o benina hot zagi halit out to the system. The way it's established, it allowed this to happen. Anything that there's always loopholes that need us. So that ye go bent that hard do na can lingo a bahozen dank at did ego a ne. But then again, if there's a contract is being established at Windrut level on behalf of a community, and that this community is the one that's going to be utilizing the towers, that leaves out as far as the services being provided, but as far as the funding. Basically, I don't need it. Halit Allah Adik hot others. Yeah, there's cares about now. We're not going to be the owners of these towers. We're just going to establish these towers. That's that they need up now. Almost 32 million was returned from the CARES funding. As you know, the NTUA, the Christian Meat Bait, and the other non-Navajo carriers, the Queen Meat Tibet, Banana, but other Yego, ye had that ye yin dash nishta that's a four or five critical that's a towers get established India. That goes to the question is that who is really the ownership, but on ochin hitos in the hishing at the egg at that lado de age. So issuing the koto office the liado so established Eliago with Adon Nediki, ye daily dish go 80 with Abel out aya, a donation so on such case Kodosh and need Liniki. Maybe it's time that we really step up and really form an office that would really have an oversight of broadband infrastructures and policies and so on within the Navajo Nation government. Just certain certain percentage of this annual fee ninigi e aju papi hitel ko e ko operation gibe on this ko hota e ape aji ke slaga go ye the national this aju hot agetel ya da shi bonnet zato listen so van saskeshe. So again it a legislation juk the e nasita so na kidot khata na hitel zite den da total hot the kishi be open na study that legislation ye kid de go and he the chairman of what our legislation request Oslo. I'm sure you guys will probably have a better chance of getting it done quickly than some of us delegates that request for legislations. So ADG to RGG o kodon he recommend stado legislation and tano sinigi hot ay banana sito le.
Great. Thank you, Honorable Killenbean. That, let me go on to Honorable Otto So, and then I will, actually, let me, I did say I was going to come back because I know Chairman Hinyo had a question too as well. So, and I know Honorable Killenbean has posed some questions. So let me go to Mr. Marty Ashley first, and then I'll go back to Miss Elrena Yazi, and then Mr. Page. That, Mr. Ashley.
Yat Ishnan Dai Naabik'íyáti committee. Kweba wind energy cell towers. Kwina khayata shi slatna khayata. He consultant la hodong he kuche inal thai anain deje. Yanle ta staff is nish inventory and valuation energy, coal mines and the oil and gas producers and the larger businesses igi aja possessory interest tax energy aja shin so banana shin bagi ko a consultant 2016 kwa na halji shata na idel kid nan kidel kid dinle cell towers acquisition das anona idel kid a cell towers das I acquish bekelia acquish bahas li do job this possessory interest tax is like a property tax. So those towers, those cell towers have a value. No. Na idel kit eben nache ya land department ebeje isla aquila das at snob na idish kid on that chichenda it landed about 200 towers don't need eben nache consultant proposal kichi landed or you get chehot ko beso apat no ado ajabat ada junde becated and that land department though general land development department aja hashin so the consultant na snaggy vertical bridge is la santa leho bajo ni zinco ajgo e yashe ko ajgo bisndash nish hashin so junde 200 towers with the nina quishing does over 1,000 towers la ko eben the vertical bridge is large Naabik'íyáti cell towers inventory quaggy in all time not large because inventory but these cell towers that yosh yedigi taxes possessory interest tax in the ledo lish bin ya na idil kido because that on that jukunzati gosh all so Bitish often social and I Naabik'íyáti committee. So I'm thankful that I was recognized, Mr. Chair Damon and Naabik'íyáti committee members. And this is a revenue, we're in a situation where revenues are going down. And this is a source of additional revenues that's being identified. And not only is it being identified, but it's some outstanding revenues that are due to the Navajo Nation. And so that's the whole project, to my understanding. So I want to thank you for being recognized, Mr. Chair, and the Naabik'íyáti committee members and all the presenters. Yeah.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Payne. Can you add me to the queue?
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. Yes, I will do that, Madam Chair. Any other further response, Ms. Yazzie or Mr. Page?
Yeah, this is Bob Page. I had one comment that I just wanted to clarify from Mr. Begay, Key Allen, and that is relative to enforcement. I just want to make it clear to all the council members that 100% of enforcement will lie with the Navajo Nation, with the Justice Department and NTRC. Vertical Bridge will have no role in enforcement. That's outside of the scope of what we think would be appropriate, and certainly what Mr. Begay thinks would be appropriate. So we agree with him that 100% of enforcement lies with the Navajo Nation.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. Honorable Otto.
Mr. Damon, do you hear me? Speaker.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, and people Shinant isnos ikito tahis ago isnos iki ado benda kahoya to ago chena to snale Miss Ayazi adonda Mr. Vertical Bridge. Thank you for presenting the information pertaining to the towers. It's really disheartening to hear that there's existing towers out there that somebody pushed a green light on these towers, approved them. And to this day, some of those companies are not paying the nation the taxes and the lease fees that are associated with these lease that they are supposed to be paying to the nation. I'm very glad that you guys are looking at the inventory, and $9 million is a lot of money that is estimated to be in the minimal ballpark figure of leases that are actually paid or that are due to the nation. I believe one obstacle is the Navajo Nation legislative branch. Past leadership has just gone through to approve leases without strings attached to it. And what do you do? And I believe a standard needs to be created for the leasing process for telecommunication. And then the other is fines needs to be identified to companies who don't pay their bills. The other is that I guess we need to look at something legislatively to trigger that maybe the utility line to that cell tower to be shut off. And you guys have my attention, and I really want to hear more relating to how many more companies owe money to the nation pertaining to this. Adonda, the other is I guess the issue of these companies. How can we bring them to the table? And then the other is that, I think we need to start getting away from wavering. I was on RDC call last week, and there was a legislation that was pertaining to wavering right-of-way fees. And I believe, in general, if that's going to be done, we need to do it across the board. But if the nation is going to be going into wanting to generate revenue off of these leases, we need to set the bar standard all the way across and charge everybody, whether it's in Tiway or Eastern Navajo, wherever. You make the playing field level. So, thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. So that, Honorable Stewart.
Good afternoon, Chair. Damon, the colleagues of Naabik'íyáti Committee, East North Navajo nationwide, worldwide, Ms. Yazi, Mr. Halona, Mr. Ashley, vertical bridge, to better our services and to provide another way to retrieve funds back to the nation. And we, as part of an RDC, Resource Development Committee, in our meetings, work sessions, and also I believe we had 1 or 2 work sessions with Naabik'íyáti, and these were all discussed. And so it's a progress that's happening. And Ashiani, we could use our own resources, and this company, Vertical Bridge, is providing a service to us. They already have a contract. They already had a contract with us. We're just working with them and making sure that these services get provided to us, and that they assist us in developing the language and the criteria on what we need to say as far as Navajo Nation, to say that this is how much is owed to the nation. Ever since cell phones came out, there's been a rush to upgrade our services. And it's during this time, the pandemic, that we're talking about, or we're not talking, we're talking also, but we also see the need of how much it is needed for our children, our grandchildren, and even us as well, when we do our work out there, and to drive across the nation into different communities to see the upgrades happen, and to see the towers change, because there was a time in 45 that you just saw these satellite plates put up on water towers. Yeah, they're going back in there and they're changing it. They're putting it on its own post. They're taking it off the water towers. That's what we're asking for. Then you have some towers or some plates out there that are just out there. They're not even being used and they're falling off. They're falling off these towers. They're falling off these stands that they're on, and it's a hazard. So that's what they're assisting us with in cleaning up our nation, and getting these, pinpointing these that, and we're not charging one flat rate across the board. So it's based upon the usage of each tower. How much is it going to be used? Because we don't want to charge, like they gave us an example, we don't want to charge families out in Jamestown the same, and those people that live out there or travel through there, the same rate that we would charge somebody in Pinon, or vice versa, because there's not that many people in Pinon. So how are we going to charge them that same rate when it would be adjusted to what they use, how they're going to use those towers? That's what it's based off of. So these funds are coming back into the nation, that's to help replenish not all the funds that we've lost, but to replenish some of it. And as time goes, we get educated, and then yes, we can take over and provide these type of services for our people. That's what I want to comment on, and I do think that the work that they're doing and the collaboration and the communication they have with us as RDC. I'll quit it, so thank you.
Somebody muted me. Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Let me go on down to Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then I'll go back to Ms. Yazzie and hello? Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. With that, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you, presenters, for the information. I went through your slides, and honestly, I'm really learning a lot based on what you have here. And I know that you have presented to this body before. You shared information. You also shared the need that is, I guess, that currently is going on right now. I think that I really like the PowerPoint that you provided for us. We all know that broadband usage is not going away. If anything, it's increasing. And it does make sense to get information on the towers that are currently on the Navajo Nation. And it makes sense to me to also get information on who is leasing those towers. People were talking and asking questions. I was doing a little bit of research to find out first if I actually pay for usage of those towers. And I'm finding out that in some cases, some cell services actually do charge their customers for usage of those cell services or those cell towers that are being used. And it made me wonder, how many of those towers that are currently on the Navajo Nation are we actually paying for to use when it is on the Navajo Nation? So it's really interesting when you really take a look at your bill and you get an idea of, what exactly are you paying for. I know that I haven't changed my cell service for almost 20 years. And so I have the original Verizon plan. And it's good, but looking at my bill every month, I always go through and I always try to make sure that I'm being billed correctly. Because there has been times where I've been overbilled. But the point of this is that some companies do charge their customers to use that cell tower. And I'm also finding out through the research that I'm doing that if, for instance, Cell One owned a tower here on the Navajo Nation and Verizon, there are Verizon customers nearby and they use the tower, To me, I'm still trying to get a full grasp of the, what I'm reading, but it sounds like Verizon will charge you to use the tower that Cell One has established, because Cell One charges Verizon for that tower. So it's really kind of interesting, when you do all of your research and then you look at this presentation and you start to see, if there's 1,100 towers on the Navajo Nation, I think it is important that this body understand who owns those towers. And then the other thing that also is really kind of scary is we don't really have regulations in place right now. And those regulations are really what protects the Navajo people. So I think that, based on what I'm researching and then based on what has been presented through the PowerPoint, this to me seems like it's a needed research that has to be done. So I applaud you all for doing all of that research and for, more importantly, seeing the need that's out there. And then the other thing as well is, this is a really creative way of generating revenue for the nation. We have those towers here on the Navajo Nation. We're not regulating them. We're not charging anything for those towers. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, how did that happen? How did it happen that, we're allowing these people or these companies to come onto the Navajo Nation and we're giving them free reign? And in some cases, we're waiving, rights of ways, and we're waiving laws for them to come onto the nation, and there's no benefit to the Navajo people. And, again, looking at the research and then also, just looking at my bill and then also doing research on my own while people were talking, it just doesn't make sense to not do this. It doesn't make sense to continue to do what we're doing right now, which is nothing. So I support what's happening today. I feel like, oftentimes when legislation come before this council, there are people who will come, delegates who will say, I didn't know anything about this, let's table it, let's do a work session. To me, this is the right way of approaching a legislation. This particular company and then our executive branch employees are coming before us and they're informing us. They're telling us, hey, this is what the need is. This is what we did what we're doing right now to try to address that issue. And this is what we're going to be expecting from council, which is the legislation that will be sponsored by Delegate Rick Nez. So to me, this is the way that legislation should be going through the process, is, sharing of the information, the research that's done, and then also the FYI that legislation is going to be coming about, so that when it comes to council, when it comes as in the form of a legislation, we'll have all of the information before us and we'll be ready to vote on that legislation. And I think oftentimes, I know that when we get presentations, there are some presentations that I'll look over, and then there are some where I really have to research it, because in this case, I don't have any, I'm not an expert at the, cell towers. I'm not an expert at, the business side of it. And I certainly am not an expert when it comes to negotiating this type of, this type of service. But it is a service. It's a service that is being provided to the Navajo people. So I'm very interested in learning a little bit more. And, whenever you guys have a presentation, I would like to listen in. And the reason is, I know under the Department of Public Safety, there are areas where we still don't have coverage. And I remember at one time, Chris Vicente and I, we had a meeting with the Federal Communications Department, and we were asking, how can cell services like Verizon or T-Mobile, display a map showing their coverage when it's not true? we all know the dead spot areas in our communities, and we know many of us know it from driving around the Navajo Nation. But I know driving, because I did this for 2 years, driving back and forth from Shiprock to Crown Point, there were so many dead zones along the way. And it was always really scary because I never knew if I was going to, if something were to happen, I didn't know if I would be able to communicate to anybody and to let them know that something is going on. And then the scary thing too is when you're driving through Crown Point, every now and then, at least with my Verizon phone, it'll tell me that I'm in international territory, which is really kind of funny because you're driving on your way from Shiprock to Crown Point. I don't ever remember, leaving the country, but per Verizon, it's considered to be international territory. And so my phone doesn't have the international capability. So basically, Verizon is telling me, don't make any phone calls or you're going to be charged an international fee. So these types of things, I think, are very interesting. But as delegates, we have heard from many of our constituents who have talked about the dead zones that are out there. Here, we hear it coming also from at least the Department of Public Safety, with the towers and the location. And so I think that it actually expands as far as the issues that I guess relate to towers on the Navajo Nation. So we're talking not only about the prices that people are paying for these towers that are on our land that we're not charging for, but we certainly are being charged for it. We're also talking about public safety concerns. And then we're also talking about, selling of services that are really not being truthful. And so I think because of the pandemic, our eyes were open and we're starting to see, the issues with broadband. We're starting to see the issues with the dead zones, and we're also starting to see the issues that are out there regarding how many people are using towers at that time. And it's very, to me, it's really interesting that it took a pandemic for us to realize that these issues are really, they're happening. They're happening in our community, and, we're being affected by it. But at the same time, it begs the question of what are we doing about this? And so I think this is a really proactive way of introducing a legislation, providing that on us as delegates to research a little bit more into, what this is about. And again, I experts in this area, and obviously that's what was being presented to us today with the vertical bridge presentation. I see this as being on top of this, and more importantly, that we support the efforts that are being made at this time. And then again, because we know that the purpose of this presentation is to alert us as delegates that there's the possibility that a legislation is going to be coming out because of the research that was done, because of the information that has been found and that's being presented to us today. So with that vertical bridge, Alarina, Shitsuri, it's good to hear from you. And then also Shaja, Mr. Marty Ashley. I appreciate the presentation, and then also your voice on behalf of the Navajo people, saying that this is an issue that has to be addressed. This is a need that we currently are facing right now that that we can start working towards together to try to address the issue for our Navajo people. So with that, Speaker Damon, thank you very much. I'm going back on mute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With that, let me go ahead and go back then to Ms. Yazi, and I think that notified that Mr. Page is not with us anymore, but there is a representative, Ms. Kayla Kramer, will be responding for Mr. Page. So, any response from the presenters?
This is Alarina.
Yes, go ahead.
can I move my time over to Mr. Halona so he can make a response for us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaker, honorable delegates of 24th Council and all those on the line that are listening. So Delegate Begay asked a question about how did this happen? What were the legislations? What was the process? In 2005, I became involved from the land department in the telecommunication built out, 2005. At that time, Minerals was assessing cell companies $24,000 a year for the tower, $5,000 a year if you want to go on that tower just as a co-locatee. And so, but in 2006, RDC at the time changed the rate at the lobbying efforts of Cell One. It went from $24,000 a year to $12,000 a year, and co-location from $5,000 to $2,000. So since then to now, what I be the need ni so what I kung ya da agi at the seko yana kaunza holji. And then at that time, BIA was the approver. At first, they were saying, well, telecommunication, we don't really have anything for. They need to use they need a right of way. And then later on, BIA said, no, we need a revocable use permit. And then for co-location, for somebody else to put antennas on somebody else's tower, a joint use revocable use permit you don't need. And then the industry says we can't use permits because of the financing side, because a permit doesn't give them perissatory rights. They needed a lease. So we started developing a lease in 2014, 2015, and that's about when we just started going to leases, when the general leasing regulations was passed. And that gave the authority to the Navajo Nation to approve its own surface leasing on Navajo Nation. And it clearly states telecommunication towers. It was one of the things. So we had to develop a regulation. So from 2015, 2016, ourself, General Land Development, NNTRC, DOJ, started working on the regulations in late 2018. We're to the almost to the touchdown line to get those regulations passed. And then one thing about those regulations, we were just looking at it from the government perspective. And we got a lot of feedback that was pro and con from industry. So that was the only part we were getting, but not really have the expertise to think, is it beneficial to the nation or not? How would that work? And so about 2018 is when the vertical bridge, we started the dialogue with them. And, they work with all different municipalities and counties and states and their regulations. And so, as Chris Presenti will say, we finally modernize the telecommunication regulations for Navajo. We caught up. We always hear they're 20 years behind. You get that, Nisa. Well, now we're right in the cuff and already thinking about 5G coming. How are we going to handle 5G when it comes? Are we going to be running around trying to get regulations and processes and procedures for 5G that's going to be going along the highways, on all our state highways, where these smart cars are driving by themselves? So those are the things that we wanted to get the regulations caught up to today, put information into the future in it. So now we've got caught up. So that's the, I guess, the good point in all of this. Those are all it was just legislation from RDC ota naspeta anisha kunzagin ni kayo. And I think you probably heard presentations from broadband, the broadband group. It was leveling the playing field. Let everybody play by the same rules, the same rates, the same process. And now some companies have special privileges because then it doesn't work from the competitive market business side. So that's another thing that is very important, is a level playing field. And once you get that, I know there's other companies that will say, we can get on Navajo, we know who to go to, we know it can be done fast, you fill out the lease and it can happen fast, here's the rates you have to look at. Now, that's what's going to change, and that's what was lacking. And so, as Delegate Charles Newton said, wow, 20 years, you know, that's when she probably used to use the phone after 9 o'clock. There was, remember, you didn't have to pay after 9 o'clock, and then texting started happening. We went through that whole process here on Navajo. What the? RG cat on phones das ni and that niho banasi kai. Commodity phones not this no. Is not a yitla. Ebi tati kaido kati naske. Some of those will be part of those grants that I'm talking about. Based on Ade Washington. Katla based on Ade Anate. Tle pas kidney out. Quachuto instead cut at or nigi basketty nit what that so Delegate Begay I should say I hope I've answered some of the questions and that you brought up was how did these things happen up to this point. What that thank you.
Thank you, Solana. With that, let me go back to the board. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Is there any further questions or comments on the presentation from Navajo Nation General Land Development Department, Navajo Nation Land Department, and Vertical Bridge?
Speaker, Eugene So. Speaker, Helena, can you put me in the queue, please?
Eugene So and Honorable Helena, I'll put you in there. Queue. Honorable Eugene So.
Hey, hold on, you know the hundred. Hold on there. Actually, I saw perhaps on the greatest satellite and cannot start out that is Navajo Nation, Macau. Hey, oh, no, she thought that room door is what up. The broadband does actually might widen up too as we go into the future. We might even have just one right in the middle of the reservation instead of all these like yachts and that are out. It is. I just thought all this now, so all at just one broadband that can cover the whole reservation, everybody's whole gun. That's card. I don't know up in mass or other. I guess you bet your holes. I don't I'm that car session didn't shape and that's on Lego kind of in the bait chat. I got all this. What I had so I get that later session. I think that the later what I see done we'll have grass too if we just keep it up. You know, go back to Yago. When I'm thinking to eat pizza, regular enough cutting that the elephant rich and the hot in the all these crazy papers in the speaker. I don't I could add on that car. We still learn just by walking the ground. All the soils, the types, and all the vegetation and the terrain, everything they'll learn Okay, phone the hill. I know how urgent that will show. And no color. I let you eat. So the and then one day we might not even have to go to school no more. We can just go to school by taking our phone here and there and all over the place. We'll be educated. What I don't think the whole is or I don't think so. The way to see the hot speed. They not stay no about the hand. I let the sun fall. So these people, I guess, they already know these fibers. They already know. I be young nane ka. As 3 years, no, get us sitting there. No. It's hard teach and not know that I got that feel about on the when we're young, we're only about 8, 7 years, 9 years old. These old people were there about in their 90s. It's a compound was Naabik'íyáti. What I don't need to nane ka. Just like what happened at Washington, D.C. The hard thing has changed in not to place. Never that, but the way this hard thing can never do see. So they might be at or place. I don't up it no say. What the hell is it all? So this is the future. I know. I wish I could see into the 2000, maybe 2050, 60. So all those things, you know, all that is down there, data is open, up the heart, or real episodes, all that, all parts, and the cost might come to you. That's where we're headed. Share, don't even the share consciousness. I have not in a very harsh not not we're not going to the top. So my share I also said what's really going on out there, what's really the plan is, which I'm saying all adequate conduction in a bedeno smisho what it does na ani hotel or that all on the river all that or tower that so has not over all done hasn't. So I guess it's already been worked on though I got but the what share it's all the machine for be my I don't I had a fatigue the vertical bishop of Ningin did Ankiti basically it's not vertical. They mentioned Kitty I don't that they go other artists which I don't know another I let sorry he did change to you. I share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Eugene. So let me go on down to Honorable Helena. Honorable Helena.
I'm here, Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Council, 24th Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee, and also our presenters. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for that presentation. It was very informative. I'd just like to say to thank you to Mrs. Yazi for her dedication and corralling all the issues surrounding all the cell towers here on the Navajo Nation. I know it's quite a bit of work, and I know the cyber team had done the same thing with the chapter houses and also just finding out where the cell towers are and trying to find out who owns them. The other thing would be, my question is how does FirstNet work into this situation? Have you, and is that still a reality developing on the Navajo Nation? Since their presentation, the two presentations that they've done here in the Navajo Nation, I haven't heard anything new about what that, if that has been started implementing or not, because part of their operation was to
build several cell towers around the Navajo Nation again to try to cover as many of the dead spots as we have here. And but like I said, I haven't heard anything new or lately about their program. I know it was a couple of years ago before the pandemic started. It was a big talk that there was $8 billion from the United States government to create FirstNet all across now United States, and so they came here to the nation to present that. Those are that was my main question, to find out how that fits into the situation, the issues with the cell towers today. And if you've been talking to them or if they've been contacting you at all on that. So that's my question, Speaker. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. With that, we go back to the panel of individuals presenting today. Any response?
Hi, Speaker Dan Marenberg for Vertical Bridge.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dan Marenberg. I'm Senior Vice President, General Counsel with Vertical Bridge. We have, through our own engagement on behalf of the nation, negotiated some memorandum of agreement with ComNet and Cell One, in particular relating to the deployment of FirstNet equipment for co-location on existing towers, and in an effort to expedite that. I think that has been the bulk of our involvement with any kind of FirstNet activities. My understanding is that AT&T and FirstNet have partnerships with ComNet and Cell One relating to deployment of FirstNet and the assets that are located on the Navajo Nation. That being said, I would fully expect that if we were to have new telecom regulations that were passed and effective, that would generate additional interest in deploying on a more expedited basis and on a more broad basis across the nation, given that the new telecom regulations in their current form as proposed create a lot of uniformity and consistency in the application of law. They eliminate a lot of the waivers and concessions and side agreements and special rights that have been granted so that everybody can start at the same point on equal footing. There's a specific form of lease, both on new ground and on co-locations. So that is also something that would provide some consistency. There's transparency as far as equal treatment of all parties and application of laws to all parties. That would also encourage that kind of deployment on an expedited basis. And we've also taken a look at, in our advice to the nation with respect to the telecom regulations, on streamlining certain processes and procedures to really help expedite deployment of infrastructure such as FirstNet. Some of the larger delays related to grazing officials and chapter resolutions that were required in connection with new ground disturbances. We have obviously maintained those honorary rights and requirements, but provided for timelines that make it more, I would say, more acceptable or more reasonable for parties to understand how long it is that the process could take, potentially. So with all of those types of things built into new telecom regulations, I think it would really help to solve a lot of the issues that have been raised here by this council, as well as in other meetings that we've had relating to deployment in areas that are at need within different chapters. It really takes a uniform system to encourage outside parties to go ahead and deploy and understand that they have equal treatment under the laws, and understand what is the process and how long it's going to take. So I think in connection with FirstNet in particular, that is the same as any other build out in the sense that they need to have towers, they need to have space, and they're looking to go ahead and deploy that across the nation. However, right now they're limiting themselves seemingly to co-locating on existing structures because that is a faster way for them to accomplish in certain areas what they're trying to do. but not necessarily to build new or create new ground disturbances. I would think because the processes aren't necessarily fully there to provide for a consistent, uniform, transparent, and expedited approach to do so. As of now, our understanding is that ComNet is already deploying some of the FirstNet co-locations, and that Cell 1 is submitting their first packages for approval of FirstNet co-locations on some of the Cell 1 sites as of next week. So with that, I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further response? There's no further response. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Are we ready to vote to accept the report, colleagues?
Speaker, Freeland.
I'm a Freeland. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm a colleague. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm sorry, I'm still stuck in the morning. Thank you for the report. It's very interesting, and I guess I wanted just to make a comment in regards to the overall discussion we're having. You know, this is one of many potential revenue sources or new revenue sources that we could look at. Yes, but I guess the question is how do we differentiate between ourselves and outside companies? And I say this because I'm a shareholder rep for NTUA, and I know they have cell towers out there. So does that mean we're also going to go after our own enterprises? Are we going to go after outside businesses? Or are we going to go after all of them? That question or that distinction should be made as well. You know, I bring this question up because I'm sitting here at Crown Point chapter and I see a cell tower right on top of the mesa, just to the north of the chapter. And I look up there and I see, I don't know how many co-locators are there. There's also co-locators on also the other tower as well. So just a question just to consider as well. You know, are we going to eat our young? Are we going to also put ourselves in these situations as well? Something to think about, Shanta. And when we do get to that point, what are we going to ask ourselves, or what are we going to do? I wish this was more. You know, this is just one of the bigger piece of revenue sources that we need to consider. You know, I wish there was others that could be considered as well. How are we going to create new revenue sources from $160 million, $170 million in general fund? How can we make that 260 or 270 million? And you know, I wish there was a plan. I wish there was a timeline that could have been created. You know, with all the respect to what we were dealing with this pandemic.
Honorable
now
Freeland.
Yeah.
I apologize for interrupting. We had a internet outage here at the chamber, and so we are technically not recording. We're calling in now via our phones.
Okay.
So if we could just hold a few moments as we figure this out.
Resetting the systems will take about 5 minutes.
Okay, it's going to take about 5 minutes to reset the systems.
It'll take about 3 days.
Apologize, honorable delegates. We are still resetting the systems. If you just hang tight.
I'll just end there, Byron. Thanks, House Speaker.
Okay.
Shall we go on recess while this is being taken care of?
I agree with my
15-minute
favorite
recess?
steak. Oh yeah, we can go. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Speaker Damon. Again, we're having technical difficulties here at the chambers with our internet system. Unfortunately, we can't just call in over the phone. So I'm using a cell phone at this time due to the fact that we have to be recording as well. So the time's 1:45. We can take a 15-minute recess, and then we'll come back. All right, at 2 o'clock. So about 15 minutes, colleagues. We'll be back in session. I'll come out of recess at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Hakushila, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This is Speaker Damon. Let's go ahead and get back into session. This is the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It's a regular meeting. I am here in Winter Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. I have my colleagues throughout the Navajo Nation that are on the line too as well. Again, this is a telecommunications meeting. Today's date, for the record, again, is Thursday, February 11th. We did go into recess at 1:45. The time now is 2 p.m. We did have an approved agenda. We went through 5 items and we're just getting done with, well, I don't know if it was getting done with the presentation, but we will go ahead and start back up on the report. But before we go ahead and get started, let's go ahead and get a roll call.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen is present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Northern Colon is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Freeland's here.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Right, forgot to get mine.
Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Okay.
Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Right here. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Wanika answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good afternoon. I'm here.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 14 members present, including yourself.
Okay, thank you. 14 member present. Let's go ahead and go back. Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay.
I closed off my comment, so thank you though.
All right, thank you. With that, I don't have anybody else in the queue to speak on the presentation. If there's no further comments, colleagues.
Speaker Damon, Dan
We can go
Murenberg with
to-
Vertical Bridge.
Yes. You want to
Thank you,
respond?
Speaker. Yes, I just wanted to respond to the, I think the last question that was raised, and it was a very good question right before we broke for the 15-minute break. And the question was, I think about NTUA and other organizations and whether there's going to be any kind of charges to nation entities as part of the thought process. We did contemplate how to address agencies of the nation when proposing some of the draft regulations for the updating of the telecom siting. It poses a very interesting question. We talked about NTUA internally as well and how to address that. Excuse me. Given that NTUA itself is an agency of the nation, Department of the Nation, NTUA Wireless is not. As a joint venture, and while the nation owns 51% of the economics, the actual control and the board seats and the governance is in the control of a non-nation party, a private party. So the question was, how do you address those types of situations? And if there is a fully owned nation agency, we had proposed in the regulations that the department manager of the land department have the ability to waive fees or provide for nominal rent or $0 rent if there are agencies of the nation that are looking to co-locate or use the tower itself, and the uses for their primary function for the nation. So if there's health needs, educational needs, security needs, utility needs of agencies for their internal communications, et cetera, there was the ability to not charge for that in the discretion of the department manager of land. Anything that any other party would have to go through approval of the Resource and Development Committee if they're not paying market rents. And so the thought was that for hybrid agencies like NTUA Wireless, where there is a Navajo agency that is part of the owner, but there's also private owner, that if they are acting in a market capacity, in a commercial capacity, that rent would be paid in that regard, so that the nation is getting the benefit of the revenues as well. So it was a very good question, a very thoughtful question that was asked by the delegate, and one that had been considered throughout the drafting process when we had meetings with NNTRC, with Chris Vicente, with the tax department, other agencies. Education was present as well, as we discussed, as well as representatives from land. So we did think through it and tried to put together a list of those within the Navajo Nation that would be most in need of communication services, and whether or not there should be any kind of charges levied against them. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that response. That, colleagues, is there any further comments, questions? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. That, let's go to the board, accept the report.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Just FYI, I got on at 2:05. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Rota?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Caleb votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
What? Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote in favor.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is, oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
I'm sorry, who voted green?
Winika.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
How about green?
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Speaker, with a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you. 17 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Thank you very much for Navajo Nation General Land Development Department, Navajo Nation Land Department, Vertical Bridge. Thank you for being with us, and also Mr. Ashley from the Tax Commission. Yeah. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down on our agenda. Item number 6, old business. There are none. Item number 7, new business. We have legislation 0002-21. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0002-21, an act relating to health education and human services, budget and finance, resource and development, and Naabik'íyáti committees and Navajo Nation Council approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $4 million
And then
for the 110 Navajo Nation chapters summer youth employment programs, waiving 12 NNC section 820E, F, and J. There are 3 committee reports. There is a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee with the recommendation that it do pass with no amendment, no directive. A committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend it do pass without amendment. And a committee report from the Resources and Development Committee that recommend it do pass with no amendment. Navajo Nation Council is final authority. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Could I get a motion?
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith.
Yellow hair, second.
Yellow hair. Colleagues, any comments, questions? This legislation is destined for council. For once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's go to board. Vote. Legislation 0002-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Keller votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello, votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, voters.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote in
Honorable-
favor.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Speaker, with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 19 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. That legislation 002-21 is destined for Navajo Nation Council, colleagues. Continuing on down on our agenda, item number 2, legislation 0010-21 is sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0010-21, proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution in action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Valinda Cook Shirley as Director of the Navajo Nation Environment Protection Agency, sponsored by Honorable P. Allen Begay Jr. You have one committee report from the Resource and Development Committee with a recommendation that it do pass with no amendment. Navajo Nation Council is final authority. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, is there a motion?
Yellow hair, Eugene So.
Yellow hair, second by Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, any comments, questions? This legislation is destined for council too as well.
Speaker, Delegate
Yes.
Daniel So.
All right, thank you, Chairman. With that, Honorable Keon Begay, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Chairman.
Yes.
Two individuals that I want to identify to be my agent on this legislation, Chairman. Staff from the OPVP, I believe it's Chief of Staff, Mr. Chaco, and then the nominee, before I forget, there is an updated letter that was sent by the President's office that may need to be incorporated into this legislation. A letter council Speaker, I don't know. Espousing the Navajo Nation EPA the Kwikoshi, but the initial the Navajo Nation program because the President, I will have these individuals, the division directors, to be appointed. Upon espousing beginning of the term at that, Mr. Whaley is to confirm it last year non-national liniki when has a call liniki president Ecuador don nego edit ego not so ski lago Ecuador legislation ki di hatelia akoko senantano liniki Ecuador Ecuador and here so I'm just here sponsoring the legislation for the appointment of Ms. Shirley Kudo to Division of Environmental Protection Agency office. Ajishin Lanja Nan Dasto Lihat Ana Nanshiki. Asian Kudo as far as qualification that Hedon Nanishta Dalia Donan, but the Nishiki Gishin Edabe Kudo the Enche that holds it on this. Ado Anshi Quaginabi Hobiki Kafas Agit or you Quagi EPA Nikishi Hot Ekishi. I believe that she'll be assuming those duties and responsibility. Na okahit okudo seben liado lika shinantan lindigi. This will go before the full council, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Haneshi bohnes danko ko ejo iskan jo sahale to e added that shapito so benye kudo shan slado le koko ona okah. I'm just asking for your support, your understanding, your consideration in passing and forwarding this legislation to the full council and appointing Ms. Shirley Kudo as an EPA director to finish out the term Kudo with the current administration. Koko program director, the DO program high Asian Obits has Diego 11 that on the sha. Aquaki Yego between hot seto and has that ko uranium that Hedo Ishi Arjun and Spebe that Inishiki Yego Ecuador hits the North Coast Laco in Senegit ko Ebe Venashiko Kodo Kodom surely she about little go Asian other class other nasnet net up Yendil the stone list out Kodoshi non Niliki which will net or listen and confirmation had Niliki. Ko Ebe Nashiko did say the did Abe the son slad or little Kodoshi that's I don't know if Mr. Chaco OPVP staff would like to introduce the candidate for this particular position, Ms. Shirley. The rest of the time, currently at the Shin the Ecuador, not the kid again, he hollow down the question, Kodo, hit Ashi, not Hanagin, he's not it as a stop. Of course, with that, Speaker, I would like to yield the remainder of the time to the office of the President, Vice President's office staff, and then the candidate, Mr. Shirley. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, I think he did say, Mr. Chief of Staff Chaco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry for cutting you off there, Mr. Speaker, but thank you. So yeah, it's your brother, Mr. Kealan Begay, for introducing this legislation for Ms. Belinda Shirley, and also Speaker, and also members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, again, and 24th Navajo Nation Council. First of all, I wanted to thank Kealan Begay for introducing this legislation for the appointment of Belinda Shirley to serve as the Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency. We did solicit those applications for the vacant position that was vacated by Oliver Whaley, as you all know, who resigned in early December. And with that, with the importance of the position and also the program, we went ahead and advertised and received application for this. And then through the process, we selected Belinda Shirley for this position. Belinda is currently, previous to her appointment, she served as a senior remedial project manager for the Navajo Nation EPA Superfund program. where she coordinated on-site activities for environmental cleanup and also remediation projects for the Navajo Nation. And also with her background, she also ran the abandoned mines projects, where she spearheaded the Northeast Church Rock mine site, the Tronic sites in Cove and Texa, Arizona. And also she serves as an advisor to the U.S. EPA concerning Navajo Nation laws and the fundamental law to the Navajo EPA. So Belinda has a well-rounded education. She graduated with a degree in biochemistry from the University of New Mexico, and also is a graduate of our own Rock Point High School on the Navajo Nation. So we have one of our own young Navajo women that is filling this role. We tell our young people to go to school and come back, and she's one of them. She went off to school, and she's now back helping the Navajo people in this capacity. So with that, Mr. Speaker, and also 24th Navajo Nation Council, I'll introduce, this is my introduction for Belinda, and now, Speaker, I'll have Belinda say a few words to the council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And Ms. Shirley? Ms. Shirley, are you online? If you are, you might have to press *6. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Speaker.
Hey, Ms. Shirley, are you there? Well, with that, Mr. Chaco, she's not on the line. Anything else to add?
Mr. Speaker, let me see if I can have one of my staff get hold of her to get her on the line. I know we were waiting all morning. She might have stepped away from her office for a bit. Let me go ahead and try that, Speaker. But as far as her ability to work in this field, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say that we did have a vetting process through Office of the President and Vice President to make the selection, and we did offer her the position, and she accepted. So now we're just now going through the process of getting her confirmed by the Navajo Nation Council, as Mr. Kealan McGee mentioned. So with that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Shirley should be on the line in a matter of seconds. So if you could bear with us, please, Mr. Speaker, then so that she can introduce herself and also make a presentation to the council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, that Honorable Otto, so I can put you in the queue. I have Chairman.
I was going to ask you. Go ahead.
I have Chairman Daniel So, and then Madam Chair Charles Newton, then yourself. I can add you in. Did you have an immediate question?
I was going to say, let's go for a 15-minute recess until Ms. Shirley gets on the line. That's all. Thank you. And use your authority there for recess until she gets on the line. Thank you.
Give it up to Honorable Keelan Begay. Do you want to continue moving forward as a sponsor?
Speaker, Chairman, I'm not really sure what the reason is for her not being on the line. I'm hoping that we don't lose the time during this situation. But in the maybe just give us about a 5-minute break if that's possible. Shanta, ashwar banan hoshka.
We could on a 5-minute break, or we could. There's a couple of options. Could table this legislation until later on, as we can continue on. I'm just worried about the time. It's right now. It's 2:30, and I know that there's going to be relatively discussion possibly on the next legislation, and then on last legislation. So I leave it up to Chairman Daniel So, as I know that you're up right now, Chairman.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me make a motion to table until the last item on the agenda to assure that the candidate is available.
That motion to table legislation 0010-.
Otto second.
Second by Honorable Otto So. Colleagues, there's no discussion on tabling motion. Let's go to board. And the timeline is till the end of this meeting. Before the end of the meeting, we'll bring this legislation back.
Oh. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, I'll get Keelan with screen. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable
Delegate
Herman
Brown votes
M.
green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Daniel votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So votes green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
How about green? Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
That was the Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Speaker is 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank
Speaker.
you. 21 in favor, 0 opposed.
I vote green,
Or no.
Speaker. Sorry, my phone was muted.
Who's speaking?
Freeland.
Oh, Honorable Freeland, we didn't get your vote. You're voting green? On the tabling motion? Hello? Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Freeland? Calling Honorable Freeland one last time. That, continue moving on. Legislation 0210-21 is tabled till no later than the end of this today's Naabik'íyáti committee meeting by a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, colleagues, continuing on down, we have legislation 0014-21, sponsored by Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0014-21, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting New Mexico Congresswoman Deb Haaland to be appointed as Secretary of the Interior, U.S. Department of Interior under the President Joe R. Biden administration, sponsored by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. There are no committee reports, no amendments. Naabik'íyáti is final authority for Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion, Daniel So.
Motion by Chairman Daniel
Second,
So.
Delegate James.
Second by
Elmer
Honorable
Begay.
James. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions? Once?
Speaker.
Yes.
I'll say a few words, okay? Sir, this is Edmund.
Oh, Chairman Edmund Yazzie. That, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, floor is yours. 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, we do have legislation that is before us, and it is a monumental legislation. At this time, we have Congresswoman Deb Holland, an enrolled member of the Pueblo of Laguna in New Mexico, who may be the very first American Indian to be appointed as to the Department of Interior. And so her confirmation has not gone forward, but there has been a lot of information being provided about who she is and where she stands. Again, she would be the very first American Indian to be a secretary heading the Interior Department. At this point, she has talked about her platform. She made it very clear in a tweet a few weeks back that her voice has never, a voice like mine has never been a cabinet secretary or at the head of the Department of Interior. I'll be fierce for all of us, our planet, and our protected lands. And so Ms. Holland does have the credentials. Again, she would be the very first American Indian to head that department, and she has been providing information via tweet about where she stands on her issues. I understand that there has been some opposition for her being appointed. There are some Navajo people who are opposing the appointment. However, I would like to remind my colleagues that as a cabinet member, she would be carrying out the law that is passed by Congress and the laws of the president. So in a way, I did read the opposition letters. Those letters are primarily for the elected officials who make the decision. Just like we have in the executive branch here, we have directors who carry out the law. They are responsible for implementing those laws. And I know that the opposition comments that have been coming through, those are, again, it would be her responsibility to implement. Her bosses would be the lawmakers. And so I think there's some confusion about her responsibility as a cabinet member, and then the responsibilities that are put on Congress as a whole as they pass this legislation. I know here with Council, we did pass a resolution regarding the buffer zones, but again, that is a decision that is made by Congress, and she's going to be implementing the laws as it's being passed by Congress. Deb Holland, I think, is a Congresswoman. Deb Holland seems to be the right pick. She has the experience, and then she also has a very similar background that many of our Navajo people have. Living in a community where there's no electricity, where there's no water, where roads have to be addressed, and then also other issues that not only the Navajo Nation, but Indian country as a whole is trying to address. She is an advocate for United States public lands and Native American issues, and I think that she seems to be the right choice, and I support the Biden administration in selecting, Congresswoman Deb Holland. We also did, in addition to the people who oppose the Navajo Nation supporting her confirmation, we also did receive comments and people who are also supporting her confirmation as well. What really stands out for me, and I did have the opportunity to meet with Congresswoman Holland before, is her, she's very down to earth. And she really understands the issues that are happening, regardless of who is confirmed in this position. They still are going to be required to carry out the laws that are being passed. But in this case, we have the opportunity to select a woman, an American Indian woman who is from New Mexico. who is has a very similar background to many of us here on the Navajo Nation, and who's also very familiar with the treaty rights that are not being honored, and then more importantly, with the issues that again are being faced right now by our people. And so again, Representative Holland, this legislation would be basically saying that now information. What I worry about is we have seen past cabinet members who don't have really much experience in Indian country, who don't live the way that we live, who have been put in those positions. And council delegates, when we go to Washington, D.C., many of us, probably 99% of the time, meet with BIA because of the issues that are happening here. We talk to them and we tell them, what is happening. And I can tell you, as a member of the Tribal Interior Budget Council, and also the chair for public safety and justice there at Tribal Interior Budget Council, we haven't had we weren't really represented well when it came to talking to the administration about the issues that we face. And I can speak only about public safety and justice conversations that seem to be that I've been a part of. But we haven't had the Secretary of Interior come and visit us at the Tribal Budget Council meeting. And I know that was brought up several times, and the issue that came up was the fact that the Secretary of Interior really had no knowledge of what was really happening in our reservations in Indian country. And that's a big issue, and that seems to still be a big issue. We have court decisions that are coming down that affect Indian country as a whole, but we don't really have that voice there providing information about what those decisions really mean. And the same thing that's happening at the federal level. And I think that with this confirmation, I really believe that there would be some positive changes that will come about. Again, I do know that there are some oppositions. However, I think as a whole, Congresswoman Holland will be able to use her experience and her knowledge, not only because she's American Indian, but because of her background, and she'll really try to help the American Indians across the United States to address the issues that are happening. Congresswoman Holland does also have her Juris Doctorate degree from the University of New Mexico School of Law. And, she was out there campaigning during the Obama presidential reelection. And so I really think that she is a voice for Indian people. I know that I probably didn't do her the right amount of justice in providing background information about who she is and where she comes from. But I think that this would be a very monumental part of history to actually have an American Indian providing guidance on the decisions that are being passed down by Congress. So with that, I do stand for questions. Thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. That, colleagues, we do have a motion and second on legislation 0014-20. The final authority is here at Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. That I know, Chairman Yazzie, the floor is yours.
Okay. Speaker, members of the council, and also Madam Chair, Ms. Newton, thank you for providing the legislation to the council. I just want to share two thoughts with Madam Chair. And I don't know if you're in contact with Ms. Holland, Congressman Holland. I'll still address her as that. She had come before the last council asking for an endorsement as well when she was running for Congress. And I remember Eastern Land Commission at the time, and we've been working on trying to help Alamo with the roads there between Alamo and then all the way up to I-40. And I specifically asked her on record and said, you know, I'll vote for this endorsement, but we really need your help with the Laguna tribe in producing the right-of-way, the remaining right-of-way, which is on Laguna property, so the people can get their road improvement. I know NDOT is very much familiar with this and the last RDC. And so she said on record that she will, you know, work with the Laguna governor and the council to give right-of-way so we can help fund 50-50 to get the road done between, you know, Alamo. To this day, of course, I know we're in politics, but we haven't heard one word. And to this day, Alamo still has to drive on the rough road, and it's very hard on the vehicles. And every time we go to Albuquerque, I feel for them, you know, because it is a bad road. But the holdup is the Laguna tribe. And I used to buy my fuel there at Dancing Eagle and eat a green chili cheeseburger there, but not anymore, just because of that. And so I'll vote. I was going to vote red on this just because of that, but I'll vote for it. But I would give the benefit of the doubt that I know you'll probably, hopefully, will call her, Madam Chair, and let her know what was stated here in Nabi. Maybe she's forgotten about it. Maybe she'll just continue to push that aside. And you know, when we need help, we help one another, as we always say. So I would really appreciate it, Madam Chair, if you could let her know about that right away. And then the other last point that I want to have and say, Madam Chair, is that the Eastern Land Commission and we've been working hard on the Nelly project. And I know we need to come to NABI and to give a report to the council on this historic as well move. And what it is that all BLM land, which is around approximately 32,000 acres coming back to Navajo Nation. And this is all the way from all throughout the New Mexico side that will benefit from this and getting more land. And we're going to get much bigger in land. And so Congressman Lujan was going to sponsor the bill. And of course, time ran out. And so we're starting up the fire before this 2 years. And I just, again, Madam Chair, if you could just ask Ms. Holland if we can, have a sit down chat and talk about this. No, not going to make no amendments or not going to vote red for this, but just how would you say it as a, just say it in good faith. So I would just, ask respectfully, Madam Chair, that you bring up these two issues to Ms. Holland. So, Speaker, that is all I have to say. No questions, and I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time. Sir, Speaker.
Thank you. We move on down. Naabik'íyáti.
Yate, good afternoon, Honorable Liskro. Sonat at Andigi. Di Kudo, Kudoshma, not Cosmic, Hidahning. So the key, I'm trying to find the email that I sent to the council several weeks, introduced Ilya, yeah, Dash. And I'm not sure how Kadoshima feels about it. In case he's exhibiting Washington, that it on case he's exhibiting with no specific request. And as you know, this is only a 4-year term. I mean, specifically. And then, of course, time will only tell if the current administration will serve another 4 years, which is going to be the 8 total years. But what could be done and what can be done? The Department of the Interior, you based on to some extent, but it's not enough at the same time. For example, roads, even though they say that Department of U.S. Department of Transportation, I don't based on the Bureau of Indian Affairs is under the Department of the Interior. Bureau of Indian Education is under the Department of the Interior. Bureau of Reclamation, Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement, Trust Fund Administration, National Park Services. Kudo, as an oversight committee to RDC, we have a lot of areas: Office of Surface Mining and Reclamation Enforcement, Fish and Wildlife Services, and so on. Bureau of Indian Affairs, every year, Navajo Nation Department of Navajo Region, Gallup was under that. The Kriegoshin Kudo, Yard and Lindgin, Hitchahunal. What is doable? Could we include in this legislation to say that these are the areas that the Navajo Nation that we are in dire need of? Improve all the roads, the BIA roads, improve all these the trust responsibility, the obligations that we have in the U.S. government. As the Secretary of Interior, but you know that a lot of times the immediate reference in that the Tribal Interior Budget Council. Not one time did we see the Secretary of the Interior during the Tribal Interior Budget Council, only the undersecretaries. Then Lindigit Eva Ad Kodo the basic infrastructure, land, transportation, water line, power line, broadband, education, housing. At least specifically that could be done within 4 years. We could have a wish list that is over $1 billion. I mean, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, you're talking about 500 plus tribes across the United States, and that's what she has to be looking out for. But how is it? What can we and how can we phrase a paragraph that we could include in indicating that these are the dire need of the Navajo Nation? Public safety is one of them. been Nashquaki cut show. Hey, I mean, I'm sure she's going to be confirmed, even though on the news they said that the Republicans are more not in support of her in certain position. Of course, that's politic area. But most likely she will be in there. The way things are going. I have never seen or heard a nominee being picked and then there was a different selection just because of the response from the United States Senate. So she'll be in there. But what in the Kodo Yegon Hitchin Hot it and the has it. We've talked about earlier last Saturday, RDC, we had a meeting, National Park Service that lies within the Navajo Nation. Like, for example, Canyon de Shea, Kodoshi, Mr. So, which Bahozen, the next that, you can't but to some extent, water line, power line, that Haki home site, Lisa, that Haki, you baby about the Hutchin. Out of the open indoors, no. East interest from the Grand Canyon. What the Park Services policy in opening back up this particular route for travelers to go in and out through the Navajo Nation. Pandemic we're fighting that particular area, but yet we're allowing non-Navajos to come onto the Navajo Nation. So these are some areas, I guess, that but I don't I believe that the president's office indicates that we sit in the white paper, no, the Kodobaha or Zine, and then other the priorities of the Navajo Nation. These are our priority. These are the former beneficiaries area and the Navajo Hope Land Commission. I don't let the NGS that el Kaligin de Honanet at store. Out of BIA or unit in his school, and I've been saying this that the BIE are really neglecting to accommodate providing affordable housing for the teachers and the administrators. Of course, there's about 100 housing in the compound of the Miniforms High School and the Miniforms Community School. How can we make a statement to her to say that, okay, I gave a notice to each and every one of us, and I believe that there was no response, and I don't know. I take that as that we don't need to. I support the legislation. We really can't make. It will be good if 100% support could go. Again, this is all politics in a way. The case is now we did not see he up on Nasis case, but in our not.
Mokiambie,
Oh.
Are you there? Mokiambie? You might have lost Honorable Kiambie. If that's anything we can come back to, Honorable Kiamgi. Let's move on down to Chairman Rick Nez. Chairman Nez. Chairman Nez going twice. Chairman Nez going 3 times. Let me go on down to Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels? You sure you can hear me?
Loud and clear.
I can hear you, Speaker.
Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Now, there you go. Yes, Honorable Daniels. Floor is yours.
Yes, yeah. So it's only yes, can that or that. But also, Florida data. Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I don't know the Shamak with the legislation with the government for the Ecuador. I go Ecuador if I get Kidona Ecuador. Bansi Kiesi Ecuador Bahai Ecuador. I don't know. Just as big Ecuador Nagata. I'm taking way back Ecuador Nagata. The last administration when Interior Secretary Vinky he done with the Tadiyah Bears Ears region there. Tadiyah. So that President Trump ordered Vinky to come out here. Out of after that Bear Ears was shrunken down to acreage skinny. So with this new administration, with all Biden-Harris administration, about this case, with all Deb Holland, with all in my area. Throughout the Navajo Nation. It's like my area, Uranian. There is National Monument store. So it has in so in our area. But I hear the concerns and I feel the concerns for the New Mexicans in the Naabik'íyáti area. So that is I get a lot of so I think based on the as a Nabi member I think Bansi Kesi at our respective region is in but and that we represent the whole Navajo Nation so the Ecuador and what throughout the Navajo Nation been hitching the illegal dumping into uranium into Ecuador legal Ecuador internet is into the Naabik'íyáti area surrounding areas Ecuador the nan leniki baby not leniki not so young Sakizigi Ecuador Yahata Sidonana Kodo you need class or aid. So but nevertheless I'm gonna support this legislation not one Niki so I think I can send dollars. I don't know that this is kind of like gonna be an historic political Native American to be on the one of the cabinet AIC that's going to be very, very historical to let go. So what about this case? So I am going to support this legislation. So what about Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Herman Daniels. Sorry, I just seen Honorable Henio's name right here. With that, let me move on down. Chairman Daniel So.
Oh, yeah, it's chair of the Naabik'íyáti committee, Otto Cement, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Ikato, Pagi Sache Yahatsi, Honorable Kiawan Bigi, Sato, sa best ondo lich, Nenigi Oyo Satlanka. So I thought Hasin so federal priorities, those state priorities, I thought keep the seat net. A quaggy did all I guess don't know the legislation the Yigi being the teacher. How to be key to Ato I see confirm a matter. The quaggy she bit that naked or your dog either. Been a begin to confirm but only in that the priorities you give it to the unit to I seen so to a Hagobanabit dot Nito couldn't Hanna Ado administrative hearing, the Department of Interior, Secretary of Interior hearing, field hearing, the need Joe Quaggy a base kid beat it to Quaggy and the has it that it no a Quaggy be a day shit only. She what our a Haban's case and I she has Eugenia Charles Newton for bringing this legislation. Although only with when she was chair of the New Mexico Democratic Party. Ado presentación neslato. Ko quagin haba on sendo listo. And the feast day got that he'll say to the head on the or Satoshi Koja my diski Jehaz Aniki Adelato Bike the whole long sto 8 years ato Bahno Sando Leto Joe Hut Aya at the Halneo single mother and son food stamp Asan Nachi the quaggy to a quaggy nis a quaggy son honey a penacha Icha to know at the Halne Ko I see Asato on Higit Aya Sato a in Yat Eki Nadi Lagi a summit so a mandle so quaggy sin to Sato a Paper nuts, she a quaggy atla had the bitching Haiti in the sea atla native or lake. Though you see a large Iki Sato tribal consultation. So a Sato a I see about one symbol lake. I didn't need a house chat. Ko a lampen a Sato I see I guess no. He been the teacher. And so yeah, this is an quaggy. Although she had quaggy, so be shaho igi. What our a has the dolis, the chile chair set dame.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton, sponsor.
Colleagues, thank you very much for sharing your concerns and then also speaking on behalf of your community members and the Navajo people. I do want to state that the Department of Interior was actually created in 1849, and it's really interesting if you look at the history of the Department of Interior. But it was created as a way to deal with the international relationships with tribes. That's, I guess, the best way to put it, because at that time, tribes could enter into treaties and they were recognized to be a separate entity within the United States, not entity, but a separate nation within the United States, and that continues today. And so the history of the Department of Interior is really an interesting history, but I think, you know, when we're talking about the decisions that would be made by the Secretary of Interior, you know, we also have to talk about the appointments that would be made under her, because she would still be in charge of hiring an assistant secretary for policy management and budget. She would also have to hire an assistant secretary that would deal with water and science, an assistant secretary for fish and wildlife and parks, an assistant secretary for land and minerals management, which actually does affect us as American Indians. She'd also have to hire an assistant secretary for Indian affairs, an assistant secretary for insular areas, and then a special trustee for American Indians. And so she would have that power to put the right people in place to be able to address some of the issues that are, again, that we are facing here on the Navajo Nation. But I think the important appointee or the important selection is the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs. That's primarily the person that we work with when we're talking about issues here on the Navajo Nation that the federal government does have involvement with. It's really kind of interesting because if you kind of go back with Indian law, I don't want to say as we all know, but because there's some people that don't really know some of the things that have happened with the history of Indian law. But it's very interesting because whenever legislation is passed by Congress, if that specific legislation is required to be adopted by Indian tribes, Congress has to include that language. And so sometimes what happens is when Congress doesn't include that language, that's where it gets a little bit hairy or it gets a little bit messy. So usually, and I stated it already before, the laws that are passed down by Congress, you know, those are the laws that affect us. And as we know, the executive branch, their responsibility is to implement those laws. But at the same time, I think that we do have an advantage in that she would be familiar with the issues that are happening in Indian country. And Honorable Herman Daniels brought up Bear Ears. And again, that would be a decision that would be made by President Biden to lift that executive order that was passed down by the Trump administration. But she would also have a hand in that and be able to provide some remedies through, I guess, for any type of damage that may have occurred by the lifting of this executive order. So I think in a lot of ways, you know, I really support who she is as an individual, but also where she stands with a lot of the issues. I do also want to state that it's kind of like a double-edged sword in this case, because it would be the very first time that an American Indian would be appointed to be Secretary of Interior. So in a lot of ways, we're going to be really scrutinizing her because of the decisions that she is going to have to make when those laws get passed. When we normally, I know that in the past, you know, whenever the Department of Interior has made decisions I don't really hear very much uproar that occurs because of those decisions. And perhaps it's because we've never had an American Indian sit in those positions to make those types of decisions. So we know automatically that Congresswoman Deb Haaland will be scrutinized by the American Indian people because she would be leading the Department of Interior that oversees the laws, the regulations, and how they're implemented here in Indian country. So it's going to be a very tough position that we're going to be that she's going to be put in. But I do have faith that she's going to be making the right decisions, not only because of her background, but also because she is an American Indian woman. And as Shaja, Honorable Daniel So stated, she lived the life that many of us have lived. She was, and she has never shied from sharing her past experience as being a single mother and having to do what she had to do to raise her children. As we're matrilineal, we're matriarchal. Our children, come first. And as women, we do what we can to support our family and our children. So I think that, with that sentiment in mind, she will make the right decisions on behalf of Indian country. And it may not always be the decisions that we agree to. As we all know, as elected officials, we make the decisions that we think is right at the moment based on the information that's in front of us at that moment. And sometimes we're always going to have somebody who's going to disagree with us. And so she is going to be put in that situation. But again, I do believe that that this is the first step in securing or helping her with her confirmation. Navajo Nation is the largest tribe in the United States. I remember when I was in law school in Kansas and I would meet with the tribes out there, they would always say, well, what is Navajo doing? And so I felt really honored in that tribes looked at the Navajo Nation in leading the way. And so I'm hoping that this confirmation goes through with a vote in favor for her confirmation, letting our federal delegation know that we support the appointment and confirmation of an American Indian woman to the Department of Interior, and that we support the work that she will be doing, and that we have full faith in her decisions. So with that, I hope that I know that there wasn't really very many questions. There was just more concerns that were brought forward. And as Honorable Kealan Begay, stated, is now the time to include in their issues that we should be addressing here in the Navajo Nation. I don't think that now is the time to do that because she hasn't even been confirmed yet. All we are simply stating with this legislation is that Navajo supports her confirmation. So with that, I hope I was able to address the issues and the concerns that were asked by my colleagues. Thank you, Speaker. I'm going back on mute.
Speaker Freeland, can you put me in the queue?
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Yes, I'm Freeland, I can. Let me go back to Honorable Kealan Begay. I don't know if we lost you earlier, Jay.
Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not on this good. Joe, I don't be how it's been out to hate to not spit the. I mean, that's just an indication that there's there'll be no support of any changes of the way the legislation is developed. I could end the show. Do I ye go back ni go could do yet here. Without net the hakato did about I don't have your nasesto. I could end the she to date out our in Saki she to those out us as I could end the she to every time that we make a position, there's always some down the road somehow it comes back to us got out at the end but it would end
Kudo John Hidden hit the Najiki, Kudoni Che Hazika, Mr. Daniel. That's the eastern part of the Navajo Nation to create the net Ohayu, because I haven't seen regarding the Chaco Canyon. Koko Johadat Ego Jipe, but the Nan Liniki Johat a push it in gun here. Kudon Hin hit the Nagate or much of well and had the Sato added Kate had any Gijon hit Nidan his no a in Jahata seat, quid street. Are the meeting that see Lee Johadat Ego. Passion, it's just a zig. How is it that they're going to get, I guess, a response by her administration with the situation that the allotted land and fee lands, Tacabort area has Aja, Nan Linigi, the Yego Betis, the John Hitnoy, Hatsiki, Ela, Johnson Shema. Joshi Jo Nisenzi Gishi Ani hit Ashi be in sin case Jonadil aunt Nadine Dean aunt we have our different regions where each of our chapters are different in every situation on the Navajo Nation. So Benago go 8 issues I guess let me just have this to be on record during the presentation or the introduction of this legislation 1421 that I did made a recommendation to include certain language that would really reinforce for the Navajo Nation to for the incoming the Interior Secretary to address certain areas. Major issue that the Navajo Nation is encountering. Traditional in the shadow, traditional Helen Katquage. But what end built all that up built a cockwood Nas Hospital need loans at Yana Shwan, the Jonah Schnell. When Goshin did all with Edo, little Ishalan hit hands are not all just need near hot that need go Hagila Ecuador get this auto yendo the shangit itan hata yilla do lichi ko edishes zero bahasi do lito kudo shishit man liniki, especially the 5 chapters that I represent. To some extent, public safety is one area. The legislation has Department of Justice land on the DOJ side, under the Office of Justice Service on the BIA side. It added traditionally, Mr. Addington went as far as visiting the community of Pinion. That was almost 2 years ago. I don't know, maybe something that I do I don't do it correctly, or do I do something differently that's not effective. Maybe that's the reason why in a way not so oh, you I mean, they're outdated as far as the school. That needs to be the buildings needs to be upgraded or even be replaced. The teachers' housing by yesterday, especially the roads at 52 million yet for the whole Navajo Nation, and you're saying that we are the biggest tribe. We are the biggest tribe, and we, as far as large land basin, about why only 55 million. What recommendation can she help us in saying that the Navajo Nation has over several hundred miles of dirt road, but yet we only receive 53 million per year to construct roads. So that's the area, Shema. I'm sure you have an understanding of my, again, to some extent, my frustration, not to you, but more at the process that we're trying to ask for on behalf of our community members. The Poverty Tier Secretary Judai Dai Kudo Hitashina so Lindigi had the neck of Kudo. So what Ashin Kudo or Iro listen and Anna Lindigi with Io Bahana seat or chairman. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman McGee. Now let me go on down. Chairman Nez, are you there?
Yes, I am, sir.
Go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Speaker Damon, Arash and honorable members of the 24th Council. I do have a concern. If I'm the only red vote, then so be it. Our own Navajo, our dear Navajo people out at Naabik'íyáti area. And I went with them. I traveled with them to D.C. Senator Heinrich, Ben Ray Lujan, Kalan. They decided against our allottees. And that this administration currently, oil and gas, that is giz. Akoshan here, allottees, peso, but Nasco. Orat, ego lago yatabene, I see yatabene, Halet Anhe, Nihetsench Kiji, Ahonhish, Judan Nessa. Ahodayan Sala case, the Data, Nishi, you Democrats, Nekat, or what those now based on nature, on it, and a Shashi Hahodon Nish, a Koti Kwaiki, and the Nenda and Nenigina easy there, a lotties. Jenda Oz Khan, though they stated at it, Jedan. They weren't given the time by these DC leadership. All they send is staff that they nature they don't talk to our dear Navajo allottees out at Naabik'íyáti Chaco area. Kis ani ajigo laho bitches Nishe Ocean Khan Sak face issue on hit it all nes. How come they never took the time to go out to Naabik'íyáti and talk to the allottees? That's the question. How come they didn't do that? They had an opportunity. Endorsement of the 2 years ago. This is just my concern. I just yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Let me move on down. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
You want me to read it?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, good afternoon, Chair. And then also the members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Although Shinalido, Charles Noon, Yate, the legislation that you brought before us. I don't all the leaders, based on Sanin, Ninsanido, I don't Doyati on Nidos, Doyati on the Yae, Kodobayat Kiki, Shikiat Eho. I don't know about that. And call Hitatis Argo, call Mexican. Think about the appointments that we do and the confirmation that we do. I call Anita. That what we're making this confirmation is the kissa, the electrate. Le Chilate, other has under other day has in Saudi with this leadership within the 50 states that we have. Kenya has that's what we're as a Native American people, as a indigenous people, need lineage, but exclusion he didn't lineage. They get I guess to make that today within that administration that that case has under how actually they back here the Bansa case. So she asking the but exclusion lineage and hit the yard she would asking the DK and Lingy as an here. It's a car need loan there, just add a hundred dante. Because we're steward to this land. So we have that stewardship that we have with our own cultural, our language, and their ceremonies. The way we our traditional ways. Within that, that talking about the government leadership has we're recognized as being with the Native people to be there. It's an opportunity to how we can address each other's. What's the best way to do that? How can we, the best way to approach each other as a Native people to talk about this land, that our land, that our ancestors to preserve, to protect it, to go on with it, and how do we use it? The way we want it to use it, and the way it's been used today. As these technologies changes, and as these the way the society changes, just like for the resources, we all know that the whole 50 states are getting out of this fire coal power plants. So it's already it's mandated that it's going to be in because it's just the environment, and then also the atmosphere that we have. It's just a lagi. As Native people. So how do we get together on it? And then as time changes, people coming in, they're destroying it. has three need to come family need to the elderly they say the house at this hard shot ya atos lahago das klima sha hajus nahado just when is going to end. One day they said it's going to come back to aquach nahod ito this aqua aqua is kis large aj nahado just other to that notes other to that on need hard shinde ya what add or done this I think it's all this indigenous people but I think we need to get together on it to talk about it what are they land which do his zag and then I don't need to done I don't care what zag I think this is the opportunity to talk about it for what Miss Holland we can put that into that legislation to talk about it with this land should need when we're going to start talking about it how's it going to benefit us how do we know that we can be preserving it how do we know that we can protect it what way do we need to say that or do to put that action in it that to say that we can be preserving it I think this is an opportunity for that I think my suggestion here is that that I think this is an opportunity to as indigenous people to sit down and talk about this main thing the resources that's in it the best way to do is to talk about it when are we going to start doing that I think that within this legislation as I read through it that I never understood nowhere that I could understand it to where there's going to be time to get together to talk about these resources how are we going to preserve this how are we going to protect this and how are we going to continue using it when's the time to actually put in place and to say give it to the government and saying that this is what we want but I think that's what's missing in this legislation. I don't know what kind of language you will put in it. I think another way to do it is so they don't need you have to put your heart there your mind there to say this you can say you just hear there but to say in a prayer because it doesn't you have to put your mind your heart your belief because I think what the need it's not just if you just take it more like just supporting I think we need to put our mind in it that if we're going to work together put that into that words I think we need to do that allotment under the U.S. Department of Interior. the never dead, the has on that a kid any to other not on to lead or what that no she what she thought I think we need to put that into this legislation. And someone says that I don't know what kind of words we use, but so what the says cases not just a thought, that maybe I can try to put some words in it and I can give it to you. But they have this speaker.
Thank you, our Honorable Brigade. That, let me go to Honorable Yellow Hair, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Follow up. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on right now. Yeah, speaker for the floor and the 24 Navajo Nation Council. Sending here. So it's not like order. She didn't. She might send it. She must send it. She might use that. She didn't. What about this? I have some experience with just the other Indian tribe. But thank you very much, Gina Charles Newton, to not so the legislation 001-4-21. It over here the standing law related to Arnie. Arnie for the Secretary of Interior maybe near Joe Biden administration as a class no. I had some experience. I used to travel with the Naabik'íyáti to Washington, Joe Shirley and Kelsey Bickier, and also late and the president and the Hostingi, Mr. Arbor Hill. I would tell you, the way I thought about this, when you go to Washington, D.C., our federal budget every 2 years. It budget behind Navajo Nation what's your plan? The plan is he's Ako I tells me I just don't know Chelsea Begay. Yoba an Indian tribe on Navajo Nation Detention Center. Yoba Hashini. It all quite important in Saban Suski's Crown Point or Juba City. The Aro Evahan is Nago. Ecuador Yanan says Joe Shirley on this now. Eat Dani in court. Joe Ecuador Obama was a president. But this ain't no finish. No. What is it you need at Navajo? Because Navajo is supporter of Obama. And then he looked into a green book, the federal law that was what was passed and our number one priority, we need detention. Of course, Joe Shirley is no Navajo Nation president. He is going to be our budget president. All Indian tribe leaders are there for 555 tribes that region that has 25 votes that is Joe Shirley that has the Aro Yat Ehotahi, Lado Aro Ehoteshi. They critical Joe Shirley, Navajo Nation president. Oh, yeah, she Navajo Nation, oh, yeah, I go. Yeah, Kito, money, no, could you? I call person Han, they has a star. 2 years is little. There was a small tribe, you could not have Chicago. They outvoted, so they had to, Joe Shirley was replaced. The only vote that was made was by what Joshua Atubu that Iliado activities need to speak in nobody illa got 2 to 40,000 a day. So it's not that Joshua. This is Indian small tribe. Okay, we're the largest Indian tribe. No, 25,000 square miles. No, that data will not. Oh, yeah, not oh, you is that. Oh, you that you. So far, it's saying that it's instance. I couldn't ever with my experience like that. Could you we're going to support it. Thailand, she's going to think that the largest Indian tribe in Navajo Nation supported the Lashi, Hazan Dole. So I thought out of support he let that addition at Sinata had named the and they could say, Neti small hoopy, and Licky on it at a Yota hot water. I think that he's Jahote. So saying the Naban Hoopilandis to air that representation. Our Ehut Humzar he cost a bit to became Wayash such a 8031. Did I address the target me on at the family cut or with that Oban to Kisako? Indian tribe, even in Kidney car, Ashin House and Dollar, Ashin Quahatos, and so Shed although are not in the Tavanta still on the history of the Kid. I out names city honorable richness at Digita. A conde adult green by Batish as Harlan Carton, nature Indian tribe, since crazy children, or another nation, kidney car, but Edole. They want to over hospital after Islador. I don't tell you about it, Minister about it, we just need request for her assistant if she's appointed. Maybe some word in the last paragraph based upon that we appointed her to support her, we still need her assistance for the needs for their needs for Navajo Nation. Something like that for the end of the last paragraph. Just don't support it, but we want to ask for assistance when she's appointed. It is about her speaker list. It is attorneys on her speaker list. I will tell Ishla. So I'm going to book green out of this Shemaya's Honorable Gina Charles Newton. Supporting we hope we want help from her. That is our number one goal for the Navajo Nation. One for Ishla or the Speaker of the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Nation President she yet. And also Liza she yet. The Department of Justice. Tyson of Angihaya that is Nick Ajibes at the Hotanil, so I've been holding shade of I don't see the Shinka. So that's so many shade over our bands. I keep the day on Tata earlier. So 2 years of that. Thank you for that one here. Of give me the floor, Speaker. Name thank you. One so each side only.
Thank you, Honorable here. With that, let me go back to Madam Chair. If Madam Chair Charles Newton, if you have anything for response, if not, I can continue going on.
Yes, Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. I guess what I want to start off saying is that we, as the Diné people, I guess as Indian people as a whole, we have such a beautiful way of life. Our culture, our tradition, our language, our ceremonies. It's so amazing how much of that we carry within ourselves. And I've always found it very difficult to try to explain that way of life to someone who is non-native. And yet, we have been doing that for centuries. We have made arguments and we have also stood our ground based on where we come from, based on our stories, based on our culture, our tradition, based on our language. I always, the Navajo language is so strong. I wish I could speak it fluently. I wish I had that capability. I'm learning each and every day, but I can tell you that when I go out to Washington, D.C., and when I advocate, for the issues here on Navajo and, here in my community as well, I find it really difficult to try to translate that information. And it makes it hard because when somebody doesn't understand that, and when they don't understand where you're coming from, the connections that we have, for instance, the connection that we have with our land, that's so powerful that within our culture, when our children are born, we take their belly button when it falls out, and we bury it in the land, because the story is, we want our kids to be a part of that land, to come back, to be here, to have that connection, to have that way of life, and we have those positive thoughts when we do those types of things. Trying to explain that to someone who is non-Navajo, or maybe even non-Indian, who is not affiliated with the tribe, it sounds crazy to them. Yet we do it all the time when we advocate, when we go to Washington, D.C. I always hear Shajad Delegate Eugene So, who's always talking about treaty rights. He brings up, arguments about the treaty. He brings this back and he says the treaty says this. We have an opportunity at this point to support an American Indian woman who has those same type of values, who has that same type of teaching, who understands where we come from. And we're sitting here and we're debating about decisions that were made by elected officials that she is going to have to carry out. And I understand, that those voices need to be heard, but we also have other issues on the Navajo Nation. We have issues pertaining to roads, to water rights, to law and order, to health, to education. And for me, when I balance out how that affects so many of our Navajo people, that's how I think in terms of this confirmation, supporting her confirmation, is, we have that opportunity to support someone who is like us, who lived like us, and who, grew up on the reservation and made something of herself. I'm sure her people are proud of her. I know that as an American Indian woman, I'm proud of her. I'm proud of her because she is opening that door for people like me. And so I think that this legislation is just opening that door, and it's saying, we support her confirmation. In regards to the comment that was made about the Eastern Navajo Indians, I feel for them. And I know that, when we voted to reduce the buffer zone, we heard their concerns, and we know that they are there. But to be clear, those decisions were made by former President Russell B. Gay and Vice President Jonathan Nance. They consulted with our federal delegation, and they made that decision on behalf of the Navajo people. I don't know how we could hold that against Congresswoman Deb Haaland, because that consultation between the elected officials, it did happen. So in a way, we should be holding Vice President Jonathan Nez accountable because he was part of that conversation. And I know that our Navajo people are in the Eastern Agency, I know that there is some concern about, her confirmation, but, weighing that against all of the other issues that are happening here on the Navajo Nation, all of the other people, all of the Navajo people as a whole, to me, I think that is more important, that we think of our people as a whole. And yes, we are concerned. We want a good outcome, but again, that decision was already made by elected officials. That decision was made by the president of the Navajo Nation and the vice president, who is currently the president of the Navajo Nation, and that those concerns were shared with the federal delegation, and that's how that legislation was created. So in a lot of ways, I guess I'm having a really hard time understanding, because to me, the confirmation of an American Indian woman who retains the same or maybe even similar values as us as Navajo people, we have the opportunity to support her confirmation. And we also know that, she understands where we're coming from. And again, there are so many people involved in the decisions of what's happening with the, with all of the cabinet, members who are going to be coming up for confirmation. There's so many parts, so many moving parts with that I think that, as a Navajo woman, I mean, to me, it just seems like this is the right thing to do. This is the Navajo people who are speaking, supporting another American Indian who is moving up in the ranks. And so we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know, at this point, we're basically holding her accountable for something that she hasn't even decided yet. All this legislation is doing is confirming. We are saying that we are in support of her confirmation because she is like us, because she knows where we come from. She knows who we are, and she knows the struggles that happen or that we face each and every day. So I hope that I was able to provide some context behind the reason I dropped this legislation, and also the reason I'm supporting this legislation and her confirmation. And as was stated, right now there are some issues that we currently have to get addressed. The roads was brought up, the roads going to Alamo. Then there was also, I know that I've met with Alamo and Squajale. I feel really bad for them, because I always, I guess the times that I've met with them, they've always talked about how they're the forgotten Navajos. And I really feel like that is true. We focus so much of what's going on the Navajo Nation. We focus so much of the big part of the Navajo Nation that we oftentimes forget Alamo and Squajale. And so I think that, with that, I want to believe that, after the confirmation, we can sit down with her and we can tell her the issues that are happening here and how she can help us. But at the same time, we also have to understand that, she has she has people who are going to be working for her, like the Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, who we also have to sit down with. But again, the beauty of standing behind, the support to confirm her is that she knows who we are, where we're at, and then all of the injustice that has happened to American Indians since the very beginning. And so with that, again, I hope I was able to to address those concerns. All I'm asking today is that we help her with supporting the confirmation now. And then we start talking, when we sit down, we start talking about the issues and how she can help us here on Navajo. So with that, Speaker, I am going back on mute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pat, let me go ahead and go on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, good afternoon. The floor is yours. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
I'm here. Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Speaker, I appreciate being excused earlier in the meeting to meet with our federal partners, Operation Lady Justice, regarding our missing and murdered Dene relatives. And so what I'd like to do, Speaker, in terms of this conversation, I sent out an email with the proposed amendment. The work that the Navajo Nation Council and the NABI Subcommittee on Sexual Assault Prevention, which includes Vice Chair Nathaniel Brown, Delegate Paul Begay, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., Delegate Vince James, and Delegate Eugene So. We've been working on how to look at the systemic issue of violence, sexual assault in our communities. And one of the areas that was initiated was the missing and murdered Dene relative. And in the conversations, Speaker, there's been recommendations with the recent signing of the Not Invisible and Savannah's Act. And so I'd like to offer this amendment to the legislation so that in turn with supporting the confirmation that we add our priorities as a nation. I'm also in hearing colleagues discuss other areas, water, roads, BIA, services, Bureau of Indian Affairs. I did attempt to try to develop some type of white paper, but we didn't quite get there. And so what I do have is what the Navajo Nation Washington office submitted to the Biden-Harris administration with some Navajo Nation working with the Office of President and Vice President on some of their priorities. I could send that out via email. I think that's a starting point, Speaker, for maybe you and your staff and for delegates who want to add additional information. But at this point, if I could add the amendment with the recommendations, there's areas that we believe that that Operation Lady Justice in particular can assist the nation. The Department of Interior has 2 seats on that board. And so prior, they had their acting assistant secretary of Indian Affairs. And they also did have Mr. Charlie Addington, who represented the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs. And so, Speaker, I'd just like to add this amendment. I want to thank my colleagues for their conversations, for bringing up and advocating, and I'll just yield time over to staff. They could read it into the record. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Rico, was that sent out? That, Mr. Rico, if you could read the amendment into the record.
Sent out at 4:02, Speaker.
Okay,
Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 1. On page 3, line 9, add new section as follows. Recommendation, underscore recommendation. These recommendations come with the recent signing of Not Invisible and Savannah's Act in mind Implementation of both of these acts can be strengthened with these recommendations. The following recommendations are for the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee / Missing and Murdered Diné Relatives, MMDR. Jurisdiction, regulatory changes, protocol, funding, healing, data, infrastructure, research, training, consultation, programmatic support directives to Operation Lady Justice. 1. Jurisdiction. A. Create an exemption from the Tribal Law and Order Act, TLOA, criteria to exercise increased legal and criminal jurisdiction over non-members who perpetrate crimes in the Navajo Nation. B. Support the fund intergovernmental agreements that cross multiple jurisdictions on issues that arise throughout an active case of a victim. 2. Regulatory changes. A. Increase access to victim support programs across multiple jurisdictions for victims and immediate next of kin. 3. Protocol. A. Make changes in the management protocol to increase Navajo Nation access to federal and state agencies and programs intersecting with any part of an active case of a Navajo victim. B. Align protocol on missing and murdered Diné relatives issues across state, federal, and Navajo Nation government agencies, programs, and jurisdictions. 4. Funding. A. Prioritize funding for the tribes to build capacity to address the full scope and consequences of this crisis. For example, funding the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee, Missing and Murdered Diné Relatives Data Institute. B. Coordinate funding across agencies, programs, and the agencies and programming across all jurisdictions intersecting with any part of the life of case of a Navajo victim. 5. Healing focus. A. Fund appropriate research on the effects of historical trauma and its link to the missing and murdered among the Navajo people. B. Create a MMIP victim-centered funding framework that prioritizes healing from an Indigenous perspective. C. Support and fund Navajo historical trauma-informed training, advocacy, and response for communities, educators, healthcare workers, and the criminal justice system. D. Fund tribal criminal justice infrastructure such as staffing, court buildings, intervention and healing programs, legal aid, law enforcement victim services program, police substations in remote areas. E. Support and fund a Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee, Missing and Murdered Diné Relatives Program and Data Institute. 6. Data infrastructure. A. Amend data management access protocol across all agencies and programs intersecting with any part of the life of a case of a Navajo victim, regardless of where the incident occurred. B. Mandate and fund data sharing agreements consistent with Navajo Nation Institutional Review Board, IRB, between the Navajo Nation and all federal, state, and tribal agencies and programs with data relevant to the missing and murdered Diné relatives crisis. C. Identify and amend data collection methodology to reflect the Navajo people coordinating and requiring any researchers contracted or otherwise developing data collection instruments to include Navajo critical constructs like gender or tribal affiliations or like demographic characteristics of perpetrator, including gender and other important critical variables in the addressing the missing and murder Diné relatives crisis. D. Create and support a central data interface for the Navajo Nation to access data from multiple jurisdictions. 7. Research. A. Support and implement an exemption for the Navajo Nation and the tribal coalitions serving the Navajo Nation from the Paperwork Reduction Act prohibitions on research and data collection under Violence Against Women Act and the U.S. DOJ Office of Violence Against Women Tribal Programs. B. Fund focused research on the scope, conditions of missing and murdered Diné relatives and their consequences in the Navajo Nation and among members of the Navajo Nation across the country. 8. Training. A. Support and fund training on missing and murdered Diné relatives, human trafficking, victim advocacy, and historical trauma-informed response for Navajo Nation educators, law enforcement, social services, healthcare, education institutions, and public housing officials, private businesses who operate on the Navajo Nation, and other programs, as well agencies and programs that interface with the Navajo Nation or its members in other jurisdictions. 9, consultation. A, support and fund state efforts to implement and enforce tribal, state, federal consultation policies around missing and murdered Diné relatives. 10, programmatic support. A, support, fund, and expand the Missing and Murdered Indigenous People MMIP coordinator, specifically an MMIP coordinator and team with specialized expertise in the range of issues contributing to and contributing factors of the missing and murdered Diné relatives crisis for the Navajo Nation and her members across the country. 11, directives to Operation Lady Justice. A, prepare a report on all databases and data sources from all agencies and programs across the federal government and its multiple layers of bureaucracy that intersect with any part of the missing and murdered Diné relatives crisis. B, prepare data coordination framework with suggested protocol changes that directly impact the Navajo Nation's capacity to respond effectively with the federal system. C, prepare and report and present findings and recommendations on how best to implement the missing and murdered Diné relatives MMIP initiatives by identifying the policy and legal landscape, including administrative, programmatic, technical, and data collection strategies, priorities, and methodologies that complicate the executive administration's efforts to effectively implement these initiatives in a manner that reflects the interests of the Navajo Nation. D, appoint the Navajo Nation missing and murdered Diné relative survivors and families to National MMIP MMNA Task Force and underscore. 2, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, there is a motion for amendment number 1 on legislation 0014 by Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Honorable James. Thank you. That, colleagues, on amendment 1. I do have Honorable Slater. Good afternoon, Honorable Slater. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Shania. Thank you for the amendment. Strongly supported. Shema Delegate Crotty. I just have one question. I think it's on page 1 where it says 1A, so it's jurisdiction. The sentence starts with create an exemption. Going on down that sentence, it says non-members who perpetuate crimes in the Navajo Nation. I'm just wondering if that's supposed to be perpetrate instead of perpetuate in the email or the copy that I got. So that's my only question. And if it is, maybe the motioning parties would amend that portion of the amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
Could you hear that? If there's no other comments, questions, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, I'll come back to you for response.
Thank you, Speaker. And Vice Chair Slater, thank you, Shiaz, for catching that. If I could make that modification, and I'm over here red-faced, but I appreciate you catching that. Thank you.
Thank you with that. There was a recommendation for modification. Honorable Mitch James, you good with the modification?
Votes no.
Okay, great. Any other comments, questions then on Amendment 1?
Speaker
This is
Callan.
Delegate Charles Newton.
I guess
Speaker also.
on Amendment 1. Honorable Keelan Begay, then Madam Chair Charles Newton, then Honorable Otto So. Honorable Keelan Begay on Amendment 1.
Chairman, Speaker. Let's amendment Beninia Haki. Earlier, out this traditional bit because the in the art hit up in bit no, so I did acknowledge that in a way. I don't know if it was a formal request, but just more of like a statement saying that this legislation should be sent as is. There's justification that they provided, but I think that out on such case, it aimed one way or another. This I like for us Navajo Niglindiki, the amendment that should ask for everything that we talk about and everything that we advocate for are much important. And I believe Navajo Nation Washington office was sent to the Biden administration. Maybe that could be added on as a statement that this was sent over to the Biden administration. Hala, at the point of what the Biden administration, to President Biden, appointed Hala. So hey, could edit on our hospital, but that's the Benago edit on Shinkaton Happen deed and strip no shin that's a cocoa a codats as a modification being scaled of this. The document that was sent to the through the Navajo Nation Washington office to the Biden administration regarding several outlines of areas that the Navajo Nation is requesting for services and other additional funding and other important things for the Biden administration to address.
Thank you, McKellen. We go to Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, for allowing me to speak on this amendment. So I know that this question, again, as Honorable Keelan Begay stated, he made a similar request, and I did ask him if if we could actually just get the legislation in supporting the confirmation. And that's really what this legislation is about, is just saying that we support the confirmation. I worry that adding this language would be saying, we support the confirmation if you do this, which I think would send a wrong message to Congress, because I don't know how how it would be taken in that case. It may be used against her, and that's certainly what we don't want. We want her to have a clear confirmation, and I think with this, again, I support what the amendment is saying. However, I just don't think that it fits into this legislation. And in fact, I think that as a matter of fairness, it would be nice if after the confirmation, after she gets confirmed, that Navajo put together kind of what the Speaker did with the priorities that were sent over to the federal government, if we did something similar to that, which would allow every single one of us delegates to include in that, the issues that we would like for her to address while she is the Secretary of Interior. I think, in my opinion, I think that probably would be the best thing, because then it gives every delegate the opportunity to talk about roads, to talk about public safety in their community, and send over something of a priority that would allow her to consider these issues, and then to also know that they are issues that are happening on the Navajo Nation. And again, it would just be a matter of fairness for all of the delegates to include in their what they're advocating for. And so again, this legislation was meant to just be a clear, we're supporting her confirmation. Again, I just worry that including this language, we may have some, I guess maybe we might have Congress come back and say it's kind of a, tit for tat type of thing. If you support us with these initiatives, then we support your confirmation type of thing. I don't know. Again, I know that with confirmation, they stick on the smallest things, and they make it to where it may be seen as a negative. And so I would just like to ask Delegate Crotty if she would be willing to save this amendment, and again, after confirmation has been completed, then to drop maybe a separate support, or maybe a separate, I'm not sure what exactly it would be called, but it would be, this is where Navajo Nation stands, and these are what we need help with. Type of maybe legislation or support letter. I feel like the legislation might be something that might be a little bit more, helpful. Again, Speaker Damon did the same thing when he asked us what our priorities were, and that was the priorities that were sent to the new incoming, members of Congress who are coming in. And so I'd like to do something similar to that. And again, as a matter of, including all of the issues coming from Navajo, I think that would be something that I would be more in support of. So at this time, again, colleagues, I hope that we can just stick to just the firm statement that Navajo is in support of Congresswoman Deb Haaland for the Secretary of Interior cabinet position. That's just simply what the legislation states, and that's simply, or I guess that's really what I want to keep it at. And again, it's not that I'm against what the amendment language is stating. I would just like to just keep it very simple to just say Navajo is supporting the confirmation of Congresswoman Deb Haaland. Thank you. Hello, are we still on?
Yeah, we still hear you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. So I guess, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, just I was conversating with staff here. Was that a formal request then to ask for Amendment 1 to be withdrawn?
Speaker, and if you could also help us as 24th Navajo Nation Council to put forth some of the concerns that we have, not only in our community, but the concerns of the people of the Navajo Nation that have to get addressed. I know that Honorable Naabik'íyáti, pointed out some of the issues that are happening in his community, not only to the previous report that was provided regarding broadband, but also we've heard about the roads, which was brought up by Honorable Naabik'íyáti. We also know that, other delegates have brought the issues forward. Delegate Herman Daniels talked about bear ears. I think if we were to send a separate maybe legislation or a request, a letter asking to address those issues, and we include everything in there that each of us want to include in that. Again, I don't know if it would be a letter or if it would be legislation, but that it be done after confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on your second portion, the Speaker's office staff is finalizing a priorities listing, and that legislation, it should be ready for legislation as early as next week, and that would be final authority at Naabik'íyáti committee. That sets I guess an avenue that's not just limited to those items that are listed, but it's a starting point to express what the real and deep priorities are, especially with this knowing that the new administration's needing technical and educational training on issues pertaining to the Navajo Nation. But let me go ahead and refer back to Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti. Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti, was a request.
Thank you, Speaker. So I would like to add on Delegate Kealen's request on the Navajo Nation priority listing. Everybody has insight, or everyone feels that they should have a say on how Navajo Nation approaches these confirmations. But this is the time for leadership to develop their concerns, because when you see these Senate confirmation hearings, they're asking what are their positions and what are they going to do in these positions that they're being appointed to. And so I think it should be clear from Navajo Nation that we include our positions into this confirmation. I would think that is the reason why, as a nation, that we are supporting this appointment. And I think that we have to continue to use every lever and pulley that we have as a nation. So if tribal nations look at Navajo Nation and ask what Navajo Nation is doing, then we should lead the way at our priorities, talk about water, talk about roads, talk about infrastructure, talk about education, talk about economic opportunities at every level and every chance that we get. And so this amendment is being made in earnest, that we look at public safety and how violence has crippled our nation. And so I'll stand with this amendment. I think it is reflects the nation in total, and I look forward to future discussions. But I think this is the time to add that in now. And thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, let me continue on then on amendment number 1. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much. You guys hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I have the same concerns what Madam Chair Charles Newton has raised. And is Navajo sending a message to say, we will support your confirmation only if you address these issues? It's written down. I believe the legislation is just a simple legislation relating to supporting the confirmation. The priorities and the issues related to tribal policy at the federal level will be the next step after when Representative Holland is confirmed. So I think it's sort of not right at the time to bring these concerns to say this is what Navajo's needs are, and that's the only way we're gonna. Basically, we're saying that's the only way we're gonna support your confirmation, and it may send the wrong message throughout Indian country, and someone is gonna take it differently. They're gonna say, "Oh, Navajo said, you know, we're gonna support your confirmation, but you had to support these initiatives." And I believe that will come through travel consultation from the Interior's office. That's the next step after she is confirmed. But I will tell you, the Navajo Nation has really never sat down with the Secretary of Interior ever in any presidential history. No, even during Obama's administration, there was nothing of the Secretary of Interior at that time coming to Navajo to look at the Navajo's needs. It's like she's like a division director here on Navajo. She's just working to make sure that the program is operating so that, based off of what policies and procedures are in place. But if it's a policy statement that needs to be addressed and Congress needs to act, that's a whole different conversation. So therefore, I have concerns on this. I feel comfortable sending this legislation forth, just straightforward, supporting the confirmation of the Deb Holland. So, sort of muddying up the water. That's how I'm looking at it. But I really hope that leadership looks at this, and I believe our speaker indicated that the priority list is next. And I believe that legislation is coming up, and this is where these type of policy statement will be put into the legislation for our federal official. So, that's basically what we're saying. So, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So that, colleagues, is there any more comments or questions on Amendment 1?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Yes, Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Speaker, point of order. Callan.
Yes, Honorable Callan.
My apologies, Chair. Delegate Daniel. I believe I made a request to the amending party, and I'm not sure if it's been ignored or you're going to acknowledge my request to the amending party requesting to accept or include within her amendment the documents that were sent to the Biden administration. Unless you want me to make the amendment in English, just let me know, Chairman. Thank you.
Did you get it? Okay, I was under understanding that you were going to add those in as on the priorities on the Brigade, but if that's something that's going to be added in now, I don't have anything here. Unless if you're talking about the document that was that was made by the Navajo Nation Washington office. Is that the document you're talking about?
Yes, Speaker, the document that was sent to the Biden administration by the Navajo Nation, unless if it's not shared with the council or the committee, maybe the staff would share it with the committee, unless you want to see the document first.
Oh, but we don't have the document. Who has the document? Member, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, are you, Honorable Keon-Begay, are you referring to the document that Madam Chair Amber Crotty was referring to, the one that was sent to the Navajo, to the White House from the Navajo Nation Washington office? Is that what document you're talking about? Honorable Keon-Begay.
Chairman, it does indicate October 2020, Navajo Nation 5 issues and legislative priorities. Because that's the document that I'm referring to. I don't know if that needs to be forwarded to you.
Yeah, I don't have it. You have it? Did you get it? Okay, staff just now has it. So it's added in. Is it added in now? Well, I think, I was confused. I thought Madam Chair Amber Crotty was wanting to add that in at the time when we were doing the priorities. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, so this is what you want to add in?
Yes, Speaker, I'll add in those recommendations. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James, you good with that modification?
Oh, another.
Okay, thank you. So sorry, Honorable Keon-Begay, I wasn't trying to ignore you, or I thought that was just on a different, we were talking about adding that in on as when the Navajo Nation federal priorities legislation comes through. So it's in there now. That, back to Honorable Herman Daniels.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Oh, on Amendment 1.
On the amendment, thank you so much, Delegate Crotty, for doing the amendment. During the Kudosh not on a Seniki. Juno Yahat, we could on the my favorite Shay, Delegate Chairman Daniel So, on Juno Yahat, the other Shay, my great Shay, Delegate Auto So, as Dokoto. Juno Yahat, the Kodota, Zubat, Hegit, or Nasbet Ilne. Confirmation, David, yet Nasbet Ilne, no Yahat, the go. Go even the case as the go. I don't know with these amendments. So, I know there's going to be more amendments after this. So, in that amendments, so this is the final authority, though, that this legislation. So, I see even yesterday the nails and that go the Hanzashi or Kilikite or data adding amendments and amendments after amendments. So I see Babansi and Jumbo lessons from the Baban just case but with these amendments or yet I need what and rate delegate Chairman Soya has to eat on the Asha. I think we're gonna muddy up the water mitigate I need what on this what did. So, Chairman Soth, then Daniel Sweet, Vicky Kodo, after the confirmation, has stand up at the date, so no, you have So I totally agree with him. So I just think that we're going to be doing amendments after amendments. Should I have several amendments after this one? Let's go. So Hazor's Eddie, Nis Kodoshan and Dama Shengi. So I'm going to make a motion to table this until the next committee meeting. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Honorable Herman Daniels. There's a motion to table legislation until the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. And that next meeting would be on
Next Friday, Saturday, or next Thursday.
February the 25th, 2 weeks from today. Honorable Daniels. There's a timeline in place. Is there a second? Second, Honorable Helena. That, colleagues, with the tabling motion, no discussion. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kellen votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Paul Begay votes red. Oh, Paul Begay votes green. Sorry.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
So I'm going to say,
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
heard yet. It's all worse.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Speaker, real quick question, privilege, please. What are we voting on? I'm sorry, my phone call dropped.
We are voting to table legislation 0, or on the amendment, which would be tabling the entire legislation 0014-21 until the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, which will be on February 25th.
Okay, I'll go ahead and vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes
Monica
red.
votes green.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, what was your vote?
Red, Petit.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Winnie. Delegate James votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Vince
Win-
James votes red. Honorable
Monica
Eugene
votes
So.
green.
Green, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Speaker, with a vote of 14 in favor, 8 opposed, and chair not voting.
That, colleagues, thank you. 14 in favor, 8 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Table legislation 0014-21 is tabled until the next NABI meeting, which will be on February 25th. That,
Speaker,
colleagues.
this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can I say something really quickly?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. So just to be clear, colleagues, confirmation happens very, very quickly. So there's probably a good chance that either the confirmation will have been completed or maybe going through the process the time that we hear this legislation again. And so, you know, I just, I appreciate the debate that was happening. I was really hoping that it would just be a quick support vote to confirm. But you know, I just want to say to the Navajo people who are on Facebook who are listening in that hopefully Navajo will be able to support confirmation. If not, then that's just how things happen. So with that, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, moving on down on our agenda. We have item number D, legislation 0018-21, which is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, that legislation has been withdrawn. So with that withdrawal, we move on down, continuing on. Item number E, legislation 0016-21, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Hino, was sponsored by myself, Seth Damon. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0016-21, in action relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees and Navajo Nation Council approving a supplemental appropriation from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the total amount of $34,193,514 to the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated, Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority, Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, and Navajo Nation Arts and Craft Enterprise, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J of the Appropriations Act. You do have committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee, Budget and Finance Committee. The Resources and Development Committee recommend a do pass with the following amendments. Amendment number 1, on page 1, lines 16 and 17, make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike $34,193,514 and overstrike underscore $27,196,938 and underscore. On page 1, lines 19 and 20, delete the language as indicated below. Overstrike Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority and overstrike. On page 4, lines 22 and 23, delete the language as indicated below. Overstrike 4, Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority has requested funding of $6,996,576 as indicated in Exhibit D and overstrike. 5, remove Exhibit D in its entirety and rename or re-letter remaining exhibits. 6, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment number 2, 1, insert new section 7 as follows. Underscore section 7, reimbursement to the unreserved undesignated fund balance. The Navajo Nation Council approves any future funding to the Navajo Nation from the United States Treasury, whether through congressional appropriation or other designation for the purpose of combating COVID-19, to reimburse the unreserved undesignated fund balance up to the full amount approved in this resolution. The Navajo Nation Council shall authorize and approve reimbursement to the unreserved undesignated fund balance as the initial priority in any future funding resolutions for COVID-19 relief. And underscore 2, the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Office of Legislative Services shall coordinate to ensure all cumulative totals in this resolution conform to all amendments made at the standing committees and the Navajo Nation Council. 3, renumber, relitter succeeding paragraph, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee, who recommends that it do pass with one amendment. Amendment number 1, page 1, lines 16 and 17, and page 5, lines 24 and 25. Make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike $34,193,514 and overstrike underscore $19,366,747 and underscore 2, page 1, line 18, delete the language as indicated below. Overstrike Navajo Tribal Utility Authority and overstrike. 3, page 4, line 22 and 23, delete the language as indicated below. Overstrike Navajo Tribal Utility Authority has requested funding of $6,996,576 as indicated in Exhibit D and overstrike. 4, remove Exhibit D in its entirety and rename or relitter the remaining exhibits. 5, page 4, line 15, page 5, line 27, and page 6, line 2, make the following changes as indicated below. Overstrike $34,193,514 and overstrike underscore $19,366,747 and underscore. 6, page 5, lines 12 and 14, make the following changes as indicated below. Overstrike L, the Office of the Controller has requested to provide memorandum to satisfy the requirements in 212 NNC section 820L. The memorandum was not ready at the time of drafting this resolution, but will be included as an exhibit when it is available. End overstrike. Underscore new language. L, the Office of the Controller has provided a memorandum attached as Exhibit H to satisfy this requirement of 12 NNC 820, Section 820L. The Office of the Controller has indicated the request is non-recurring and the balance in the unreserved undesignated fund balance as of January 2021 is $63,795,352 and underscore. 7, insert the Office of the Controller memo dated February 9th, 2021 as Exhibit H. 8, page 5, lines 16 to 20, delete Section 4 in its entirety as follows. Overstrike Section 4, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J to the extent these provisions prevent the unreserved, undesignated fund balance to be used to fund recurring expenditures and overstrike. Overstrike, the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives 12 NNC Section 820E, F, and J to allow UUFB funds to be used for recurring expenditures and overstrike. 9, the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Office of Legislative Services shall coordinate to ensure all cumulative amounts totals in this resolution conform to the amendments made in the Standing Committee and Navajo Nation Council. 10, renumber, relitter succeeding paragraph, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Navajo Nation Council is Final authority, Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Halona.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, motion by Honorable Halona. Is there a second? Second.
Delegate Nez.
Chairman Nez. Is there any comments, questions on legislation 0016-21? This legislation is destined for council. Oh, there's Mr. Wilson Stewart. With that, Chairman Heaney, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay, Speaker, Chairman of Naabik'íyáti to the Speaker Payment. On the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the COI legislation 0016-21 adopted so the even the amendment based on the COVID-19 pandemic. The March of 2020, this Jada, the enterprise, Navajo Nation enterprises, that like Navajo Nation hospitality, arts and crafts, enterprise, Navajo Centers Incorporated, Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, Navajo Travel Utility Authority, and Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority. J&E Enterprise, so that even that AAD cares money here, that's 714 million now. But AAD only for Navajo governmental employees. Some of our enterprises were not able to really benefit from some of these funds. And so especially when it comes to payroll protection or hazard pay, that so even in Kwagi, the Ani had the Yagi, so Diko, Anke, UFD, the peso, Snelligibe Bacada was even yet. I thought Ani the Yako. The proposal budget had the East. I call 34 million, go maybe got a peso, okay, today. But after RDC, NECA, man, so to see case there, we got the Dini, a container, gives you hot so, because during the whole pandemic, here at the nation day, the project, so I don't know, go include the either I'd never hope a base or get windy from that. Let's request to be removed from the legislation. Jordan, no, that I have although Abalacha, they're in budget and finance, so Navajo Travel Utility Authority. It could the dot need. The here, our enterprise wasn't shut down. They need nation day. So even that could get on that not on his so I get the Viga. I didn't know it could not not local vision. So right now the allocation is not 34 million, it's down to 19 million. Although even that could this genie classes Keiko. But some of our enterprises like Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprises, Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, they were forced to close their doors during the whole pandemic, and there were no opportunity for them to generate any type of income. So even in Kwagi, the his ani so to be caught or what's been don't think I hit the net they niche aja pushing over you Navajo employees. Other with Sunday, but Chinyata Hariado, Hashil Sobahadas Agido, Aiken the Ileko. So even not yet. What are a yadida, there's Ani Sos. Others agent, Kanadiki Halom, Jo we have Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. Our CEO, Brian Parrish, and his staff, they're on the line. Adon, the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, so Nick Taylor. Adon Navajo Nation, not Nick Taylor, Hospitality Enterprises, the staff again. Believe the president was on board during the last meeting, Mr. Lorenzo Max. The Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated, Mr. Nick Taylor. But as of the Budget and Finance Committee meeting yesterday, Mr. Taylor requested that there be a modification to the Navajo Shopping Centers Incorporated requested allocation. Again, amendment Shinkin Shikedo Kodo as a Naabik'íyáti committee. Mr. Rico Bachingia. To modify the Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated requested allocation, and so that would bring the total request down to 18,700,000 and once this amendment passes off. So Kage Nishana Ado Dida his Ani Kodosat Sozigi. So Kodon Devakata was even here to avoid any type of shutdown on their enterprises. So even not Kodon educate specific questions. I have my agents on the line and ready to answer any questions. So with that question, Speaker Dame Kodoshayan, I educate on the nation for adults.
Thank you, Chairman Hino. That, colleagues, let me go to the floor. I have Honorable Stewart in the queue. Honorable Stewart, the floor is yours. Honorable Stewart. Stewart, you might have to press *6.
Okay, I got it. So Chair, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this one, it's an amendment. So I know we're on Amendment 1, correct? And this one,
no, Honorable Stewart, we are on the main motion.
On the main motion, okay. All right, this one is going to be an amendment then, Shatilla, and we got this one in, and Kristen Lowell has it, and I believe she forwarded it as well to Manuel. But it's an amendment to this legislation 0016-21, and that's for the two resolutions, one from hospitality and one from NACE. That's what the amendments are, Shatilla, Chair and colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Shanad, the one sponsoring Mr. Hinio, the resolution again.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Stewart. With that, Mr. Rico, if you want to read the amendment into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment number 1, page 5, line 15, insert new paragraph M and in as indicated below. _M, the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise Management Board approved resolution number 2021-2 attached as Exhibit I in support of the enterprise's request for supplemental funding of $1,463,206 In the Navajo Arts and Crafts Enterprise Board of Directors approved a resolution dated December 31st, 2020, attached as Exhibit J to seeking funding assistance through legislation from the Navajo Nation N_, to add the Navajo Nation Hospitality Board resolutions as new Exhibit I and the Navajo Arts and Crafts Board resolution as new Exhibit J. 3, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker. Oh, also attached with this are the resolutions from Navajo Nation Hospitality and NACE. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, just adding in board resolutions on this amendment. So with that, there is a motion for amendment number 1 by Honorable Wilson Stewart. Is there a second? Going once.
Second by Otto Stowe. Second by Delegate Stowe.
Otto Stowe. Thank you. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment 1? If there are none, let's go to the board on amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kennisbaugh Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable
Green.
Purnell. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Purnell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Purnell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Green.
Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Delegate Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Caleb votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting.
Can you hear me now? Test. Test. With that, colleagues, motion carries on Amendment 1, 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting. Moving on back to the main motion. At this time, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the main motion. Any further comments, questions on the main motion? Once.
Speaker Freeland.
Going to Freeland. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Does this legislation go to the council?
Yes. Final authorities at Navajo Nation Council.
Okay. The reason why I asked is because NTUA does want out of the legislation.
Honorable Freeland, NTUA and NECA are both out. They're not asking for anything. Those amendments were made at RDC and Budget Finance Committee.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, Speaker. Thank you.
Colleagues, any other comments, questions? When once.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Chair Amber Crotty, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. So there's been a lot of movement with this legislation. I know that this has, within a week, this has been drafted, and here before us. Can I get an update in terms of what is the current allocation for this with all of the different amendments? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. We did email that out, and Madam Chair, Chief of Staff, Ms. Yazzie just now sent that out. Let me read it. What time did you send it out? 5:12. This one update is an Excel spreadsheet. At this time, through all the amendments, not only at Budget and Finance Committee, but here at the Resource and Development Committee. This legislation started out as $34,193,514. There's $15 million being requested from Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, $2 million from Navajo Arts and Crafts, $1,463,206 from Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, $903,541 from Navajo Nation Shopping Center, $7,830,191 from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, and $6,996,576 from Navajo, from NECA. And that was totaling that amount. as indicated, $34,193,514. At the Resource and Development Committee, there was an amendment to take out $6,996,576, and that was from NECA. And then at the Budget and Finance Committee, it was to remove the $7,830,191 from originally requested from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. So minusing those two numbers out, as of right now, the total amount requested in this legislation is $19,366,747, Madam Chair. Colleagues, any other comments, questions? Oh, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the sponsor of the legislation. I have two questions. The first one is, what is the current amount in the UUFB? And two, I guess, current amount and if there's any pending drawdowns from it or expenditures from it that would take effect prior to this passage by the full Navajo Nation Council. And the second question is, with respect to the gaming enterprise, on their supplemental funding proposal, so it's Exhibit A, but above that it says Appendix K. So that sheet in the legislation, I think it's page 8. It says Part 3 lists alternative funding sources being pursued and contingency plan if request is not funded. And so there's a few different items there. The third one says Master Trust Fund loan, $15 million, parentheses, requires the refinancing of NNGE's existing senior loan with the Navajo Nation and concurrence of subordinate debt lenders. And my question is, what sort of analysis from the Navajo Nation has been done for what would be the most financially advantageous, or maybe the better way of saying it is least financially adverse to the nation's portfolio, and then expenditures and outlays between appropriating funding from the UFB as opposed to addressing the loan under item 3. And I think that would go to the sponsor as well as the controller or anyone else at your advisement, Speaker, who could speak to that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to the sponsor, Chairman Henio. And then there might be additional information, not only directed, and the sponsor might have his agents on the line, but in response to the amount of funding that's available in the UUFB. Hopefully the controller's on the line. If not, I do believe that we have the number. With that, Chairman Henio.
Here, to the Chairman and Speaker Damon. Naabik'íyáti Committee, additional Naidesh Kidigi. The question number 1. Looking at the legislation as far as the balance as of January 21st, 2021 in the UUFB. You look on page 5 of 6 on line number 1 and 2. The balance talks about the balance of the UUFB at $63,795,352. So I controller of the Navajo Nation updated the balance as far as drawdowns is concerned. The pending drawdowns, the controllership, controller's office, as far as what legislation that council has passed and what the president has signed into law as of today. So those would be the pending drawdowns from this amount. So I'll defer that part of the question to the controller's office if there's anybody on the line. For question number 2, but if there needs to be, I have our agent from Navajo Gaming Enterprise
Mr. Brian Parrish and Steve Hart, who are on the line, and other gaming enterprise employees that might be able to assist in answering question number 2 from the delegates later. So, if I could defer the second part of question number 1 to our controller's office, and if they are able to answer question number 2, so if you could call out, see if they're on the line still.
Thank you. Madam Controller, you on the line this evening, or Mr. Rob Willie?
Speaker, this is Controller.
Madam Controller, go ahead.
Okay. Otto, good evening, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Otto Shiyar Kudo on this legislation, Chair Henyo. So as to Bidnai de Kidigi, what is the balance of the UUFB? I know that our office has prepared a memo, and the balance that we had at the time of our memo, it was $63,795,352. Since then, as everybody is aware, today the President signed CJA 04-21, the funding for the Chinle Nursing Home in the amount of $1,393,271. So if you net that amount from the balance I just gave, so currently, because of that approval and signature by the President today, so that brings the balance right now to $62,401,081. So there are a few others, I believe, pending as well. So that's we have a couple of them pending. I think that's a couple of them are before you. So, but with the signature by the President today on the Chinle Nursing Home legislation, then the current balance, and I'll repeat it, it's $62,401,081. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Controller. To add on, I think if this legislation was to pass, the current amount of $19,366,474, it would be roughly $43,034,334. This legislation was fully signed into law. That, colleagues, I think there was also a question, the second question, Madam Controller. Chairman Henio, was there a second question?
Yes, there was a second question regarding the gaming enterprise, as far as the the exhibits that was concerned regarding the gaming enterprise. And so, Craigie, if I could defer that to Mr. Parrish with the gaming enterprise.
Okay, great. Mr. Parrish, are you on the line?
Honorable Speaker, yes, sir. Honorable Chairman Henio, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, thank you so much for your time. If I'm understanding Honorable Slater's question properly, I believe and I just want to clarify so I don't provide incorrect information. My interpretation was that is the appropriation from the UUFB, the proper approach to resolving current funding issues for the gaming enterprise, as opposed to a loan or any other monies coming out of the permanent trust fund, and how does this affect the current loan agreement with the Navajo Nation. Mr. Speaker, before I respond, can I just verify with Honorable Slater that I understand the question properly, sir?
Yes. Honorable Slater, let me go back to you.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
While Mr. Parrish was providing his response, I was putting some earphones in so I could hear him clear.
Yeah,
I think that
we can hear you.
I think that he characterized it correctly. My question, though, was directed at Navajo Nation financial staff, so those who have a fiduciary responsibility to the Navajo Nation. There's nothing against Enterprise or Mr. Parrish. I think that the council needs this sort of counseling about financial matters and what would be, say, the best investment, or again, the least adverse impact to the nation overall, and what we've expended thus far and what we might be expected to expend again in the future. So, I mean, if that hasn't really been done, then there's no need for response at this time.
Okay. Okay, I understand your question now thoroughly better, Honorable Slater. So that question then would be posed back at the Controller's office. Madam Controller, I guess question is whether the Navajo Nation, which would fall into your office, did any kind of financial analysis, if this is the best way or option for Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise to receive funding from the nation. Madam Controller?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So I don't have, and then for the question, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Dyson Osangi. So as I understand, the question is whether our office has prepared or an analysis on the impact. I know we did a memorandum, and we're looking it up to see the dates, but it was, I want to say it was in January. I know there's a series of meetings that took place as well, and I was asked what our recommendations were. So we did prepare a memo stating what would be best from the nation's standpoint, given that currently there is a loan between the nation and the gaming enterprise, and that loan is in forbearance right now up until March. And at March, there will be payments that will be due. And so there was a couple of things from not only just as spelled out in our memo, but also the discussions that took place in a series of meetings, two in particular. One was arranged by Speaker's office. And so, but essentially from all of those discussions in our memo, the best route was to do unrestricted funds, which obviously is the UUSB, and then also in the form of a grant. The reason why is the other options being the CHSN. CHSN has its own process and restrictions, and then also the other option discussed was additional loan on top of the existing loan, which does not make sense because, as I stated, that's in forbearance right now. So it doesn't make sense to add another loan on top of a loan that's in forbearance. And so those were our, at least from our office, our recommendation, keeping in mind the status of the loan. So that's, if we find the memo and the date, we can share that if needed. So that's my response.
Thank you, Madam Controller. All right, colleagues, let me go back to the floor then. Any other further comments, questions on legislation 0016-21? Once.
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater.
Honorable Slater, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. My next question is to the sponsor and also to the Office of Legislative Counsel. So first, I'll start with the Office of Legislative Counsel. First, if we were provided budgets and were able to get everything from the executive branch needed to fund those who did not receive hazard or special duty pay but were entitled to it over this past year, would it be possible to add that to this legislation? And then second, would the sponsor be open to that? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me go to Office of Legislative Counsel first, and then after that, back to the sponsor, Chairman Hinu. Ms. Khan, or not Ms. Khan, Ms. Barbara for Ms. Lowe.
Hi, Speaker. This is Kristen. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Speaker, if we could get the budget from the executive branch programs, it would be possible to add it into this legislation. However, as the Office of Legislative Counsel position is invariably, somebody will ask, does this change the intent of the legislation? And the Office of Legislative Counsel position is that that is up to the council delegates to decide through their vote. So it's a matter of broadly interpreting the legislation or narrowly interpreting the legislation. So you could conceivably take the position that the legislation is exclusively to fund the enterprises and for no other purpose. You could also take the position that the legislation is to award supplemental funding to in accordance with the budgets that are in the legislation. So as far as whether it's a narrow interpretation or a broad interpretation, that is strictly up to the Navajo Nation Council. In this case, would be the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Lowell. Moving on back to sponsor, Chairman Hinu.
Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Vice Chair Slater. This proposed amendment of what you're referencing that might be coming up, if it pertains to Navajo Nation employees that were not paid, for example, like Department of Health, maybe a Navajo Nation Police Department, Navajo Nation chapters, ASCs and CSCs, and Daltex, if that's what Vice Chair Slater is referencing, then we do have legislation 0006-21 sponsored by Solicitor Speaker Damon as far as trying to recover the vetoed items pertaining to Navajo Nation Council and legislative branch again, as the President and Vice President's office has requested to be an amendment to that legislation, and I believe that's why it was tabled, and that's where we'll be discussing that legislation tomorrow, and I believe that amendment will be coming up, is to add an additional $8+ million amendment to 0006-21 AAYA, and the intent, according to the explanation that was given by the President's office, was that was to it would be hazard pay and special duty pay for these programs that missed out, their employees that missed out because of many factors. And so, especially the police department, there was a request, I believe, in the neighborhood of $2 million is what I was thinking. I remember reading it, but that's if that would be, we will be entertaining that tomorrow. If that would be satisfactory to us, and that Vice Chair Slater, then I'm open to it, supporting that tomorrow under 006-21. But if that's not the case, then there's legislation again. It was deemed for enterprises, isn't it? But hopefully we can wait till tomorrow and entertain that amendment to add on to 0006-21. So, Speaker Damon, I'll yield the floor back to you.
Thank you for that response. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Are there any other comments or questions at this time on legislation 0016-21?
Speaker.
Honorable Slater, then Chairman Daniel. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the controller, and thank you to Chair Henyo. So I think in terms of balancing all of the requests, my question then is to you, Speaker. Have those budget documents been forwarded to you for inclusion in consideration of legislation 6-21 tomorrow? And if so, can you send out those documents to the council so we can review them now too?
Thank you. Thank you. Just to let you know, Chairman or Vice Chair Slater, there's an amendment that has been working on for the past 2 weeks with the executive branch on 006-21, and on that there's a total amount of funding that was line item vetoed in the at that time it was in the personnel lapse fund, totaling $9,236,549. In that, there's $1,050,456 that would be going to the legislative branch, and $8,186,092 that would be going to the executive branch. In there, there's it's a primarily it's for Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation, what your question was about hazard pay or special duty pay that was given as a request. And in there for hazard pay, there's $430,371 for Division of Community Development. For Department of Health, there's $750,000. Washington office, $17,620. Division of Human Resources, $187,864. Division of Natural Resources, $617,000. Division of General Services, $175,000. Office of the Attorney General is $250,000. Navajo Department of Transportation is $130,000. Division of Public Safety is $2,523,274. And then there's also allocations to Daltex for $1,223,000. Division of Community Development for chapter stipends for $770,000. Census Building to purchase that for $330,000. Giving dollars to the Tax Commission for $106,588. OMB for $68,120, and then OPVP for $556,257. We can send out that amendment to everyone this evening. That's the total amount of funding in that are in that amendment, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. And then just for clarity too as well, there's also another amendment that's being worked on right now for Office of the Controller for $1,871,934. And then for the LDAs for legislative district assistants for special duty pay of, that's about $188,000. Those are the ones that are currently being worked on, and we can send all those out this evening, or this as well. Right now, we can send out a big bulk one, then send out OOCs, and then LDA budget. Those ones are still being reviewed right now by OMB, and hopefully those are ready by tomorrow. The big problem was trying to get this huge $9.2 million amendment available and ready. So I just want to thank everybody for helping assist on that portion, because they had to verify a lot of that, especially with the special duty pay and hazard pay, I guess. So with that, I hope I answered your question, Honorable Slater. Moving on down, Chairman Daniel So. Oh, and just another clarity, I'm sorry. There's also a possible amendment in the works for Navajo Nation veterans as well, Veterans Administration Office. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Oh, I see I had lots of silly. Speaker Damon chairing the Naabik'íyáti committee, and then Shenantai Naabik'íyáti committee members, as well as legislative staff and legislative council, and all the folks on the call. Chiche, Honorable Chair Jamie Henyo. You know, even though the HES committee wasn't part of the folks to review the proposed legislation, HES committee members did add a report by Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. And in that presentation, Mr. Parrish had presented a PowerPoint. And in that PowerPoint was the aspect of touting a memorandum of understanding. And I don't know if the other committees viewed that particular PowerPoint. And at that time, I asked Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, this MOU that you're also wanting to present as part of this appropriation, this approval, meaning THIS approval, not DIS approval. Is it based on Navajo Nation code? And of course, the legal counsel, they never basically cited any code that would be used in the memorandum of understanding. And I'm wondering, and I haven't been able to flip through the whole document, is that MOU part of the exhibit in the approval of this appropriation? Shiche, Speaker Damon, that would be my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So that go back to you, Chairman Henyo, as a sponsor.
Speaker Damon. Che, Chairman Daniel So, Kudanai Kidigi, Ashland, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. The MOU by Tiga behind in as far as casino reopening and the travel center though reopening though you not know because that's where at the present time the travel center is. If it's open, then that would be some revenue coming in from the road traffic on I-40. So but as far as the casino reopening, you get your aid and the MOU get so even in President OPVP Gaming Enterprise Department of Health, if they had signed the MOU at the time of drafting this bill, so yeah, I would have included it as part of the appropriations as an exhibit there. But at the present time, last I've heard, they were still negotiating the terms of the reopening the because of the numbers. So so it's not part of the bill here. So even so, but what we're looking at here is the funding to the gaming enterprise to keep our Navajo Nation employees that work for the enterprise on their payroll with their benefits. So yeah, hopefully my response is satisfactory to Chairman Daniel. So back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. Let me move on down. I have Honorable Elmer Begay on the main motion. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Don. Thank you. Speaker, I noted the question that was asked by delegates later regarding that other special pay for other employees. But I wanted to ask if I know that you mentioned about the Division of Community Development, how much they're getting paid, the allocation for your legislation that you're proposing. So where does these chapter officials, not chapter officials, chapter staff, and some of the officials that went on payroll during that time, the pandemic, as emergency, they went out and they did their assessments, and then also they delivered essential items. So where is it? Is it on the special pay? Are they under the Division of Community Development, or is there going to be another? My question is the reason why is that if they're included in your legislation. That's my question.
There's no, just to answer that question about Elmer Begay, there's no funding that's going to Division of Community Development in this legislation.
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yeah, I'm talking about your legislation, the 006-21.
In that legislation, yes, there is funding. There's an amendment that, as of right now, no. 006-21. Sorry, colleagues, I know we're not talking about the current legislation. 006-21, we'll talk about that tomorrow, Honorable Elmer Begay, but as of this time, no, there's no funding in there for the Division of Community Development, but there is a potential amendment that does have funding there for special duty pay for chapter employees, chapter staff.
Oh, thank you for that. Yeah. Because I'm trying to look for it. That's why I was asking. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on legislation 0016-21?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to ask sponsor, thank you, Chairman Henio, for this legislation. In reading Exhibit A and the breakdown of how this funding will be used for gaming enterprise, it's all under public assistance. And so I'm trying to get an idea if this funding, when looking at the breakdown, is it for what payroll are we talking about? It's my understanding that a majority, if like 95% of Navajo employees are laid off. So what's this funding? Who is this going to support? I'd like a little bit more information on that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, Chairman Henio.
Okay, here Celeste, Chairman of Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Shinanta. Naidin Kidigi regarding Exhibit A of this legislation. The reason why it's under public assistance is because of earlier the controller had explained that it would be in the form of a grant. So with that, I believe that's why it's listed as public assistance. If you look at Appendix K, Exhibit A, under the supplemental funding proposal summary, and you go to the Appendix G, down under methodology, funds will be used to, then there's 5 areas. 1, to replenish funds to casino cage vaults, because when the casino, they have expended some of these casino cage and vault money to pay their employees their health benefits. And so therefore with this funding, in order to reopen the casino, the enterprise would have to, by law, they would have to have at least, I believe it was up to $2 million in cage cash, that's what they call it. And so that would go to that. 2 would be payroll expenses. And then 3 would be health coverage for all 1,100 employees. That's full benefits of healthcare coverage. They'll fix operating expenses to ensure the casino structures are maintained. And then 5, reopening funds. That's the, if you read that, that's what the methodology where the money would be used for. But for further explanation, I would defer, have Brian Parrish explain those areas. Shinanta. To the Speaker Dame, if I would defer to Brian Parrish to assist in further explanations.
Thank you. Mr. Parrish.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, sir. Honorable Chairman Henio, thank you. Madam Chair Crotty, thank you for your question, ma'am. Chairman Henio was spot on with his explanation. The payroll and benefits would be for bringing all of our staff back from layoff, and then also continuing to fund our healthcare plan. We have a funding deficit right now with our healthcare plan. We've had over $1.6 million in direct COVID-related expenses, which has left us with a funding deficit on the plan of $757,000 as of December 31st. So those monies would go to payroll to return all our staff so we can get them back, have them go through a 3-hour classroom training on our COVID workplace safety protocols, and then also prepare for reopening the enterprises once we receive approval from Navajo Nation leadership. And Chairman Henio, I think, detailed the other items, but hopefully, ma'am, that answers your question. One other comment, if I may, is that we have applied for $4 million in additional funding from the Paycheck Protection Program. That's the maximum that we would be able to qualify for. We anticipate hearing in the next 3 to 5 days if we will or will not receive that funding. As of today, ma'am, we have not heard whether or not we will receive that funding. Ma'am, thank you for your question.
Thank you. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody on the board. Are there any further questions on legislation 0016-21?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Yes, Chairman. Floor is yours.
Oh, Asyahat Satsala members of the Naabik'íyáti. Chair, Honorable Chair Henio, to your agent, Mr. Parrish. This is the second request, the second grant. First time it was through the CARES Act, and now it's through the UUFB. And the first time, basically, you presented calculations that the committee and the council believe would be to satisfy your needs. And now you come back, here's for monies almost for the same purpose. And what kind of assurance can you give to the committee that your calculations are spot on this time, that you won't be coming back standing a line again? The other is, you could have laid off the employees spot on, right on, and they could have collected unemployment at the rate of $600 per week in the original CARES Act. Instead, you kept them employed. And so for myself, that was a management decision and a board decision that really ends up to where you're in front of us again. And I'm concerned about that. I really am. And you heard what I had to say at the HES meeting. And so, and to the board, I'm sure they're listening. Mr. Parrish is employed as an interim CEO. We have 6 vacancies on the Gaming Enterprise Board of Directors. I really think that it's time that there be new members to be named and to be confirmed. And in that respect, to the NABI committee members, this is one of the items that we really have to look at straight on. Yes, we do have members of the committee that are basically really favoring what's going on with the enterprise, but I, for myself, am concerned. And so that aspect that I want to put on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me move on down. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's for the gaming enterprise. When will the enterprise be able to reopen, or how are they targeting that with respect to the rollout of the vaccines? I know there was a presentation at HES yesterday, but that was the first day of the IHS National Budget Formulation meeting, and I'm the alternative representative, so I wasn't really able to listen in on HES because I was participating in that meeting. But I think with this aggressive vaccine rollout on Navajo, there has been some contemplation by the enterprise based off of the potential for herd immunity. And I would like to hear those thoughts from the enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. That was the direct questions back to Mr. Parrish.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, sir, thank you for your questions. If we're able to receive this funding, and this will tie back also to Honorable Chairman Daniel So's questions as well, these monies will enable us to return our team back and put them on payroll, continue to fund our benefits plan, go through the training, and prep and be ready to open. We are hoping that the vaccination program on Navajo will be far enough along where it will be prudent for us to open in the early part of March. This current funding that's requested, along with 4.0 million in Paycheck Protection Program money, would enable us to open sometime in the early part of March. The memorandum of understanding that Honorable Chairman So was speaking about, yes, that is still in draft form, and we're still working on the details of that program. There's two important points I just want to share in relation to that MOU. The first one is that an exhibit to the MOU is our workplace safety plan. We've had that plan developed. We reviewed it with Navajo Nation Department of Health and the Navajo Nation's Health Command Operations Center. We also went outside and had another public health officials group review it with us so that we could make sure we had no gaps or holes in our plan. We've received their feedback. We've implemented their suggestions and recommendations, and we believe we're fully prepared to reopen in the early part of March. We also know, after doing our own financial analysis, that if we're required to open at a 25% capacity, that will not enable us to generate enough revenue to generate a profit. We would actually generate an operating loss in a month of $626,000. If we're able to operate at a 50% capacity, that puts us in a situation where we can be positive with our profit. We estimate in that first month of being positive profit of $1.9 million. So that's a $2.5 million swing from the 25% to the 50% operating capacity. If we are able to receive this funding, open in the first week or two of March, and be allowed to open at a 50% operating capacity, we believe firmly that we will not have to come back for additional relief funding for the enterprise. We will be able to earn adequate cash to be able to start to recover. Please note that, as Madam Controller was speaking earlier, we're in a limited forbearance agreement with the Navajo Nation on our senior loan. We have continued to pay our loan obligations to NTUA, Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and 2 of our 4 payments in 2020 to the Navajo Nation. Under the forbearance agreement, we will be sitting down with the Controller, the Investment Committee, and Budget and Finance to review future payments and how we would pick back up on continuing to make our senior loan payments back to the Navajo Nation. We are working together with leadership to address those issues, and we plan on doing that as soon as it's prudent to do so. But we're anxious to resume full operations, be able to generate profit, resume catching up on those payments, and be able to be self-sustaining going forward. Honorable Vice Chair Slater and Honorable Chairman So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board on legislation 0016-21. This legislation is destined for council. Is there any other comments or questions?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Hinton.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I support this legislation. I support the businesses on the Navajo Nation, whether they're enterprises or small businesses. I support any enterprise or any business that wants to come onto the Navajo Nation to employ our Navajo people. I know that it's easy to say that, you know, we're just giving money out. I understand, and I asked this question before. How many times has gaming come before the Navajo Nation asking for funds? I believe that during this pandemic, you know, they did come before us twice, and the first time we did help them with funding. But I have to think about the people, at least in my district here in the Northern Agency, who are employed with gaming. I've been reading the comments since we received them, which are attached to the legislation. And, you know, and I've also been meeting with, or actually people have been calling me, people who used to work for gaming, asking me to support this legislation and to support their decision to work at gaming. I will have to say that initially when gaming was first proposed to the Navajo people, I was against it 100%. I do not gamble. I don't believe in gambling. I don't have, you know, I guess I think back to the traditional teachings that are associated with gambling. And so for that reason, I remember, I guess I should say for that reason, you know, I've always been against gambling. I've always been against the gaming. However, you know, this referendum that was passed by the people in 2000, I believe it was 2007, I believe was when this referendum was passed. And I remember that because I was living in Kansas and I was a law student at that time, and I was keeping up with what was going on specifically with that referendum. I didn't know what a referendum was at that time. I didn't know how it functioned, and I didn't really know, you know, the purpose of a referendum. But I later learned that the referendum is the voice of the people. The people are the ones who decided on that referendum. They spoke, and even though I was in the minority, and as I stated, you know, I was against gaming, you know, I find myself here in this position right now, having to advocate against something that that I don't believe in. And it has been really difficult, but it is a position that I put myself in when I decided to run. And so I'm really, you know, trying to listen to the people, you know, who have been reaching out to me, you know, the people who have these, you know, made these comments in regards to the legislation number. And when I read that and when I listen to them, I hear, you know, them talk about their jobs. I hear them talk about how they support families. I hear stories about, you know, how some of them came home here to the Navajo Nation, like some of us did. We came back, and we came back, you know, because, you know, as I stated with the previous legislation regarding Congresswoman Deb Haaland, you know, we have that connection here to our community, to our people, to our land here. And we made that choice to come back to try to help or, in some cases, to try to be closer to family, to try to come back here and make our lives here. And for some of us, we came back because we wanted our children to be connected to that culture, to that tradition, to that language, and so looking at these comments and then thinking in terms of the people who have reached out, I feel like, that's who I'm talking for. That's who I'm advocating for, are the people who want their jobs back. And it really is unfortunate that gaming has come before us and they're asking for help. And I know that Mr. Parrish represents the gaming employees, which includes, again, our Navajo people. And looking at these comments and what people are talking about, we have people, I'm looking right now at Laverne Gale's comment, 60 years old, out of Cove chapter. And she's talking about how she's found a job that she loves, and she's asking us to support this legislation. She's asking us, to support it for her and to support it for what she does with, her position there. Now, I know that a lot of people have talked against gaming and they're saying that, it's a loss in money. But I think that, we as council, we get numbers. We get to see the revenue that's coming in from it. And so it's really, again, really unfortunate that gaming has to come before this committee or us as council. And I'm going to go back to the same thing that I've been saying, and that is we do not have an economic plan right now. Since March, the only choice or the only decision that our president has made is curfew. In the state of New Mexico, there is the different colors that are associated. And the governor put the responsibility on people. And she said, the numbers come down, then, businesses can open and, it'll be a little bit more lax. But if the numbers continue to rise, then the rules for businesses are going to be a little bit stricter. I sent 2 emails to the president asking him to lift the curfew to allow the businesses to continue to thrive. And there was not one response. And all of the emails that I have sent to President Naz, being a delegate, I have not received one response back with any of the emails. And I know that I'm not the only delegate who is running into that situation. But it comes down to, there's not a plan in place, and there wasn't really any leadership as far as how are we going to assist our businesses during this time. Many delegates have voiced their concerns, and they've also stated that when they go to Walmart in Gallup or in Farmington, we see a number of Navajo people there. We see the same thing, in like the fast food franchises. Meanwhile, all the businesses here on Navajo Nation were closed. And so we're seeing these businesses starting to open up outside of Navajo. And you can't say that our Navajo people are not there, that our Navajo people are abiding by curfew, because they're not. And, we've seen it, we've heard it. I broke curfew twice, and they were for very good reasons. But I did break curfew twice since this pandemic began. And I remember one time, going into Farmington to San Juan, to the hospital there at San Juan Regional Medical Center. And then, afterwards we stopped off at Walmart, and that place was hopping with Navajo people. And I got to see it for myself. I got to see, how businesses during that time, in that one day that I did break curfew, how businesses were actually, there were Navajo people there. Meanwhile, our businesses here on the Navajo Nation, again, were closed. So this decision for the opening and it's not solely on the CEO, Mr. Parrish. I've also made it known that the board is also an issue. The decision to reopen wasn't up to Mr. Parrish, it was up to the board. And the way that I see this whole thing panning out is the board didn't want to make that decision, so they threw it to the president. The president didn't want to make that decision, so he threw it back to the board. And then, it took Delegate Rick Nez to finally step up to say, okay, council is going to make that decision. And so we ultimately, again, through this whole administration, council has been carrying the load. Council has been making those tough decisions. We, board delegates, represent council. We have, we've argued, we've advocated, we spoke our speech, and really, made things happen for our Navajo people. I guess for me, this reopening is really not a decision that can be by the CEO. Whether he is Delgado or Navajo, that decision is not really up to him. And I think so much politics that by the time we finally, decided to make that choice, it was too late. We were already in November. And so I think we all have to take responsibility for what is happening. And again, the Navajo people were the ones who made that choice through referendum. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm not ready to take that voice away from the Navajo people. I'm not ready to take their decision to enter into gaming. I'm not ready to take that away from them because that was their voice. That was their vote. And so because of that, I can't say that I don't support this legislation or I don't support gaming because this is the Navajo people's voice. So I did ask community or government development, how can I sponsor a legislation or a referendum to put it back to the Navajo people and ask them, if they want to gaming. Because they were the ones who said, let's do gaming, and we are doing gaming. So I think the ultimate closing falls back on the Navajo people. And so until then, as a delegate, I am going to, try to support gaming and also support the businesses, the enterprises, and even small businesses. I read the comments that were submitted by, by the small businesses. And I do support what they're saying as well. I think we're not out of this. We are, I feel like in terms of recovery, we're barely entering the recovery stages of this pandemic, along with the entire nation, along with the entire world. And so it is really unfortunate that this is happening again. But I will speak for the Navajo employees who are asking me, whether it's through this legislation with the comments that they've left, and also people have been calling me as well, my constituents and even constituents, of my, or I should say constituents, but people outside of the community here in the Northern Agency who have reached out because a lot of them depend on gaming for their employment. And then last, I do want to point out that we are in the pandemic. We're in the midst of the pandemic, and I can't, I can't reason with myself to take away health insurance. I know that we have IHS, and that, we could go to IHS for services. I pay for healthcare insurances. I have, specialists and doctors that I see that are not affiliated with IHS. I can imagine losing my healthcare, especially right now during this pandemic. It's a scary thought. And so, that's part of this legislation is covering the healthcare needs of our Navajo employees. And granted, there is a small portion, or there's small number of non-Navajos. Ultimately, we do have some for Navajo. So with that, I appreciate time and also allowing me to speak for my support of this legislation. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, put me in the queue. This is Vice Chair Smith.
A point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. If I could get information, maybe Legislative Council, regarding the gaming referendum. It's always been my understanding that the people felt like yes meant no and no meant yes. If we could just get a little bit of a historical overview. And the second question is, when delegates are approved or nominated for a subcommittee, if delegates have the opportunity to either approve or decline those nominations. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, the first question, sorry, Madam Chair, I'm having a hard time here. The first request was to have an overview of or historical overview of Navajo Nation when they first voted for gaming. And then the second one is, I couldn't really understand your second question.
Thank you, speakers. I hope this is better. My second question was if delegates have the opportunity to accept or decline nominations to subcommittees. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, I think that first question was Office of Legislative Counsel. I don't know. There's Ms. Barbroff.
Thank you. Good evening. It's going to take me a little bit of time to research that the votes, the elections, the referendums on gaming. I believe there were 3 of them. So it will take me a little bit of time to research those. I don't think I was with the nation at the time, so my memory is kind of short, but I can get that info, hopefully very quickly. As far as Delegate Crotty's second question, as to whether delegates have an opportunity to decline a nomination to a subcommittee, and the answer is yes. When they're nominated, they accept or decline the nomination. Thank you, Speaker, and I will work on getting that info for Ms. Crotty.
Okay, thank
Delegate
you.
Crotty.
Okay, thank you. That, let me go to the floor. Vice Chair Smith on the main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. And Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee and those that are listening. Thank you for this legislation to try to help our enterprises. And they are in need of help. However, the question that was posed on the referendum, I recall exactly what happened, because I was part of it. Not on the legislative side or the executive side, but being on the Navajo Nation and voting. 3 times. The first time it was defeated. Referendum was defeated. Second time they tried it, it was again defeated. And the third time, I voted no again, and it was said that gaming is allowed. Because those who voted yes, yes means yes, and no means yes. It was confusing. And that's what happened. That's why we have gaming. There was a lot of talk about that. I remember council talking about it. a lot of Navajo tradition was brought forth. I kept hearing now speaking. And that's what we're doing. Now speaking, yeah. I didn't do stuff. Now speaking, cut. A call. Dalkas ba Asia. Ebenina Kadisha. Now speaking. He's back. He told us we told him we wanted to get rid of him. Yanet. He didn't want to, he said, I didn't do stuff, but now he's here. And when we do open up these casinos, I remember them saying that too. Gaming, the Nedo Butter. And later, Hashi, call. Nande, and yeah, ben yeah, Ajapan, Edo, Ada Soto, Ada Nande, ben yeah, Yanado Hotsada. If you look at Fire Rock, what's the percentage of our people? Aden, Kadisha Ego, stimulus check na hades, Ish Handa Kaido, and later gaming. Ako, bak, no sentido. Well, you're not kidding. Listen, me. I said, Kado was I said, Nanishvado, Dasigi. Adishna. They were stuck in a hard rock place. Ado COVID-19 benin out that this called. Ado, Ananatzago. Has there been a millionaire from the Navajo Nation? Has someone actually won the big one? It just lures people in there. Not deep speak. That's just a situation where the house always wins. Shananda. Hey, referendum, da. What else? South Yitla. Ebenina, you gaming, Hullo. Yeah, last speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, is there any further comments or questions? Honorable Charlene, so.
Open the queue, this is Daniel.
Honorable Charlene, so.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'll be quick. Hashan Koga Bekades on his Shinand Aro Yad Edasen of Agi Arnold. Be quick, main thing I always say that is Nagi a Ishtanes, sons and Ish Danek at these changes. And with this, I will not support this legislation. We're in the middle of a pandemic. The question that has neat. The question it's not safe to do this right now. It's reckless. Yes, Zinigi yet eggy. Bah, cut ishi yat eggy. Bandan seek so a date and one day initial a date. A quote even that I am focused on the well being of them. She has the Honorable Raymond Smith. how many will be utilizing their hardship money, their stimulus money at these enterprises? Oh, yeah, but I don't. Yeah, but that's just careful. We need to think about their well-being. We have to be cognizant of the generation that we're trying to
Question
see.
of the speaker?
We have to need.
Hello, speaker?
Yes, question of privilege, Madam Chair. Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm looking at the legislation, and I guess maybe, and I apologize, colleagues, was there an amendment that included language to say that this legislation is allowing gaming to open right now? If so, can you point me to the amendment language, or where in the legislation it's talking about opening? I mean, opening, I'm assuming that's, is that what we're debating, is the opening of the legislation, the opening of casinos, because maybe I don't have the right copy, and I question of privilege, because I don't know if I have the most updated legislation. The legislation that I have before me is talking about money to our enterprises. So, Speaker, can you clarify that for me? Thank you.
Let me go back to the sponsor question.
Okay,
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Delegate Daniel So.
Of the point of order, Honorable Slater. What's your point of order?
Thank you. Can you explain the basis for recognizing the point of privilege within the rules? Because it seems like a clear way to stifle debate and remove the ability of Delegate Charlene So to continue the points she was making. As has been the precedent in NABI, delegates are allowed to speak about what they want to speak about during NABI. And Delegate So was bringing in a piece of information that is relevant to the discussion of this. And I think we need to be careful in how we recognize these points of privilege. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Slater, for recognizing. Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you. So the point of privilege is that the agent talked about they're going to stage a training program for the employees when they return, that there was regarding opening. So I think what the Honorable Charlene So was talking about is right on spot. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to Chairman Daniel So. Chairman Jamie Hino.
Chairman Naabik'íyáti, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, as far as the questions that were being posed and so forth regarding reopening the this bill is referencing funding, providing appropriations to the enterprises, gaming enterprise, also Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprises, the Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated, Navajo Arts and Crafts Enterprise, for their employees that were affected by the extended closure of their enterprises during the pandemic. And so it's an appropriations bill. As far as gaming to be reopened, there was mention of a MOU regarding soft reopening between negotiations are still ongoing between the Office of the President, Vice President, and Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprises as far as when they plan on reopening, depending on the numbers and also the rate of the vaccinations that are happening. So although Mr. Parrish with Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise had explained that if they come to an agreement or given the green light to reopen, then some of this money that is being appropriated used towards that effort to train their employees on the safety aspects of reopening. But in a sense, this legislation here is just given the appropriations to the enterprises, the 4 enterprises that I mentioned. Thank you, Hannah.
This is Delegate Charles Newton. I have a question of privilege.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hino. Let me go back to, or there's a question of privilege. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, so I went back in and I checked my email to make sure the legislation that was sent to us at 2:03 p.m. that is the updated legislation that includes the amendment. I think the amendment that Will Stewart provide to us is. I just need clarification because I just want to make sure that I'm looking at the right legislation. It wasn't no like political move to stop something talking. I just wanted to make sure that I, wasn't missing something because, like I said, there's been so many amendments. Thank you.
What time did you use this thing? Madam Chair, I'm having staff resend you the current legislation with the current approved amendments. With that,
thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Charlene, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. As I was alluding to the point, we, just with discussion with my community members, and I feel the need to say, what we discussed and we share the information on the council floor. They're wondering, well, how exactly will this contribute in the future? It does not balance out to them. And with these enterprises receiving millions and millions of dollars, and we only get in return in revenue about a few $1 million if we're lucky, if the company is doing well. So we really need to consider all of these, Shanant. I can understand NTUA requesting and partaking in this legislation request, and we have electricity, we have homes to build, water, that's energy, infrastructure, and lay off. But when it comes to these other enterprises, I really have to question what exactly, and these are like multi-million-dollar companies. Take a look at NECA. We have construction workers that work tirelessly. They make overtime, and yet some of them do not receive the compensation and the due amount that they're supposed to get. These are all of the circumstances that I do have to consider on behalf of them, because most of them are on the front line. And right now we have NECA. We have multi-million-dollar projects that we have completed over the past few years. got to that the kids or we've been talking about it for quite some time. I don't think they're doing a good job. Yes, we've pretty much given them another boost this year with giving them allocations of $1 million. I don't know another $1 million and raising their debt limit. And I feel like we're just being drained out by our own enterprises when we're neglecting our people. And especially during this pandemic, I don't see the balance with all of these enterprises, to be honest. One may be getting more infrastructure in than the other, but with this all tied in one, this is one that I will not support. So many are even questioning what kind of training is going to be done. Question out how do we know we're going to be safe? How do we know that our neighbors are going to see? I don't think if they go into an enterprise, trainings can be done, but some of our people will not follow by guidelines. So some of us, we do not take precautions. And due to cabin fever that we do have due to this pandemic, we're going to take our chances and risk our health and our safety and wanting to go into a casino and wanting to just be out there again. And that's what I'm trying to avoid for our people. We've lost so many, and I don't want to lose any more. There are the preservation of the Nepazad and Himantian, so there's an I really am asking that each and every one of you, yes, we have a lot of enterprises that have these loans and the people need to know exactly what exactly is in jeopardy. That transparency from those enterprises needs to be shared with the people, why they're asking this kind of money too. They're trying to stay afloat, but it's the people's money. All the people do not necessarily count on these enterprises. Some rely on themselves and make a hard living. Some get off the reservation to make a hard living. So would we say that it's exactly fair to each and every one? I don't believe so. So thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me move on down to Chairman Rick Nez, and then if there's any kind of response, I'll go back to the sponsor of the legislation. On the main motion, Chairman Nez, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker Damon. Good evening. It's really good that the name Naabik'íyáti committee, Naabik'íyáti ahota arota Naabik'íyáti shehwinsan shehut aban suskes shehut abahadest shehshiat shehroshhiat shehut. This is what I believe that ain't nisa. Ashehut ishin olga Naabik'íyáti to obayel fita. Naabik'íyáti khayt ala dilni khayt ala it ash. How will we vote, red or green? Akwagi kitla. Ako what I'm hearing, koro sananta. We were making it sound like Gaming Enterprise is the only one asking for this money. The Gaming Enterprise is not the only one asking for this money. It's the shopping centers. There's our people that work there. There's the hospitality enterprises. They had hotels at Tuba City, Chinle, and Wonder Rock, equate quality and Gihashi. Yani agonda itihan hitsam el khal. Asahni cleanasa. I don't next door, Navajo Arts and Crafts Enterprise,
at all these enterprises. Not one of them used to come before the council. They didn't stand there saying, begging us for money. They were labeled non-essential businesses. Unemployment Nihedo and Hatcheko Hashin Kodo stipend hitch and the Haligero submitted a Erotra nature made in Baka. Haned not made in the Schlesel began hitch and Oliesa needs and Gohashi. I say the Nebich and the Nasto Nihitane and Nanat Dick at a scar pin down Dick game in Ado Nihedo Neda. Edo by El Hitter Dick Horope Soki. UUFB is just Skendo, Hit out a D, Kushe came in has Argent hit a net la, lay off Liagi on it at a baby cat or was a gate, Chinant, no Senegi. Christa do which are not at all. Hardest that on the hitch and a video master. To the man for hard sheen, it's no ligagin hatching here. Even in our para has he question that which it all hot in Naabik'íyáti Naabik'íyáti committee corona Naabik'íyáti hajo right out illness. I don't understand it's a Tiro Shiat or the chiji ash aholia. But yet a dot is Joe that egg ill. I said Lago Banchak history and unlet digi. Korot and Nepizabato Gilligit era. Iban Saskes. Oh, yeah. I mean, I had to have some good conversation with the Brian Parish, Mr. Stan Sapp from Hospitality. Ado Aja, shopping center, Janana. We know they need help. They're struggling. They're shut down. Other enterprises, they're essential businesses. They're operating. Here's Agbatadas Nisa. They did their work. Our people got water. They got electricity. It ended up in Daesh Nisla. It's just too bad. A lot of money was given to us. It didn't go all the way around the Navajo Nation for everybody who does not have water or electric to have received water and electric. I don't. It's up a Koshel on Siske, so you had the Kohande Anas from Sabadashinton Baby Car, not or what. At least gaming was making money. I was like some of you. Because when they first started coming to the chapters asking for resolutions, boy, I was against it. I was opposing it. I guess. And then after it was, I look at it and I say, wow, look how many people they employ. Oh, little man hitting that. Our own people, they're employed there. They get to support their families. They get to go buy things, vehicles, things, support their children's educations. All of these enterprises are like that, just like Navajo Nation employees. At your buying at the ends and so on it's washing on it. Should I support our enterprises. They need our help now. For me, I'm willing to help them because our people need that help also. We're not going to send people out there and say, here, you go gambling your money. The net out Quaba has take Quaba copy at that only la. But it out Nishigi Sashia Nehudabatana, Saya the Hans and the Hanya, yeah, at that Joshie la danza. So we see these things. For me, I believe that I do support this legislation. Thank you, Chairman Henio, for for introducing this legislation. I hope our people that work at these enterprises get the help they need. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. That, let me go back to Chairman Hino, sponsor. Chairman Hino, any response to this debate so far?
Chairman of Naabik'íyáti, Dashnan Tahodo, that's me trying to buy you days Tigi, the Naabik'íyáti, Kashwani Tonigi, Minachabaki Linko. So even like I don't know that you see. I don't need what the hell. Because Chairman Rick Nez, you know, you had Sigi Naabik'íyáti. I don't Hashita a Shahati Sitans need up. What has off? I don't tell I don't tell that she could not advance this case. I don't be changing. I don't be Sajay. Yeah, Shah any game. Jota Ebe, Behoneko. I don't even a check home. Hada is and venture corner. I see Tranco. I don't not your day as count. Hanad. I don't tomorrow a new day. I don't not see none. Not that place local. So Hotako. So even naive has the never not only Julie the Quigoshi. I think so. The Shay the Saudi Tahiti touched the Rase. I don't South Tahiti in Chongi that we touched the Rase. Eda Saya Tahiti or Junon High in that house. Not that. I was Sayeda or those Yatel Hoytas kids in there. So even a Quaggy Yago. I told no, they were next not only July. I don't know enough so again, and say case of that. The Naban side case of Tota, how that even not thought that I see in Johnny Co. She thought Naban's case of Ningi or deep sea on Johnny. They never spent a husband. She thought Iban's case of Johnny. Oh, yeah, or on nearby as a bandsman. So even now, could they don't the additional that they never caught teacher. Being unhidden at the days in Shiki. So the between has take the Quigoshi doesn't take Kali the Nature. I don't how she and that Yagi the husband. Joe Kadea the come the gun I down. That is so good. She had the Ayaya Naka. I don't other and that, yeah. 50% had no, she inside the Ayaya of Theater. And the that is called, and you know how the lot of things on to now. At them, all three Kaidea. I don't know one and Jetta Sikazo. It's not just totally. They are inside the Disney, but the Hizahako. So she honestly, I thought a Kodona, the ideal Kyoshi Zoya Tehiko, in Nanta, Kodo, Office of the President, Vice President, in the ideal kiddo. Some dedica de peso, Kadigia, Joe Kodo. The Nenda Nishigi Hasin so the yard give it farm about on the his legi. So a give it a car teacher. So it's a dihon never base or no. I could I give a can teacher, how I might say case on the base only. It could also source. Hasin so never car George would this a George would have Yedo in a Kodoi. Only for a and say case of. The deed as Johnny ya Kodo Nachachina ya Kodo a piece of not on this no other by kill seed kidda. Don't say the seed how Nasa but that name. Yahunan it out Yate the Ninhanda the Shigi Hashin Sobit how the Tigi the enterprises you're yagging and down the Shigi. So the whole piece of the Ida the that we can servers about the Higgy Sike. I still not able to Basla and they live on tips. So that they niche call. So that got to so not see the Shantal. Could not chair still Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hino. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have, this is the lineup right now. I have Honorable Slater, then Honorable Herman Daniels, then Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Slater, good evening.
And me, Speaker.
Oh, and Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Slater, good evening. The floor is
Thank
yours.
you, Speaker. Shania, I think the presentation thus far from the gaming enterprise and from the sponsor have been compelling, and I was fully ready to support this legislation at NABI. But based off of the debate stifling maneuvers that have occurred during the conduct of this debate, I cannot support this legislation at NABI, and I'd like to issue that for the record. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Slater. That, moving on down, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chair, and also colleagues, Naabik'íyáti Committee, members of the start up. Chairman Henio, thank you for bringing this legislation before Naabik'íyáti Committee today, this evening. Beso kodo peke megi kodo bela to le chota be banit kodo adonana rasa ka yel snele kodo besma annit lenige kodo rasa annit fi kesigi rasa adonana yel tigi do rasa ko san fi le dal tigi Evan fi case yes kisa kodo around later nahaz arda and tahaz teode what I kodo yes kisa kodo ban kodo later legislation kodo hadeliagi I see kodo so says then the way to stay away kodo by here so kodo aro nana ben nani ki hello jo kodo be ki ta hil na kodo that in nation later enterprises Navajo Nation Navajo Gaming Enterprise, Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, and other enterprise. They have cut all the way. Sibin Yekodo, Adonana Kodo, or in Flado, Gaming, they are in a straight run, but it's not Abahan Nekodo. But Kodo, the Aikidal, Tati Kodosnan, Senegi, and you that Ekodona, or you not Hadid, our Hadina Gaming. At the hot eat later, and yet I even not ice, and don't even yet ice. A satat, I don't know at the hot eat a quato in it, Miss Donna Dollars, quato. The quato credit was just again, Miss Day test, quato. You cut it, a gate, quato, and a hot egg to a barnator. No great that in niche with gaming, Arunana days, Messigi, hey days niche, Nahash and the days niche. Keep it to add the wheels netta. The heart sinner days in the city baby kite or wash. A sibenia. Hajo batins and Hajo batat and cut. Got quite a hole just there. I see. Sahoda, I don't let base of the Hoye. Quado that chairman Nez Junoya hat the Quado. The Conhedo had the cake with the A Nahatra. No, ya hat the any other. I can later dam. Sahod I see Quadon Ray, Ajo Bound has out there. Quadon Ray, my brother, Quadon, that delegate James can handle. Sahona Bali be the whole one. Aron Sana Sahojian got then. A go for that, ego. Get the whole visual, yeah, what are it in the house, take it there. So, what these enterprise employees done Lenigi, Satley of Galia. ADG, I see a job party in them. But Sinana Hutlo. Arunana got up at 4 cabin, Malakid another Hutlo. Ya. Quado dam. Bait and Quado. Arunana Quado. The Aquata Hopeson Halababa. Babasan here. Aquata Atla Planta. Peter never pays for ill. Peter never pays by Yale. After the can't deal with. Sasha after the best other bed, which one deal nature. Deal Nishigi, Babagan, how these nature a year. Ye kid at all last. She yarn the yen de diosne. Adonana kodo kerosi da den nestlin kodo ngeidam. Began die had is basically see that egi utility payments da. So she kero da den nestlin. Kodat da joy ban first case kodo. Kodo ngego first case so that dida. Doi quite the nash kasta dida. Lego. Dona wago first case so that di. I fishing kodo. But I job buy and so that kodo. Beso hati tes I asha chi de bit hoye kon chi nani asha chi no hoye mit onil isha but chaos asha da hot beso bit hoye so kodo na gate kodo legislation ki I see baby case has not data I don't know kodo Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise Hotels because he joy is what you kodo he can days ido da yes to nan al da initial stop Adonana could have added so. The question is so they is not this asked for the yesterday. We have our own Navajo children, but on the great business owners. For example, there's a hotel in Monument Valley, the View Hotel. They employ close to 150 employees. Case Khalid Ibakati Khalid Ibakati Jalan for a Banfest case warehold just Hajo Badan Nakif Kanda Dara ye kodo gitara e ni kedo ye kis das ne Hajo Badin so aja ko Halsena das nan sta yes zito kodo Hajo ba in the kodo so that e baban first case kodo so na gaita kodo na gaita de ka ko be la it le to na sin hui ne ko le aruna ad hit hor ni ko rasnan ta no stenigi Zuna was a base because I could know it is to us one can hold me to see a diet is Ariki a the kin hasilda to never na high given Nagodo. So even Nagodo, I think that cases that this legislation could I fully support this legislation could Mr. Chair, I don't know could on after these national rights kind of non-8 have a house in the year could special session tomorrow. So Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. That, colleagues. On down. Honorable Yellow here. Honorable Yellow here.
Hello, good evening, Speaker.
Yes.
24th Navajo Nation Council. Good evening, each one of you. I am a vice chair to Shemaya's chair with Charles Newton. The legislation on it in the share case of I believe in business. We must improve business development, economic development. Just what I thought, the COVID-19, in the conda, I be a kite as a shady eyes if a case position on Hala than the casino on or lift on it all. Seeing they done a lay the 20 arrow to aid us like he touched on the done it instead of case or done. Even in the share, I believe all the enterprise here, they all have different needs. Like TOA, they don't make money, but they help Navajo Nation to keep our electricity on. Hospitality, that's why we sleep and eat. That's one of economic development. And also 20 arrow, the people have the funds and spending money, not just us Navajo, but Lagana. Oh, you da yao da the casino. Shimina, I don't know how they oyaki. I'm straightforward to get this enterprise very open. Advocate Nadi Nan, the court 20 years over there, couldn't done it, just they wonder what that out. A quasi aunt told me, I don't want to waste my time. Oh, you buy your teaching not on, and that's the Naabik'íyáti. Others should not recognize. He talk about it, each one of you. I give you credit for it. What about is not on a lobby of Kyoto, Baniat City. I couldn't laugh to see by now. Ana over in the teacher. So let's work in the I think given holiday when the shape kids of the I'll work green for this enterprise to use this money shares to the honorable Henio collaboration main Katie enterprise party any as in case of this what about this the share speaker podcast in Tarot now or caught anything so Kati Chinshe job at the enterprise and send it over to she gave to her President Nance. Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Dean. Can you add me to the queue again?
Yes, we have already added you. Well, we added you quite some time ago, Madam Chair, and did you get the text back? This is who I have in the lineup as of right now, colleagues. Honorable Eugene So, then Madam Chair Charles Du, and then Honorable Stewart, then Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Keon Begay on the main motion. And then Honorable Charlene So. With that, Honorable Eugene So on the main motion.
On the main motion, that's a check. Speaker, it's not party, the one that are hearing our voice, debating. It is the nicest 2024 Navajo Nation Council. It is kind according to the way the fancy Tito Banana, Satnana Place of Satnata Yoki, Bayat, Joti, the great game enterprise. The base I not on Hanan, Navajo Nation. The people that are really addicted to gambling money, we grab it and we come back to the Navajo Nation. I think that's good. The travel Navajo travel utility, so the what that's the oasis. It's in the yard, Christina Kanda, Huskas, Kedok, and not place on the kid. Oh, what cost. Navajo Nation Shopping Center, so, yeah, but the next year he's on the across the Navajo Nation, although I be it and the board, yes. Other places in Hana, you need to stop. Oh, con it up at the next year he can't and that's a cradling. I don't the Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority. Oh, it could in the very Sundash, it's in the Ilan, Renas Vendon, Rich Indonesia. I don't care that that's the other Ila. I care Carter had to rather the hot. Katari crashes over the castle class. What I about on the other else on the king, though that's not skilled and thought it. Nash Halodin lined up in Nashini, a king Ilian. A call. I don't the now only arts and crafts I which and leads it in our sausages on Hoji. At the not the king of basic because it's seen the Yaki car. It was so no Hoji. The arc is Nan had at Sudan that is Miss Arjisto. So that is at a Keroro base of the Yoki issue. Asking what at Vido as a shop. The Hay Dawson that depend then a joke and then is at the horizon. I think that I got that class in the hospital. So the Bandel show it's about it's about time, I guess, we lead the language from the UUSB. Very clear to start as a Jagi waiving 12 Navajo Nation Code subsection 820 EFN J as the Appropriation Act. And one that's what they started today, it all waived it. Oh, things we never caught is don't answer. I think we did our Naabik'íyáti band. It is on me. Hasn't so by you to go home.
ati benasil ka. So yeah, I'm for the people. All of my legislation are requesting for funds for my people across the Navajo Nation. Every one of them, and every one of the Navajo Nation. Says as a council delegate. It is, it is. I think it's in the Bible. I think one day we'll get to think that the only survival is dollar. That's where we are. I think at peso. So now that the next. Anh ta đồ ní xong ta đồ ní sẵn nó ấy cái đấy bà chỉ ní cả ta sĩ bà cho ba cái ní so the way that Chris Kanda that they used to live off the land, their prayers are always answered. The prayers, not dollars. No, those are no. And they were the stewards of the natural resource. They don't know that you that the and car based on data need that need as the hot on high. A quiz condition used to be one man or one woman be working for the family. Everything was good. The pop was 15 cents. You take the bottle back, they give you 5 cents back. And school was only 25 cents too. And got a 15 cents a gallon. It does that the I guess this is the candy was 5 cents. And they used to fed a mom and dad would buy one, and there's 6 of you, they'll cut it 6 ways. So these are the things that now we're facing, and I think it's about time, we have to let go of our prayers now, and just go with the money. That's our main focus now, money. They took the cost of living rose because, somebody's thinking about it already thinking about what's going to happen. So they had to take the other parent out of the house, leaving the kids alone at home. The kid at the side a mother Zana, this outside not so peso. Naija even our electricity, our water, our grocery, our home, our cars, our insurance, all rose. Now the only answer is to get dollars. So that's what we're debating on right now. And then so we have to open up everything back up so we can get them, put them back in the homes away. Siego beat me crazy beyond the not needly. We're now over almost 1,100 people died on the Navajo Nation. Man, that's a lot of people. Mother Hazard and the Hasketa Assad, that was too much. One death was too much, and now we got almost 1,100 people died now on the reservation. That's a lot of people, and we put them in harm's way outside it, and that's what our government does. Put that in harm's government. They want money, and they want to keep their business going. Otherwise, somebody's making money up there, up in the upstairs somewhere. Because if we were in the pandemic, the worldwide, everything should be just shut off. We shouldn't be paying our electricity or our water. We shouldn't be paying the insurance or our car. We should just stop everything. But somebody's asking for money. That's where we're stuck. Somebody's being a millionaire, becoming billionaires. So there's somebody that wants money able to. So these all our business, they had to pay those people. And those people are the ones that's being millionaires. Billionaires, they cost all you pay so they. So that's where we're at. So yeah, I'm for it, but right now, but these are the pros and the cons of how I see this legislation. But I will vote green, right? For the people. I pray for them that they learn to live off the land one day, because that's where we're headed. The way we're going right now, all through these technologies, something's going to happen, because we can't survive it without the natural resource. We need to go back to farming. We need to live off the land again. We have to know both ways for us to survive in the future. That's how I see it. Ishin yet and Taro Naabik'íyáti, Ishin Ali Ahwa based at King at Vision Tar Ahok and that's where we're at, and that's where we're headed. So it is now. Did I thought what I just phone? I thought it is today. Oh, next side the hot so Washington D.C. the hot thing. We made it easier to destroy each other with another. That's where we're at. That's where we're headed. Oban's okay. So as an old man in the 24th Navajo Nation Council, that's what I see, and that's what I want. And I would like to vote green on this, and I let my people survive today. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, time now is 7:25 p.m. I'm asking someone to take over the helm of the meeting at this time, at least for 10, 15 minutes, and I'll be back on. We are on the main motion.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Rick Nez. I'll go ahead and take the helm.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Chairman Nez, next I have Madam Chair Charles Newton, then Honorable Stewart, then Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Keelan Begay, then Honorable Charlene So in the queue. I don't think anybody has asked a direct question back to the sponsor. That's the reason why I haven't gone back to the sponsor. But Jules is here. She's going to text you if anybody else goes forward. But at this time, I'll turn the virtual gavel over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Kashin Coronas Nanado Lefty Legislation 0016-21, sponsor Honorable Chairman Jamie Henio. Next on the queue is Honorable Charles Noon. You have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, Delegate Rick Nez. I do have an amendment that I would like to put on the floor. The amendment is actually going to reduce the request that was made by the Navajo Nation shopping centers for supplemental funding. Kristen, Ms. Lowell, can you please send that out to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, please?
Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbara. Kristen. Ms. Khan.
Chair, it's Kristen. Sorry for the delay. I am sending it out right now.
Okay. Thank you, Kristen, for that. Honorable Charles Noon, you want to wait for a few minutes? I can come back to you. I can go to Honorable Stewart.
We have the amendment language was just sent out. I did receive it.
Okay,
we all got it.
I did receive it. Honorable members of the 24th Council, Honorable Charles Newton motions to entertain an amendment. Mr. Rico, which amendment is this to?
It is amendment number 2, but I have not received it. Okay, Chairman, I received it.
Thank you. Mr. Rico, could you read that in for the record, sir?
Yes, it's Chairman Pro Tem and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 2, page 1, lines 16 and 17, and page 5, lines 24 and 25. Make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike $34,193,514 and overstrike. Underscore new language $18,759,447 and underscore. 2, page 4, lines 20 and 21. Amend the language as indicated below. 3, paragraph 3, you're overstriking $903,541 and you're inserting, let's see, as requested from the new amount of $296,241. 4, replace Exhibit C in the legislation with new Exhibit C. 5, page 4, line 15, page 5, line 27, and page 6, line 2, make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike $34,193,514 and insert $18,759,447. 6, the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Office of Legislative Services shall coordinate to ensure all cumulative totals in this resolution conform to the amendments made at the standing committees and the Navajo Nation Council. Renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Also included with this amendment is the shopping center appendix G. Let's see, this is G. Yeah, appendix G for Navajo Nation Shopping Center, Navajo Nation grant application. And also budgets for the Navajo Nation Shopping Center with a new business unit number. The total amount for $296,241. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. There's a motion by Honorable Chair Charles Noon. Is there a second? Would like to establish a second.
Yellow hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair. Second by Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair. Are there any questions on Amendment 2?
Delegate Daniel So.
Honorable Chairman So, you have the floor, sir.
Oh, yeah, it's a Chair Pro Tem. They'll now be members. This is more like a point of privilege. Did Mr. Rico make reference to Exhibit K?
Mr. Rico, respond, sir.
Or Appendix K, I'm sorry.
Mr. Rico.
Mr. Chairman Pro Tem, members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, I apologize. There was an Appendix K that is for Navajo Nation shopping centers. Amount requested, $296,241, and that is part of the amendment. Mr. Chairman Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Honorable Chair, Mr. Daniel So, do you have a follow-up, sir?
No, that's just wanted to make sure it was the part of the amendment. Appreciate that, Mr. Rico. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman So. Any other questions or comments on Amendment 2? Going once, Going twice.
This is Delegate Crotty with the question, Chairman.
Okay. Honorable Chair Amber Kennesaw-Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, colleagues, and for the amendment. I'd like to ask if, so far we have NTA has dropped out of the legislation, NECA has dropped out of the legislation, and now this enterprise shopping center is reducing their amount. Does Gaming Enterprise have a plan, or are they planning to reduce their amount they're requesting since they do not have an opening date? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair, Madam Chair Amber Kennesaw-Crotty. Let me go to Mr. Brian Parrish, CEO of Gaming. Mr. Parrish, may you respond, please?
Honorable Pro Tem Chair, yes, sir. Thank you. Madam Chair Crotty, thank you for your question, ma'am. At this point in time, no, ma'am, we do not have a reduction prepared to request. We're also hoping to receive the $4 million in Paycheck Protection Program funding, and there's no guarantee that we're going to receive that at this point in time. So those funds are desperately needed to preserve the nation's investment in this enterprise and the jobs for approximately 1,200 team members. Over 85%, I think it's closer to 88% of whom are enrolled members of the Navajo Nation, including our Navajo Nation Gaming Regulatory Office team members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. Honorable Chair Amber Kennesaw-Crotty, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. I do. If I could ask the agent, so if you could give me a breakdown of the individuals who've been laid off and how many non-Navajo management team have they been laid off, or are they currently been collecting a salary during the closures? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Mr. Parrish, may you respond, sir?
Mr. Pro Tem Speaker, yes, sir. Madam Chair Crotty, thank you for your question. Ma'am, at this point in time, we have a total of 939 team members who have been laid off. The balance of team members that are still working is 151. Of the 151 that are still working, there's 127 that are Navajo and 24 who are non-Navajo. Of the 24 that are non-Navajo, 16 of those team members work in the Department of Security. We have no other Navajo team members in the Department of Security that are on layoff, and we don't have any to backfill so that we could place more of those security officers that are non-Navajo on a layoff status. The 8 remaining non-Navajo team members who are working, they're in different positions. One is a controller at Twin Arrows. Another one's a human resources director at Twin Arrows. A second one is a human resources director at Fire Rock. We also have a general manager, 2 general managers that are non-Navajo, myself, and then also our executive director of human resources for the enterprise. Those are the non-Navajos that are still working. And if I may, all of the workers, the 151 that are still working, have all undergone a 20% reduction in pay that went into effect as of January 1 of 2021. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. Honorable Chair Amber Kennesaw-Crotty, do you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Pro Tem. No, at this time, I just want to make sure we don't have a date negotiated for gaming's opening. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Amber Crotty. Nanda, any other comments or questions on Amendment 2? On Amendment 2. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay, we'll have a roll call vote, please, staff.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable
Delegate
Eugenia.
Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green. I fell off the wagon here. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text.
This is Elmer Begay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Vince James. Pro Temp Chair with the vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Thank you very much. Honorable members of Naabik'íyáti Committee meeting, Amendment 2, the votes are 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Tem Chair not voting. Motion carries. I'll hand the virtual gavel back over to Honorable Chair and Speaker Seth Damon. You have the gavel, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Good evening again, colleagues. With that, we are back at the main motion on legislation 0016-21. I do have, can we put the lineup back up again? I do have Honorable Stewart next up in the queue. So Honorable Stewart, the floor is yours this evening.
Okay, thank you, Tilla. Chair Damon, Otto, Koro, colleagues, and Glenigi for Naabik'íyáti Committee. And this legislation, Koro Benit Enigi, and the purpose of it to provide funding back to our enterprises again. And what has been stated in the amendments and what has been stated on the floor again. I support this legislation. When we think about it and these enterprises, the hospitality, gaming, and also NACE, they provide employment for our people. We have businesses open right now across the nation, Bashas, Lowe's, Ace, Hardware. What is their plan? What is their safety plan? When I talk to community members within the community, they say, how safe is Bashas? What's their plan? How they yeah, you go in and you get your temperature check, but how good is that? Then they run around with that sprayer, but they don't wipe the baskets down. And right now, through the news, we're being told that you can be asymptomatic down there. What about those individuals that go into these stores and shop in there in our communities? And then we go back in there, then we shop again as well. And then these curfews that we went through, these lockdowns that we went through, you know, they affected our businesses, our enterprises. You guys, some of you are saying you don't want to support the gaming part of it. But when I sit in those meetings with ASC and from RDC, then we hear the chapter saying, gaming fund shot. Are we going to get some gaming funds? And yes, they will get gaming funds because there's still a reserve in gaming funds. That's what our chapters use, those gaming funds, gaming revenues to pay for electric, to pay for water, for the chapters. And then even right now, we have hardship checks going out. One from the nation, then you have the one that came in from Washington, then now you have tax season on the radio. You look at all these radio announcements, listen to all these radio announcements on the radio. To come in and get a vehicle, come in and get furniture, come in and get your TV done. Those things won't even last as long as what we were trying to do, say transfer it back into N2A, transfer back into NECA, so that we can get them water, so we can get them electric. That would last them a long time. But still, right now, even if we say no to gaming, we say no to our enterprises, where are our people going to go? They're still going to go off the reservation. Toyak's still going to get money. Fort McDowell's still going to get money. Those other casinos are going to get our monies because our people know how to gamble. They know where these casinos are. We talk about our funding staying here on Navajo and how we're going to improve, how we want our Navajo Nation to improve. This is what we need to look at, are these, how are we going to support our enterprises? We have executive orders that have come out. This is what protocols need to happen. Where's DOH? Where's the command center? And making sure that these are followed at Bashas, at Lowe's, at Ace Hardware. Every time I go over there, I don't see them out there. So these are things that I'm looking at, and the way that the chapters have to reopen. I saw there was a 20-page document that came out from DCD saying this is how you're going to reopen. This is what protocols you need to take for all our chapters and our chapter officials to go by, to use now, and even us to share with our chapters. So anything that's going to help us to reopen slowly, softly, however you want to word it, to get us back into how we used to operate, that's what we need to look at. So I do support this legislation, and Shania, Mr. Daniels, I think we should just go back into voting on it, and it's up to us and how we represent our communities, our agency, if we're going to support it or not. That's all, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. Colleagues, let me go ahead and move on down. I do have Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, down. Okay, I had Chair Speaker Damon, around members of the Naabik'íyáti, around Henio for presenting this legislation. I know this is very controversial for people, see, but you see, that we know that a lot of people started working, showed up on this case here. The reason why I'm saying that is I have relatives and I have some constituents out in Tisto area because they live in this Navajo Hopi Land Commission. There's NPL and XPL people. So I know Brian and others, they came to Tisto chapter. They did the presentation last year before the pandemic. We're looking forward to where, that a lot of families from that area that were really relocated, that started working over there, and they were talking about looking forward is how they can maybe some type of transportation they should provide for them, because some of these workers, they are from the same family. They all ride in, or sometimes they have to ride in separately. We know that so it's really it's the only opportunity that they have, that they're have I guess you call it that the fundings that the revenue that's coming back from Twin Arrows is giving back to Navajo Land Commission as a loan. Even they have that opportunity to work over there. So a lot of these families that I know, they're looking forward to go back to work. They're all looking forward of making plans with gaming, saying that they're going to provide, looking forward to provide a transportation for them. That was the plan. They were looking forward that this is what happened. So pretty sure that they're struggling, but they're happy to go back to work. And then another family that I know, they work over there too. They don't have no running water, and they don't have no electricity. They work over there. So I seen them. They approached me. that they see me over there and they see the delegates over there, and that they're happy that they're there. This is the work that they have, and the benefits that they have is excellent. Now, no, so they're happy that there's some families that are working over there. So they miss that today. So they miss being over there. You know that this is a good opportunity for them. So I just want to share that with you. So that's something that I wanted to share with you, that how my constituents feel about this Twin Arrows, other gaming. So this is I would say that the enterprise that's given fundings back to the relocatees. So that's how I support this. So, the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go on down then. Honorable Keon Begay.
Chairman, yeah, it's not on the list, though. So down Finnicky, Legi old kiss. Although that's just like a could bend the teacher. So it's going to go to tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to add these to the agenda tomorrow at the council session, unless we thoroughly discuss it and then prepare it for just a good up or down vote for tomorrow. But could helping our Navajo people, and we are to some extent of the capability of the Navajo Nation government could do to help the Navajo people. Leader Bahamas just by yesterday while majority of us the public and Ad Bande Khagi frontliner, especially the IHS worker, the nurse, the doctors, the police officers, even some of our officials at the local level, like grazing official, the CSC and AMS. These are frontline individuals that we're neglecting to. I just want to be on record that we're neglecting the CSC and AMS at each of the chapters, and we're also neglecting some grazing officials, because though these are how many deaths that we have, so that's how many individuals that have to get a grave site. So, as you know, that from the mortuary, they asked for local officials to get information, because that's where our grazing official comes into play. It's identifying some of these areas, like community-based cemetery, but I guess they really don't have a problem in getting these going. So, and I believe that there was a budget, and then there is part of the budget for tomorrow that she don't need. But nonetheless, I don't know if you received a memo from Ms. Sterling Kirk, the controller's office, as well, just within about 30 minutes. The anticipation of funding coming forth. The RDC, there was an amendment that I made indicating that tajashi di kote peso ha nedinte la tensa peso nada nes de tango e ajgo sapi na hito nes chot ago e bez ba dan shikipi baka akoko that would give us the assurance that we're not just going to take it out of the UUFB, but it will be replenished to some extent if it's allowable, and to some areas. Then with the Navajo Nation considered as a disaster area, a declaration by the Biden administration, and then we're still in the health emergency situation on the Navajo Nation. Because it arts was final go akidi ego na the egg a kwagen na da be ko ke kai dit all that kwagen sauce so it on has ni go penal sauce and then de go. I believe that we can recapture some of these funding that could go back into the UUFB. Maybe that would give us the assurance that and then we turn around and advocate for these programs, whoever's out there. And that's what Ms. Kirk is asking the council, the nation, the government to say that. And yes, 714 million the entities, the programs had only a few months to work on it. 335 so also hardship on it, which is good as well. But just for example, if hardship wasn't there, and if the deadline wasn't extended, more than half of what we received would have just gone back to the federal government. So peso go yego na yanhin tikla. But possible nati ne cases. But at the same time, when we truly are going to be helping our Navajo people, we really got to also not neglect a lot of our Navajo staff that are on the forefront at the local level. See, CHR that I got a senior center just like they dish Head Start that's like dal dish. But I did all the union program did ego go. I the social service in the on it. Like it I just never overturn the idea and feel like they need this standard of some of our programs. So a quite key that me at the enterprise but not equal it by advocate in it. I believe that we also need to step up and help our local chapter official, chapter staff. Done some of these major programs that works directly with the community and works directly with the public. Because it could do what ego zindo bahasi or listo adot out satin shit me opa hands it out and later stop shit me stop. But not if I submit a memo asking for a certain document and if I don't get a response, what more can I do? Or Satanadish stop. I don't end the shooting. I want to be on record that I have been and will be continue to advocate for our local chapter, our staff and Lidiki. And latter that's I don't know how she cares about that is they're unloading a lot of these equipments or supplies that were allocated for each of the chapters. Now, who's out there? I don't know about PP, the volunteers. Called PP, they're the main manpower at the local level, but yet they're receiving minimum wages. They don't even get overtime, or they don't get health insurance, or they don't get any holiday pays then. But yet they're pleased to ask to come help the chapter with all these activities. Beyond that, other issues distributed that I done or PP added large. A list. Get IC Bahayos. Because yes, we can help the enterprises, but these are people that are staying home. But what about our Navajo staff that are actually all working maybe 5 days a week or even 7 days a week? Whenever we ask for funding, we really want to go across the board and assess that who should be in these particular areas to be receiving or advocate to get funding. So Otego go Shisido Bahasito the chairman Shahat.
Thank you, Honorable Gate. With that, we continue on down on the queue. Honorable Charlene, so good evening. The floor is yours.
Out of the sponsor, out of the agent, out of Shmanta. Before we conclude and come to voting, I understand with some of the expectations of getting some training done. Is there an outline for that? And we're saying that we're not reopening the casinos, but as I'm looking at the budget form, it states that with the funds that you're requesting is $3,005,000 for reopening inventory purchases. And I think that's definitely going in the direction of reopening these casinos. So I want to know what kind of training, and with that, how much is allocated to the training? I ask it because, again, this is a lot of money that we're talking about. And listening to the controller's advice of how this system's going to be pretty much suitable to this year's budget and how we're pretty much stringing for financial revenue. And right now we haven't even come up with a solution for revenue to come back to the Navajo Nation. And right now, I can't help but to think, what else is happening there? Not only with Navajo Gaming, but what about the other enterprises? I think that to some degree, I've always wondered, and I'm sure some of you and the constituents are wondering, what about the salary, again, of the executive directors, the CEO, general managers? I like to watch my morning news and my evening news. And one example I do like to bring into discussion is Trevor Noah, who paid his employees' salaries as their furlough. Now, what about that? That's one presentation that I would like to have from one of our CEOs and our directors, saying that, some of my salary is cut back to compensate for my employees' salary. And then with that, it's, if I could see that kind of a leadership to give back and then to work with the Navajo Nation to show that, yes, we're all in it to save our people, to help provide for them, then yes, I would support this legislation. But so much is happening right now. We say that we're going to be coming up on the tail of a pandemic. A pandemic does not go away within 1 to 2 years. Variants happen. It mutates the virus. So those are some of the things that I'm asking my leaders to consider. So even that's a big question. And if there's a plan, I look at our neighboring casinos. You have Youth Mountain, Sky Youth, they're not open. And right now it's very risky. And with the Christian beneath Argent Gaming, which is not that the Naabik'íyáti is a so yeah sure that should be that should not a cool and I just wanted to make this on the record for the people to hear that, you know, if we really cared, and the type of leadership I think we all need to see is, why don't we cut back on salary to compensate for our employees' loss? And I'm very thankful that my Yaj delegate Keon today spoke about it. Our chapter officials, we have so many on the front lines every day. I get requests from my CHR, my chapter manager, where's our hazard pay? Where's our special duty pay? And when you hear that as a leader, it really does strike you hard. And you feel guilty. And Khashid Albe has on a policy legislation because then you have to get all the departments going again. So all of this, you know, I have to take that point that delegate Dan very what we into discussion to get these things out to those who are waiting months and months. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, let me go ahead and go back to any response at this time from the sponsor, Chairman Henia.
Yes, Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee at the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. This one question that was asked that I heard was to Navajo Gaming Enterprise. Mr. Parrish, if you would provide some information regarding the training that you had mentioned for the employees if they once the casinos are given the green light to reopen, what type of training will they be undergoing? And then at the same time, is there an outline of that training available for the employees of the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise? Mr. Parrish.
Honorable Chairman Henio, sir, thank you so much. Honorable Charlene So, thank you so much, ma'am, for your questions. The training that we will be offering and requiring mandatory for our team members is a 3-hour classroom program with a live instructor that will be answering questions, providing demonstrations, and guiding each one of our team members through that training. That training is mandatory. They must all go through that training before they can return to work. Excuse me. And they're also required to undergo a COVID-19 test, and they cannot come in for the training or return to duty until they have cleared their test and it comes back with a negative result that they do not have the virus. So we are prepared as part of the salaries and wages that are outlined in the legislation to cover 100% of that, of course. And then there will also be other refresher training for safety, security, and other things that will be conducted. Our team members next week will have been out of work part of the time on leave with pay, 3.5 months now on layoff. And so we've got training that we're going to be doing in several areas, and we're also going to need them to assist us with getting the properties prepared to reopen. As Honorable Charlene So had asked about salaries and wages and things, the team that is still working, including myself, we all agreed to 20% reductions in pay. That went into effect the 1st of January. None of us have stopped and reduced our hours. We keep time cards and we report our time, and we all sign attestation statements to go with those time card reports to verify that these numbers are accurate and true. Myself and several members of the senior team, we're working in excess of 3,000 hours. I know that I did last year, and our team is continuing to do that. So in addition to working under the reduced rate of pay, we're also putting in additional time, picking up other jobs and duties and responsibilities where we can to continue to help the enterprise move forward. Even though we're closed, the gaming industry is moving forward. And what I mean by that is the Arizona State Tribal Gaming Compact. That's in full negotiations. The other tribes are open. 25 or 22 of 27 tribes have their properties open in Arizona. And there's competition for jobs and revenue and licenses and all kinds of things that we're working on closely to make sure that we protect the interests of the Navajo people, not only today, but for the life of that compact, which is going to be in excess of 20 to 25 years. On the New Mexico side, there's more going on there. There's threats to the industry with the racinos coming out lobbying for new legislation to try to take sovereignty and revenue away from the tribal gaming operations in New Mexico. That would be devastating to us because we have 3 properties there. There's also more licenses that the nation has been granted through the tribal state gaming compacts that represent opportunities to create more jobs and more revenue for the nation. So even though we're not open, we're working very, very diligently to make sure that all those issues are managed and communicated to leadership so they can make decisions on what's in the best interest of the Navajo people. The last item I'd like to share is that the only training we do is not the COVID training. We average on an annual basis at least 14 different training programs that every one of our team members go through on an annual basis. They also have access to an automated training system. It's called Casino Essentials, and they can log on to that online from their homes and undergo training and learn about all kinds of things in this business, whether it's directly related to their current job or not. So the training, the development, it's not only for safety, but it's also for development, future growth, and helping all of our Navajo Nation team members move up into all positions within the organization, including mine. And I'm anxious to be able to continue to support the organization and help that continue to be a reality. Thank you, ma'am, for your question.
Thank you very much. Chairman Henio, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Kayla.
Oh, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time for legislation 0016-21. Are we ready to vote?
Speaker, Chair.
Yes.
Thomas Walker.
Mr. Walker, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Yes, good evening, Speaker, though. Mr. Chair for the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Ado Shinantado, where Kitahuid Nagi. Ado the Neta is Agido Yat Etonano. Ado where Nzago by Yati yet lead not Josh Ajwaza. Not Josh Nanish Indiki Nanishikatigi. Anza go by Yati, who the legislation who he doesn't need so Zki a benache. Peso la banda dot art as a kindo. Could he had done such a Nasigato so had Nigo, a bandit, to sponsor the legislation and your agents should delegate Henio here. For bringing forth the legislation, and then of course the intended the intention here, the purpose and intent of the legislation. We've given it a really good debate here today and then this evening. And I appreciate all the comments, all the points that are made for and against, and of course, in between there's some comments and some some statements that make leaders think, to provoke that deep thought into our value systems
to find, the way to resolve or solve a situation, an issue. That ability of leaders, I've seen it this evening and again, and I appreciate that. Naabik'íyáti, yat likigit ashing and yet. So yat gibijana huntla, shahat nila. A kohoti peso yat git. So what are they parkutanitsen ina petet yego. Yahot pe yinayat pe ande zinike alchin havan. Payat benahalia peso waliegi ishina yo bijna huntla. Adapita yo basa not to quite by Yelti. I got over Jensen by Yati git ego. I don't have it. I am Zakisla, she, the net, Danizan, the beach ones under the Nebajaligo. I call shit, Kodosha, the way I looped out to Lani Lake, Bird Springs, Carmen, no coal mine, could you? Auto, Chada Aja Cat into Ne, Kahanit. I call Aja in Josh Bisa, Aniki, twin arrows. I call a sped husband. I call ban CK, so agent is I don't hit it, Jordanits, and I call Nad Nishigi, what long call Eben Natchem. A action so in hidden there, Aja a Benansion that Koyegon hit it, a quag in the door, quite it, Ada, the hot ego door, Quijashin, a at Hekitona Nishikaki, the Quijaship that DT. Quite on the way Winslow, Flagstaff, the naked hat, ask how. Is the net or you care that I don't zel, and a nozzle, or cutter. Ain't the hashing so that the journal a quite that she a net or Aja double run. You can't acknowledge Jago. I call a quag. Since you can that she give quarter. Should I yosh a one because la other balchin that was cut or cause edition. Now, yeah, Bahawan. Zahashine large petit could eat a could eat or one such case. So, what are bandit? He got all open it or little bit over that door the cut that he know that. Ani Kotzago, Joko, Aya. Ashinjego Nahoti is a Holodo de Johnson, she says, Van Saski so. I don't think Kedi had Ziggy 8 oyet Lahant Heke 8 echo to Hashing a slag the Bahato and Hekit oyet Antantla. Harle a Nana Satin, but since than Lenina Josh a bed Holdoniki 8 oya. Hayi Kachona Haldenako. Eso, they kneel down Halden, not in the Nehegida. What echo, not in the Shidota. I caught all quadret, Nishigin, Italiago, Arching, Yego, a Bocaiche. Don't Lehigi echo. Other Quajahos, Doka so Archibahas Annie, don't Annie. But the Handa eat Johatashi Peho. Edo ya Abzil and Anzil Halland or Abadaski. As I got it, I plateau expanded it on Eya. I'll eat or you a delty Jahata so given at and the Behaz Annie. Adoption you host the hot so be not the narky. It at epithet. Koti koden shit nishinan Yakrati Niki na Josh it at epitatet Jonah don't eat echo. A court or over that told Katadi Ninikita. A Joe what's what's Zago. It's on what's Zago, Hashint Edo little. akot eko ko jo kodanaz ti edo benit idante jot o sahakis edo behasti do le kwage jaba konitsen la ado ti na nishito edo inshi atiste party ne jo hata sadigi ti satich na nishi ko jit yo toj khaot so jit thago jebel has ana ajosh nan kojido hos dojido ekojabashnegi twin arrows ko tin enad mishe ate hit so ko chulla asilla la ta hawan na hazala ko la ko datil la inna eta te petet ko to eta sa na nishet asas zenita pete which is loud ya papa wing ida na nishe passion hinani ta hollo ado sa mamado bje da hu bja pa da neta nata hotlo ko so keben nalika ko hota da sa ikidel zi ko do hayu shin di nanish Bande ido nanish pa jaini nanigi it o hayu pa di ne jo ado has three na in the sun it inna in nice no what ho wando ta to touch cha na glosh and they say charge and na hol os gain it at kwasa inna ne ko akoti na nishe kot ala ishin yikdelzi ko akwa ba jainil na da kon nahi di national da ada hisotzi ki peshwa sa an ado di sponsor ita bazno yen hitalna ko ayat atnek national ida ban sa keso di ba hashne ki it ko ala ba hasila johnson iban saskis ala need na itikit wallo lago ye kon ta idol kit ko net za ko na an adol khaya yakyo jo hota eta hot ko jodi ko do sadigit over hasid ole shaban za keso le johnson de shne ko ipa yakki gi jo ibend dicha hale ben ya hatni gi ko ta ne sto ko what are you ya ko sa be hatis ko speaker sa ko na hawin ishwas an ni klinigila an hidani tsna hata hitsi ko pedat ego ipa yelti atio ta nana ba jotish atn so do ban sas kes ne tina da thatten distin na kheda pedat ati chendani tlsa ita nat ani yadal chile nat ani dishta no the nahiti che yadal chi session hat ati ta no ako tahti nanish handle chat che ati economic development nanish handle chat large pesazin do nanishida hodol sago na de nichtole nach it's the beshahs and the truta no at you didn't so that's not even my bar concern at ilana could ya yata chidan so economic development nan shiki the large no nan so they make the relationship of jobs, employment, wages and salaries that to be synonymous with economic development. So in the minds of the leaders back a few decades ago, when they talk about economic development, they're talking about livelihood of the people. They're talking about households. They're talking about things at a home setting. Even na akot nebe in ya tehole atan zildole abstahol zildole akot ego ya taho stahaz adole no ishin jono ya nsada kishinda neko
ako economic development at niho o huge nas do na to ito sin sa person to to ni the la Johnson ako sata economic development niho of course it means making revenue, generating revenue. Although sometimes it's about profit making, and it's about wealth. So, ko peso ni peso that just not niki nishiko. Ajo peso do that Koshin as gate or Jado Dan neither. Nan Chico, Archico. A cotiti, Tipandit, Ninan, a quag has Arco, Nan Shiki, a coho Ebena, Hodaban, Saskis, or she thought Aja, a Ben Niyado, the legislation, Sahakwa, Shaho, the speaker, though. Colleagues and listening audience, and again, sponsor and agent. Appreciate this time and listening to the comments, the viewpoints, the opinions of our leaders. Yeah, thank you.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, for those comments on the main motion of legislation 0016-20. That, Vice Chair Smith, are you?
Thank you, Speaker.
Are you wanting
24th Naabonation Council, Naabik'íyáti committee members. A question comes to mind. This COVID-19 bill that's coming through, I heard that we can hopefully be reimbursed. However, I need clarification on this. Maybe Mr. Parrish can provide it, or maybe Legislative Council. I understand that this bill is not like the bill that was first entertained on the CARES. At the time, there was funds that gaming could really tap into. Now they limit the amount. I think it's like 4 million. If that's the case, and we have this amendment in there saying that we will be fully reimbursed, does that mean we're only going to get 4 million out of 15 million? And the other question too is, this is going to be a hard question. If push comes to shove, is the CEOs and those that are in the top management willing to take a cut in pay and provide that cut in pay to keep essential workers on board? Because we don't know how long this COVID-19 is going to last. We don't know what the second strain is going to be. It's mutating. And yet we're banking on first, second shot, and hopefully we go back to normalcy, but nobody knows. And is that the will of the gaming enterprise so that we could continue to save our folks in their employment? Because we have families that are relying on gaming to continue for employment. That's the two questions I'd like to pose on that behalf, because there's really no guarantee, even though we have that amendment in there, Mike Shea put in there during Resource Development Committee, which I say is a good amendment. But when it comes down to the nitty gritty, is there going to be a law that's going to say gaming is only going to be allowed 4 million, and then we minus 4 million, we still have 11 million that's been not available for the UUFB? The UUFB
has amount of 62 million. I think that's what the controller said earlier. And they could, that money could be used for the basic needs. Water, electricity. How many homes could we connect? How many families could we make happy? How many grandkids? How many grandparents? To give them that luxury to have running water, electricity, improve their homes. Those are the questions that are in each or every one of us that are looking at the 62 million. Is this wise? The other question too, Shenandoah and Osenigi, we arbitrarily put in NECA, we arbitrarily put in NTUA, and they said, whoa, 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 whoa. And then they opt out. My question is, how did this come up in the first place with putting all these folks on board? This seems like it's a rider. I think we should have took these individually, and some are well worth saying, oh, green, and some are saying we could really look at it and see what we could do to help. But to bundle this up and try to get it through council tomorrow is troublesome. It might even be tabled. I don't know. I think it should have been Navajo shopping centers on a separate legislation, so forth, and then gaming, so forth. And that way we would have our thoughts, and folks would say, support it, don't support it. But it's hard to support something that's all jumbled together, and we see this whole package, even at the get-go, it was supposed to be an emergency. But yet the council said, no, it's not an emergency, run it through the system. And now we're having a special session tomorrow. And we even had to have a special session on B&F. So what is the urgency on this? What is the main purpose of this? That's the big question that I'm still wanting to hear. So I'd like to hear those answers. And I know it's getting late, but these are things that we have to address where we're in Naabik'íyáti. And then when it comes to council, maybe there's some things that we need to be brushed up on, maybe need to be put into place, but this is the time to do it. So it's that. With that, Speaker, I hope I get these good answers from, or at least some answers on behalf of this. Thank you, Shenandoah.
Thank you. I'll go back to Chairman Hino.
Gashina here, Nasa Tsile, Chairman of Naabik'íyáti Committee, Adoshinanta, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Adokadon Taide Kidige, Sahage, be them as standalone zone. I mean, these are all enterprises. Enterprises that are in need of assistance. That's why they're all in one big bill, because they're all enterprises. And so they should all be, we put them all together in one big package. But as we moved along in NECA first, said, okay, hold on. We thought we were going to be looking at CARES funding. But if it's not CARES funding, then we're okay. But the next time that CARES funds comes around, that's when they want to save their proposal for. So, but if this is Navajo Nation dollars, they said no. They want to wait for CARES funding. Same thing with NTUA too. They were included because they're an enterprise. At the same time, as we moved along, they said that, okay, hold on. There'll be some more CARES funding somewhere down the line. We'll wait for that one. They said a little bit though. But the other enterprises that are still on the bill right now, as we have heard all evening long, they need assistance. The employees have been laid off. Some are not being paid at all. And so therefore, even in and so that's the reason why they're all together in one bill. So that's why we're moving forward in that manner. The hard question, I think that we left up to the enterprise as far as how they want to take their pay, because it seems that everybody is focused on gaming right now. But we also have to think when we make statements like, well, is the executive director going to make a pay cut? I mean, you're thinking about Brian Parrish, but you also have to think about the CEO of Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated, Navajo Arts and Crafts and Enterprise, Navajo Hospitality Enterprise. So when we talk about CEOs and executive directors, those are the ones that we're going to be asking too on that hard question again, if they're all willing to take a pay cut. So that's what would be the answer. It will be left lingering. And I'm sure if they are all on the line right now, they could answer that question if they wish to do so. But as far as the first question again, I think as far as the reimbursements and the guarantee of reimbursements again, I think that's where I would defer that to the controller to see what the possibility of any type of reimbursements would be on this allocation, because the controller's office, they kind of foresee what is allowable and what's not allowable. So, Speaker Davis, I would defer that to the controller.
Thank you. Madam Controller? Madam Controller? Come back to Madam Controller if there's a response. We're reaching out to the Controller's office, see if they can get back on. Pat, let me go on down to the next individual in the queue, and then if the Controller responds after that, then we can come back. Or there's a confirmation that they're back on the line, we'll come back to them. Honorable Paul Begay, good evening. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Speaker. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Thank you for chairing the NABI meeting, colleagues. This is a very, very long discussion. It's very, very difficult to really make up your mind, green or red, at this point. I really wish there was some kind of assurance that some of our enterprises can succeed and get back on their feet. And I also agree with, even though we're saying that these are all enterprises, my thought is they should have been considered separately, because they all have different ways to approach it. They all have different. They're all in different situations. It almost feels like one is piggybacking off another. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation Gaming Committee. I really wish I can support it, but there's a lot of questions. There, specifically the reassurance part, the pandemic, talking about gaming. They dealt us a hand, very difficult to play. And when you're taking a chance, you're gambling. We are gambling to give some more money to an enterprise that did not manage to get back on its feet. And when we talk about reopening, are we really talking about just 25%? If it's 25%, why are we saying that we're bringing back all the laid off employees? Do we really need all the employees back with this slow opening? So, but yes, I in the end, I feel for our people. They have really suffered. Some have some means to survive, but then there are probably a large number that don't have a backup, no backup income to rely on. So those people are in a bad situation now. So my thought is, if our enterprises don't survive again. Very difficult decision. Trying to decide voting red or green. Personally, like my chief, Honorable Delegate Daniel So said, I need assurance. I don't the board members so that kind of gives you an idea that he came in Mr. Parrish so that is Diego. You have no Bayati. A Kwaiki is in the Haro, the city Halit out of Hazoda Ila. Penina was still in the same situation or Odan son the Bantoski. Nothing think that the maiden Sagi Yape. The Circodiana. I laid out of Hazob and Hastando, but not Cotanana, but Nana Hatna. All these things, all these issues makes it difficult. At Ili, they seem to keep a cat of stuff. At Nisa, oh, hotel, and keep a cat of stuff. Okay. I really need some type of assurance, and it's difficult because of pandemic. Hashi do yashkonda pandemic, the situation that it put us in. We don't know what the future holds. In March, are we decommissioning because we again did not succeed in getting on our feet? I wish we all had ability to foresee the future. But right now, to me, it's a form of chance. And if you're taking a chance, we're gambling. We're gambling to see if it will work or not. I'm sorry, they be happy, Speaker Damon, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. Colleagues, go on. Honorable Brown, the floor is yours. On the main motion of legislation 0016-21.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Chair of Naabik'íyáti, Ado Beshbans on 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado Nakhandar Nishi, Kisndale Nishi. Ado Shik Edo Shidane, Tahis Ago, Kuda all kill. Ado Hehe Inkidishni Dole. Ako, Dikwegi Bakwint, Inige Enterprise. Lada Shi, Nikitane, Argent Darkness. Ako I see be the quagio dot dot nido. The besh bahs anni glini Lada Argent ni jail la. Then kid the nanda the sheila. Say badahatil as. Nishi quaggy. Hajagoshin eat ad dad nishi. Halit abeh the dot Hinton. Halit Abagan has on that Nahu the daughter. Aita Nkidene, Jopa things and do Hashin so a nicking that kite. But the Hajopa, Niske, the Nanka don't know that is not. A co here could all Kishishes and Naabik'íyáti. Nahit Kwe Halit Ila Hadchin Ila Hadni Halit Ala Dita Halit Ala Naishna Queens Najo Alo Najo del Kid A Kudel and Kadako He Ko Nadish Kidigi A Halit Diko Edo Tahadot Nijugo Ajil Ajut Agatni Te Ola Hadonil Ako Shasna Ash sponsor Delegate Henio. My question is, if this does not go through, if this legislation were to fail, and also to your agents from the different enterprises, not just gaming, but with Navajo Nation Shopping Center, NACE, who else is on here, but I want to hear from the individuals, what will happen to the employees, what will happen. And I think, and what I hear is gaming. And I think, I know a lot of us were not in leadership when gaming was voted on, when the referendum did come to our people. However, now we are the decision makers. Of all time throughout our history as the we are upon another grave time We are in a time of, we need tremendous amount of prayer. We need the foresight. We need to move from the deepest part of who we are. The neni klini enkasala. Dibend edo leshin kidot need. The neck di kujahut ansen case. Ishi benya. Ishi kayasot eke kenal tabadal o. Tacheta nalta hot tahiljis. I could be nang get den tindo ben kihanota. And it's also a privilege as Navajo, the great Navajo nation, to be elected to be at the Nebanaltia. What an honor. Not just because we're in this position, but we were chosen by the holy people to be in these. There's 24 of us, and we get to speak, and we need to bring our people across through this pandemic. It's with their jobs, it is with wherever they work in these enterprises. It is us. We have to make these decisions. I myself, the agent ajonshi the cases in the asacha ashishik e aj ho ashena kaho shamaya jan ajeni landa desa anleje aj ishin da atlaban alte nehi alto hustquisan ni tlini da ajon spikena ne kaho ada abel elkest egit ajeni landa akohat ashana nelo nihut aban saha kesende nad nishi qad adi bike bayil tiketa ekut adi bakaso akoho shekwa edinch on do inchtrao e bik aje dot esje desha halati de nad nishigi adosa sani le asana khayata nakina khayata yescha yengen jonon gecha hatsi Isla Nikitan Nesla Nacha Hadneho. Ashi Injonovich Ahatsi in Ashna Yopenashni. Diqueta no hot so hitashi jagi. Dolodot neta hayugi the belkesht ila. Dolodot ne beyo neto bejo but belkesht ila. Harder than so than delo. Azadon kick edan no cheta dolk it ni cheta. So as leaders, we have to find creative, innovative ways to keep these enterprises. There has to be some sort of cut within house. And I heard 20% within gaming, but I'm worried about our Navajo employees who are struggling and what we can do. I'm sitting here trying to think. I know my new motto is not to look back and look forward, but looking in the past, I'm also learning the decision that we as council have made in the past is now impacting us. We cannot make quick decisions without thinking, and it's not our personal decision that we vote on. It is for what is in the best interest of our Navajo people. And the Haida Babikaja Yashkita Behanets Shifty Incendi Nini Nihit the Nasha Ins and Ela E Haila Ikaha Alkit and laid any Hadia and the Neana Hatashi Bata Hilsanda Sayo Shamabet the snow. She Dolato hug and Joleta feel kabahas. And that's it. So it was good to just stand in front of each other and to speak and shdi insandid anahot ishjeno hajotsi I don't know what just dota asquito sani such a hadahasi this evening had elko ebans is keshet na not. And I'm not saying that no, I don't support this. My number one priority is, of course, all of us, is the health and well-being of our people. But we also go beyond that as elected leaders. We have to think of running the great Navajo Nation. We have to not just survive this, but continue and keep Navajo intact with what she has, make her stand up and be strong again. And I know, and I have faith in you, Shananda. I have faith in us that whatever we decide, so we don't have an easy job, Shananda. It is. We were constantly thinking of our people. So I'm glad that today, my team, we were thinking of other ways of bringing money to my communities. So for me right now, the way I read this, I do support it. And it is a lot of money. And I think also, how can we replace this? And I think, and I wanted to speak on Deb Haaland's legislation. And I think that's where us supporting her and bringing all of this to DC and to the states is really important. And I'll continue to do my part to make, and I'm at the point where I'm setting up meetings with leadership, senators, and Congress as well. So I know all of us feel the same way. So it's really at the end of the day for our people. So taking to this and that is ahansen could don't speaker
Thank you, Honorable Brown. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. This is who I have in the lineup right now. I have Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti, then Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Halona. So let me go ahead and go back to Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to offer an amendment. It was sent to the staff. If we could have staff read it. The intent of the amendment is just to add language if there's any opportunity for reimbursement. Thank you, Speaker.
Sending out the amendment now. With that, Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti on amendment number Amendment number 3. Mr. Rico, if you could read the amendment into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment number 3, 1 on page 6, lines 12 to 17. Amendment number 2 made at the Resources and Development Committee, delete the amended Section 7 in its entirety and replace with new Section 7 as indicated below. Overstrike Section 7, reimbursement to the unreserved, undesignated fund balance. The Navajo Nation Council approves any future funding to the Navajo Nation from the United States Treasury, whether through congressional appropriation or other designation for the purpose of combating COVID-19 to reimburse the unreserved, undesignated fund balance up to the full amount approved in this resolution. The Navajo Nation Council shall authorize and approve reimbursement to the unreserved designated fund balance as the initial priority in any future funding resolutions for COVID-19 relief and overstrike. New language underscore section 7 directive to the controller to reimburse to the unreserved undesignated fund balance. The Navajo Nation Council directs the controller to reimburse the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB upon receipt of any future funding from the United States Treasury to combat COVID-19, whether through congressional appropriation or other designation, up to the total amount approved in this resolution to the extent allowed by federal law. If the Navajo Nation receives reimbursement from the Federal Emergency Management Administration, FEMA, but not additional COVID-19 relief funding, the controller shall use the FEMA reimbursement shall reimburse the UUFB up to the amount appropriated in this resolution. The Navajo Nation Council shall authorize and approve reimbursement to the UUFB as the initial priority in any future funding resolutions for COVID-19 relief from the United States up to the amount approved in this resolution and underscore. 2, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, I'm Chair Naabik'íyáti's made motion. Is there a second? Second.
Elgin Brown.
Honorable Brown. Motion by Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti, second by Honorable Brown. Colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 3?
Speaker Damon, Delegate Nez.
Let me go back to Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti, was that you?
Speaker Damon, I just wanted to say that there's a minor, there needs to be a small edit. So it should say the controller shall use the FEMA reimbursement instead of the word shall. That should be to reimburse the UUFB. So I want to thank staff when they read that. I picked that up. Thank you.
Did you get that changed? You got it? The controller to use? That doesn't sound right. An additional COVID-19 relief fund, the controller to use the reimbursement shall reimburse the UUF. That sentence doesn't sound right.
Speaker Kelly. Speaker, the second shall should be replaced by to.
So, did you get that? All right, you got it? Go ahead and say it.
Mr. Speaker, it will now read, if the Navajo Nation receives reimbursement from the Federal Emergency Management Administration, FEMA, but not additional COVID-19 relief funding, the controller shall use the FEMA reimbursement to reimburse the UFB up to the amount appropriated in this resolution. Mr. Speaker.
Okay. All right. On amendment number 3. Chairman Nez, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, Aro, Vice President and I believe RDC entertained this amendment on Friday, which is a couple of wording that is added to it. I'm trying to compare this. It was already in the committee report as well. Just thought I'd let you all know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other
Speaker,
comments, questions on amendment number 3?
Speaker, it's Kristen Lowell. If I can explain, if necessary, the drafting choices that I made. Thank you, Speaker.
Go ahead, Ms. Lowell.
Speaker, the amendment, Delegate Crotty had requested an amendment to get reimbursement from FEMA. So there was already an amendment made at RDC. So what I did is I went in and I layered the FEMA reimbursement into the amendment that was made at RDC. So I deleted the RDC amendment, but kept the integrity of the RDC amendment. So we're still, if we get additional CARES funding or COVID-19 relief funding from the federal government, then we can use that. If we don't get additional CARES funding, then the FEMA reimbursement will serve to reimburse the UUSB. So they work together. It doesn't really undo anything that was done at RDC. It just kind of layers on, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments on amendment number 3?
This is Vice Chair Smith, Speaker.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Moyeza, for this section 7 in the amendment. I hear now that COVID-19 and then FEMA, if both are available, how do we decipher? Do we take 50% out of FEMA and take 50% out of COVID, or 30% out of COVID and 70%, or do we just combine it together so that we get the full amount that is appropriated in this resolution? That's my question. Thank you.
From what I read, it just states that it's up to the controller to decide that. Vice Chair Smith.
Do we have the controller on board, Chair? We were trying to get a hold of her.
No, we don't.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm McCarty.
Thank you, Speaker. And I want to appreciate the RDC amendment. It actually inspired to not only have, if there was any COVID CARES relief, but also the FEMA, since President Nez and VP Leiser had announced that the Biden administration had signed some emergency orders. So Vice Chair Smith, the FEMA reimbursement is up to, if eligible, is up to 75%. And so I think that is the intent is if there's an opportunity for the FEMA reimbursement, we get up to 75%. And then if there's eligible federal CARES or other type of emergency assistance, that we try to get as much reimbursement as possible. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for the question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Crotty, for that response.
Question of privilege.
Any other comments, questions on amendment number 3?
Question of privilege. This is Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Daniels. Good evening.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know. It's past 9 p.m. But okay, there is a question privilege. So my question is, so the action that was taken by RDC, are we going to replace that with this amendment? Can you explain that to me, State Council or Speaker? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Daniels, I think Ms. Lowell explained it, but I can go back to Ms. Lowell to explain it in further detail.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Daniels. So this will replace the RDC amendment, but it doesn't undo the RDC amendment. So this just layered in additional language to what was in the RDC amendment. So the integrity of what the RDC committee did is still intact with this new amendment. I hope that's clear, but I'm happy to answer any other questions, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowell, for that response. That, colleagues, any other further comments, questions on amendment number 3?
Speaker Damon, Delegate Rick Nez.
Chairman Nez, go ahead. Floor is yours.
This is to OLC, Ms. Lowell. Certainly appreciate your assistance, and I know it's late for everyone, but aren't these amendments, like we made an amendment RDC, and aren't these amendments to an amendment only during budget sessions? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Ms. Lowell?
Thank you, Speaker. Chairman Nez, I would say not necessarily, and the reason for that is because until a legislation gets to the final committee, it can be amended at each successive committee. So each committee, or ultimately the Navajo Nation Council in this case, can amend previous amendments. The way we've handled that in the past is sometimes one committee will put something in and then another committee will not agree with the previous committee's amendment. So it does get taken out. So that in essence is your amendment to an amendment, even though it's rescinding it in its entirety. And one other point I was going to make, and I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. But Chairman Nez, if you have additional questions, I know what I was going to say. If the Naabik'íyáti committee does not like the way I drafted it, I'm happy to redraft it. I thought I was making things streamlined, but if I've caused confusion, that was not my intent. Chair Nez. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that response, Ms. Lowell. That, colleagues, any other further questions or comments on Amendment 3? If there are none.
Speaker Damon, Delegate Rick Nez.
Chairman Nez, go ahead.
Thank you for that, Ms. Lowell. When this amendment was made at RDC committee on Friday, and now an amendment is being made to an amendment, and I understand the integrity of the amendment when it was brought before Resources and Development Committee. Now, is it okay to not honor an amendment by a committee when that committee has debated and had the assistance of our attorneys to draft that amendment And now we're going back and we're kind of like being disrespectful in a way to say that that amendment does not look good at all. So here's the amendment that we should pass. As for me, as a delegate, I think I respect committees enough not to overrun their amendments in this way. I see the change, but I kind of have an issue with this here. And I just want to make that statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Hess. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 3?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. And I think at this point, I know that it's late. If the intent was to add the FEMA language, so I'll withdraw this amendment and we'll work on that amendment language and be prepared at council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. With that, withdrawing, Honorable Brown as a second. Honorable Brown, you might have to press *6. Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown. Honorable Brown going twice.
Okay, there you go. I keep pressing *6 and it was barely working. Yes, I agree.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, with that withdrawal, let's go ahead and go back to the main motion. Moving on down, I have Honorable Otto So on the main motion. Honorable Otto So.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Do you guys hear me?
Yes, Honorable Otto So.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, this legislation supporting our tribal enterprises is something that is really needed. Whether it's gaming, whether it's oil and gas, or whomever. You know, these enterprises are like the children of the Navajo government. The government has created them for a reason. This legislation is pertaining to the enterprises that were listed, and some chose that I don't need the help. So, okay, that's fine. But the enterprises that are still on here, So, the enterprises, whether it's gaming, hospitality enterprise, or Navajo Nation Shopping Center. But we're in a crisis of a pandemic. We may not agree on the gaming. We may not agree on other enterprises, why they were created. But the bottom line is they employ Navajos that need help. These Navajos live in our communities. Whether you support that enterprise or not, whether it crosses your values of who you are or what you stand for. But our Navajo citizens and our non-Navajo individuals that work at these enterprises work for them for a reason. There was discussion earlier relating to non-Navajos. Oyos, non-Navajos, why is non-Navajos working and so forth? To my understanding, they are employees of whatever enterprise they are working for, whether they are a dishwasher, whether they are a hotel guest worker, whether they're a cashier, whether they're a waitress, whether they're an accountant, whether they're a CEO or whatever. The non-Navajos and Navajo citizens working for our enterprise. Gaming enterprise, how many times can gaming tell us how they utilize those dollars? They utilize it on those employees to keep them employed for that time frame. They utilize those dollars to pay for their insurance so that these individuals can have insurance at the time of COVID. And then one of the deal breakers on that was that they had to pay the bills. To the master trust, to the other trust funds that are existing. You know, we have now many Navajos that work at Tonera and non-Navajo. Oban tasket khalid lakat dakai. Khalid lakat dahat akat also. I believe in the midst of June, I said, let's go ahead and just shut it down and close it. But no, at the time, leadership, we're going to save the jobs and employees, this is the right thing to do. But I'm hearing now from leadership, I'm in the middle. I don't know what to do. It's a gamble on me. Whether you push the green button or the red button, you are gambling with this issue here, and it's going to impact lives. If you vote against it, you're going to impact the lives of those individuals who work for gaming or these enterprises. If you vote for it, you're going to impact their lives in a positive way. That's instant. I think one area that we need to start looking at is we know that this pandemic is here. When do we start tightening the belt on the mother government? You know, we're going to save the jobs. We're going to save the jobs. But again, at this time of the pandemic, I don't think that leadership is looking at how the mother government is going to tighten its belt. Because but again, our enterprise is something that we should continue to nurture. Oh, it's about hospital. I don't this oil to Zago Sabeza Paniati. Nado Yati Banati. So we only got 3 minutes. I go Epen go Aya, Hona, Shibani Aya, Kat Danib, Kadato. Speaker, I move to table this legislation so we can move forth, and I think this one is an unjustification. I did ask push. Koi people has anige yana kesoli kajo. The koi people has anya hiche alpe, but that need is none as hada so geo. Na just mean ya khaushi nana to zaba bayat hitoli. What abe it's not all this yeah.
Okay, Honorable Otto, so your motion to table, just a timeline, what was it? To bring it up no longer than what date?
I just in a motion to table it, and just that way we could vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess what we could do is motion to table the legislation, and this is what we've done in the past on the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, but this legislation comes up. If this legislation does pass, the tabling motion, and is the right per Title II. If this legislation wants to be brought up tomorrow, let's say, or if there's another special session in between now and the next 2 weeks of February 25th, did I say? Then that tabling motion could be brought up to it. I mean, it could come back off the table. So, Honorable Otto, so with that, colleagues, recognize Honorable Otto So's tabling motion. Is there a second? Once.
Here, this is Daniel. I'll second the motion.
Daniels. Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That, colleagues, let's go to the board. No discussion on tabling motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canasba
Charles
Crotty.
Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lone votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Jamie votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red via text. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, so yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Speaker, with a vote of 7 in favor and 14 opposed, chair not voting.
Honorable Elmer Begay just now, text said
Speaker,
he votes
this
red.
is Thomas. Speaker,
Yes, Vice Chair Walker.
yes, I voted green. I vote green.
What, he votes green. What is that? 8 in favor, 15 opposed. Speaker and chair not voting, motion fails. Back to the main board. Colleagues, time now is 9:38 p.m. Honorable Halona, floor is yours. On to main motion.
Thanks, sir. Been having trouble with my mute. Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Been listening to talk all afternoon. I think it's time to vote on this measure. It is a unique year. In the beginning, when we started trying to help gaming, we didn't have an idea of how long this pandemic was going to last. So we made our move to help the gaming and to make sure that the people were going to keep their jobs. And they're back here asking for a second assistant. And but that's not to say that they failed at trying to get going again, because they haven't had a chance to try yet. We still need to have a chance to try to make sure that we can that we're going to be getting back on board with the gaming issues, and that there's a lot to know about running a casino. There's a lot that we don't know about it, how it's run, and it's been a learning curve over this last couple of years for me. But I've learned a lot about how this business operates. I already know how most business operate. But this operation that we have rolling right now, we already know we need to do something for the 1,100 families that are going to get permanently laid off. We already have a high unemployment rate on the Navajo Nation, and this is going to exacerbate that number. And not only that, everybody's saying we need to help everybody, the rest of the Navajo Nation, and we're helping them right now. A lot of them are getting their hardship checks, and we just got to keep our fingers crossed that they're spending it on the right things and putting some away for later, and looking for the future, towards the future. But these 1,100 families that we're about to lay off here, that are, it's going to hurt. It's going to really hurt bad. And, the fact remains that we don't come up with any money for NNGE within the next 2 or 3 weeks, they're going to have to start decommissioning. And that when they do decommissioning, it's going to cost us several more $1 million to get it back running again. It's already costing the nation, going to cost the nation over $200 million in investment that we need to be getting back. So this is a big, some say gamble, but this is a big business decision that needs to be made in the sense of business. Real sound business ethics. Yes, we don't know what the future holds. And that's part of the decision that a businessman has to make. We're not the only business people here that people that are the casino is not the only business people that are having to make these decisions. There's a lot of people out there that have to make these kind of tough decisions. But this decision belongs to us, just like Delegate Brown mentioned. It's a new unique year. This is something that in 20 years people are going to be looking back and saying, oh, those guys, that's the decision they made. And I'm hoping that, and I'm banking that this is going to be the right decision that we're going to make, because the pandemic, the numbers are starting to go down all across the United States. Yeah, there's another mutated virus out there, but the tests show that the vaccine that we have right now will help suppress that virus as well. The vaccines are coming online. By this summer, we should have all most of the people in the United States vaccinated, and hopefully by March, April, that we have everybody vaccinated here on the Navajo Nation. So I think it's time that we need to make a good, sound business decision, and that decision would be to continue on with the way we're tracking and keep our unemployment rate at the level it is now instead of increasing it. The spinoff from this laying off these people and the closure of the casinos is also a lot of money, and a lot of the states and the community and everybody's losing out on, because we don't ever include that number all the people that have jobs that service the casinos, and there's also a lot of Navajo people that have those jobs too. So those are numbers that we don't see. So the other number that we don't see is the $50 million that we lost in the beginning from March to when did gaming get their money? Somewhere in the beginning, August. Gaming had spent all the money they had saved up trying to keep above water and waiting out this pandemic. In the beginning, it wasn't as bad as it is now on the Navajo Nation, but it's also, the numbers I've been watching, the numbers are starting to come down here on the reservation. At least we're below 100 now, new cases a day. It was way above 100 there for a long time. But this last week or two, they've come down. So we got to keep maintaining on bringing those numbers down. But the gaming had spent money already, a lot of money. So, you know, we're going to lose a lot of money if we don't keep it going. And then 20 years from now, what are people going to be saying? Of course, that don't really bother me. I don't know that I'll still be around here by then. Hope so, but we'll see how that goes. And the reimbursement that we were talking about, I heard about the FEMA reimbursement was 75%. Last week, President Biden brought down, increased that amount to 100% reimbursement now in FEMA, so that's another plus for us. You know, we may very well vote and improve all of these legislations for all these franchises that we're trying to assist. And we have to look at it across the street. The president may very well line item some of these items on this legislation. I'm sure he's investigating and talking to people and getting people out there to see if all these enterprises really need the help that they're asking for. We don't know if they applied for funding from the CARES funding. When the CARES funding came out and the United States had their money, I mean, they were more than welcome to apply for that funding. I don't know if they did or not, or if any of them have and got some of that money too. We don't know that. So I look at that point of view also. But I'm not right now. I'm not ready to axe 1,100 people off of their permanent positions for a long time. It will be a long time because we won't have any money to get the casinos started back unless we pull money back out of our permanent trust fund again and try to get that going again. I don't foresee that happening. I think we need to spend the money now. There's the reimbursement now that's in the legislation that we all voted on, or I guess we're going to vote on. We're going to change that. I know there's the language already in there from RDC. So that would have to go for all the other enterprises as well, not just one enterprise. And I doubt that they're going to have the funding to repay the Navajo Nation. And if we have to go into this with them, and it's money that's coming out of the UUFB, then maybe we need to be charging them interest as they pay back. So there's a lot of things involved here, and you know, we all had some good discussion today. I appreciate everybody's words and the highs and the lows and the yeses and the nos. But at the end of the day, it really comes down to 1,100 jobs for families that, in this age of pandemic, and the unemployment rate, not only here on the Navajo Nation, but all across the U.S. we can't afford to do this right now. We have to we need to make a move to see if, play that hand. We need to play this hand and move forward. So with that, thank you for listening to me, and tomorrow, if we get this legislation settled tonight, tomorrow, I hope we can just sit down and vote on it and move forward. We've already been stopped by the pandemic. We've already been hampered enough by the pandemic. We need to make a decision now and move forward. There's 1,100 families out there who are depending on this vote. Thank you, everybody, and have a great evening. Speaker.
Thank you. That, moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wide awake. I don't Papa yes, I don't know table now. I don't so you could have counter even yet in there but nevertheless we're still here, we're still on the main motion. I don't know my position is to save these enterprises. I don't know I get it or you ever not eating quite gaming there. I don't mean there throughout the discussion gaming no so equate Eastern Claco. The Conway Amado is a no. What should hello? We like that or yes and should you have on this case either? I don't know banana, shouldn't hotlo, thought and haladida. A day Michigan. I don't know banana, shouldn't hotlo. Banana, shouldn't have a throw kidda. Null kidda, not kidda, not food, not kidda, none null. So that eggy could eat. Papa need what did. So what is I could do? Some seeds, could do. In so you could be the need cost. You get not under the niche got out of what or the niche got out of so even as one first case would do. Better hospital get out and get out knock at all. Even as one first case would do. Such another one first case these enterprises. Without his could eat that or niche. And so one first case would do. Without his bed before the public had a hotel niche. I don't know what I saw David in a lot of it. I don't know I have not how to scare. So it got best air or nice in the door to the best air. I said the bed but could a joke could over car deal which could let's save these enterprises could all the enterprises, not just one, all the enterprises. I don't know say could abiga pesos aba andante no ni hata si could NTUA Mecca AIC so ajugo ko hot could hashit the best question so that I don't know on the radar. Let's save these enterprises could I don't know could Navajo Nation Council 24th Council. Or you bet yeah, if we don't fund these enterprises, they're gonna shut down. I don't know. They're gonna close their doors. They're gonna shut down. They're gonna start decommissioning. So what that? So what I need NGS analysis, Peabody analysis. Oh, you bet hit at it, little hook at it. I'm not here. Now, 24 Navajo Nation Council, you're known for closing them. Businesses should not basically how see here at the local level. All that means so, but what's the cat or let you not eat Zago? Since you're not on Shinigi, let's at the same time, let's say these enterprises. Because the great national hotel, national hotel, Gizo. You can't do what you get what either. You can't do what Jackie at the airport. When we get out of this pandemic, I don't know jail. They're gonna provide jobs for our Navajo families again. Because about this case, so it is a job by intentional. Senigi, by now, Oscar, the Washabe. Don't get the Noskana, Sonata, Senigi. What I mean, it's a half state or legal. So I don't ego not with even. It goes Kai, I don't the hard by a kid or by one national Nepal by Lana Eatlet. I do yet not a nana dollars could she be hard at the Kahot at the I don't know could hard at the you do not come to another need before. So it is actually by now Chicago, Senator Shenigi. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. With that, on the main motion of 0016-21, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Are we ready to vote? Again, this legislation is destined for council. Once, going twice, going 3 times. Second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment number 1, page 5, line 15, insert new paragraph M and N as indicated below. M, the Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise Management Board approved resolution number 2021-2 attached as Exhibit I in support of the enterprise request for supplemental funding of $1,463,206 in the Navajo Arts and Craft Enterprise Board of Directors approved a resolution dated December 31st, 2020, attached as Exhibit J to seeking funding assistance through legislation from the Navajo Nation and underscore. 2, add the Navajo Nation Hospitality Board resolutions as new Exhibit I and the Navajo Arts and Craft Board resolution as new Exhibit J. Renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Amendment number 2, page 1, line 16 and 17, page 5, line 24 and 25. Make the following changes as indicated below. Overstrike $34,193,514. New language underscore $18,759,447. 2, page 4, line 20 and 21. Amend the language as indicated below. Overstrike